It's another thing to resolve, by the political actors to resolve to be Democrats. If you make a conscious decision to be a Democrat, then you must have respect for the rule of law. You must have respect for fundamental rights. You must have zero tolerance for corruption. And then you must, key into a free, fair, and credible poll. Now, if you have all of these attributes as essential to being a Democrat, then you will not be involved in vote buying. You will not induce voters to come and vote for you. You will follow the prescriptions of the rule of law. I mean, the Electoral Act in all your dealings. So I think political education is, and the INEC, far from, beyond conducting elections, must focus on this area moving forward. Political education. Political parties too must key into the philosophy of political education. People must be sensitized about what the democracy is actually all about and what is required of the political actors. So otherwise, and the question is attitude. It boils down on attitude. Attitude is everything. And attitude is a reflection of values. So we need to go back to the drawing board and invest more in political education if this trend is to stop. But what we see off camera, behind the scene, is mostly subversion of democratic values by those who are supposed to lead the way and demonstrate to the rest of us that leadership by example.
All right. Senior Advocate, we're going to come back to you on some questions about legal encumbrances because there are last-minute court decisions that causes, logistical issues for INEC to be able to deploy as how they plan. I'm going to do a comparison as what happened in Osun State with the political party with what has played out in the recent election and what can be done from the legal perspective to, manage this better so that we don't have this last-minute addition of political parties when INEC has already done their work. But I understand Kumbi Aborode is already standing by for us. Kumbi, good morning.
The morning of the much anticipated governorship election here in Osun State. And where we are currently is Ejigbo local government area, units 4, Ward 10. And as you can see behind me, you see voters have actually found like a straight line and ready to exercise the civic responsibility of yes. However, we just saw that the INEC officials just arrived, let's say 60 seconds ago or 2 minutes thereabouts. And this is like a sharp contrast to what we saw in Gubernatorial local government area, Arawan Ward, Abogunde Primary School polling units, where the INEC officials had actually, started pasting registered voters, a list of registered voters on the wall. We even saw some voters who brought in their breakfast to the polling units to have it there. And they actually expressed enthusiasm to exercise the civic responsibility of yes. However, we'll be keeping tabs on developments around local governments in Osun State and report back accordingly.
Thank you very much, Kumbi. Senior Advocates, so you can see in some places security agencies are being deployed. Others they are already waiting to cast their ballot. So it's different stroke for different folks. But 8:30 the poll is supposed to open. But let's go back to that issue of logistical encumbrances caused by legal decision or judicial decision last minute. I remember in Ondo State, there was a particular political party that it was almost like 24 hours for the election, and the guy scored, I think, less than 5,000 votes, when the winner scored about 400,000. So what do we do to ensure that all of the intricacies of internal party wranglings is sorted out in good time for INEC? Because the Electoral Act is very clear, but somehow it just happens that we will come at the very eve or close to election, and then INEC starts running around to reprint ballot papers.
Well, there's no way we can forestall these kind of occurrences in a democracy that is evolving, such as ours, and where we have the element of vested interest playing out always. But what we can, advocate is that the system must be seen to be working. All institutions concerned with the electoral process must be seen to be working fairly and credibly. I mean, for instance, and in a manner that will deliver fairness. I understand that that's part of the challenges that these institutions face. But what is important at the end of the day is that these institutions must work fairly and credibly to deliver a fair poll. That is what is important. You cannot prevent elements who are aggrieved from accessing the court. You can also not determine the timing for the conclusion of this process because our institutions across levels are overwhelmed. Sometimes some people try to place the blame on the judiciary unfairly. They have limited, personnel. In terms of, you don't have a limited number of judges and all that. And there are other cases also competing for attention, apart from electoral disputes. So I think we need to commend the judiciary and then ensure that whenever some of these challenges, occur, we rise to meet those challenges. It is not that we won't have some of these challenges, but what is important is that at the end of the day, we deliver an outcome that is free and fair. It's not minor issues. You have minor issues, minor challenges. But overall, can you say that the process is free? Will you say the process is fair? Will you say the process is credible? So it is not that we don't have occasional issues like this that such as you have mentioned. But what is important at the end of the day is to try to overcome these challenges and deliver a fair poll.
Listen, we're back to Osun State and live in Osun State, perhaps in 3 minutes or less, because the polls officially is going to open, and we'll show our viewers exactly when the residents there get to begin to vote officially. My question to you is, as those residents head to the polls, 1.9 million plus, I think it's 1.9 million, I think extra of maybe 6,000 or thereabout, as they head to the polls, in this area of the kind of politics that we practice, there's the tag of stomach infrastructure. There's the tag of how we have commercialized, monetized our politics. As they head to the polls, SCN, what essential and pivotal leadership questions should they be asking themselves as they get to vote?
I think they should exercise their right to vote based on their conscience. Now, as you go to the polls to cast your vote, you are going there to determine not only your future, but the future of your children. And so, whatever you do, you should be conscious of this consideration. And that you should know that beyond it is not temporary gain that will assuage your predicament, but long-term, benefits to you, the community, and the developmental process is what is important. So I think what we can only do at this stage is to appeal to the conscience of every Osun voter to go and vote in line with performance. The person you are going to vote for, is he able to perform or deliver to your expectation? What we can do here is to appeal to them And then again, all the authorities involved, including the security agencies, must allow this every voter to exercise his or her right unfettered, devoid of intimidation, devoid of threat, and that we should not institutionalize killings and thuggery in the process. So if the beauty of democracy is that you are able is the freedom of choice. Your right to be able to exercise or determine who you want to vote for unfettered, based on your conscience. And I think if that plays out, then the democratic outcome will have been achieved. Because what democracy, preaches is the freedom of choice. It's your right to be able to exercise your voting right without being intimidated or without being subjected to any kind of...
I want Killer to squeeze in a question before we get to Sean, because we're expecting Sean to come in as soon as possible. But what you mentioned, I think even Section 78 of the Electoral Act reminds the politicians of Section 227 of the Constitution about arming people arming people with weapons, to coerce people one way or the other. It's a criminal offense under our law, whatever you look at it. And Section 26 talks about INEC neutrality. So you've mentioned all of this. But Kayla, I'm sure you have a question for the senior advocate before we jump in to meet Creon where he is, because the polls are meant to have started. Voting is supposed to have commenced right now.
Indeed, it is 8:30 on the dot right now, 8:31 from the clock here in the studio, which means that voting has started in Osun State. We're looking at so many documents. Everybody's got a document or somewhat sent to us, and they're talking about key areas, key local government areas to look at: Oshogbo, Olorunda, Ife Central, Ife East, Ife South, Iwo, Odotin, Ilesha East, all of these places in focus. The 30 local government areas also in focus. And before we get Sheung in to talk to us about the beginning of the voting, Mr. Ashitu, just what your hopes are for the people of Osun State. It's been a very contentious exercise. How should the political class in Osun State be conducting themselves? The examples from that state have not been very... the examples haven't been something very flattering for them. But they have an opportunity to rebrand themselves. The people are about to speak and exercise their franchise. What are your hopes for this election?
Well, in spite of the negative signals coming from developments in Osun State in the past few days, I'm still very, very optimistic that at the end of the day, the Osun people we have a governor that reflects the will of the majority of the Osun people. I want to believe the process will be free, will be fair, will be credible, and then will be peaceful. I want to believe that there will be no killings. I don't want to hear of killings. There should be no loss of life because of the mandate of any politician. And then I want to believe that security agencies will be impartial and then will discharge their duties professionally. And I also want to believe that INEC will see this as a test to deliver a free and fair poll, and that the will of the Osun people will prevail, and that the governor that will emerge from this process will be a governor, that meets popularly elected by the majority of Osun people.
All right, Senior Advocate, thank you. Let's get to Salvation Army Modern Primary School, where political editor Sheung Okibale is standing by. The polls are up. Sheung.
Yeah, officially, Geoffrey, the polls have opened. This is a milestone in this exercise. And this is a moment where I bring you up to speed and bring you directly and closer to the voting point. And you can see all of a sudden, the population, we can see that people have now called here. Officially, election process has begun. 8:30 is the commencement of the exercise. And so it gives you an understanding of what the exercise is looks like the build-up to the voting process is a simultaneous voting and accreditation process that we have adopted in Nigeria, where once you get accredited, then you vote. Let me allow you to listen to the instructions being given by the ad hoc officials.
Then how many registered voters do we have there? So we have 914 papers here right now. You can commence the process.
You've done well with this. I saw. The INEC man.
So they are prioritizing the elderly. They're prioritizing the elderly, and now they've confirmed that the exercise can commence. So this is supposed to be done in an orderly manner and giving priority to the old, the elderly, those who are physically challenged, and of course looking at those who are also having some issues, maybe they're pregnant or something. These priorities are going to be given to them. But generally, I wanted to just have a sense and a feel of what the exercise looks like in the beginning. Okay? You are having an up-close front seat experience. You may not be at a polling unit. You may be far away out of Nigeria. You may be in any part of Nigeria, but you can get a sense of what this exercise is all about. So see how the very first person to get through this exercise, this process, here at the Salvation Army Primary School in Alekuwodo in Oshogbo, local government area of Osun State. Who will it be? Who will it be? Who will it be? It's going to be one of the elderly. They have their PVC in their hand, and they're ready to cast their ballot. I really, really would love you to see how these all get started. It's you can see the queue right here. The queue is getting longer, and you see it's been populated. People are coming in the numbers. I have almost 1,000 registered voters here in this polling unit. Just take a listen to how this is going to be done. So the first thing is they check through the register, checking through the register, and the details on the register has to tally with the details on the PVC. Then it's ticked. Then the man is now good to go. Yeah, that's it. It's good to go. It's been confirmed that he can go ahead with the next step. So and now he comes here and he needs to get a ballot paper. The ballot paper will be authorized by the ad hoc official. So once that is done, is able to then go and cast his ballot. So the beavers is going to be tested. Look at how the beavers is going to get tested. So there seems to be some issues in the authorization. So not until when you know for sure how this is going to pan out, because there are layers to these things. You've got to be able to confirm that the identity of the person in the PVC on the register rhymes with the record on the beaver's machine. You've got to see how this works, because this is what INEC says will be done, and we've got to see how it is going to be done. So it's been authorized, and the woman is good to go. The elderly, don't forget, are the priority to get started. So it's important for you to be able to see the beavers. This is the early stage of the exercise, and it's critical for us to be able to see. All right, so let's see. The very first person in this polling unit to cast our ballot is this woman, and she's going to do right here. Our franchise. She's got to do it right, because the important thing is that if you cast the ballot outside of the appropriate box, if it goes into another box, then it becomes an invalid vote. So it's very critical for you to see how this works. I'll allow you to see, and I guess she's done right now. She's done the thumb printing, and
no, don't worry,
she's coming right here to get our paper, our ballot paper, right into the box. The very first ballot to be thumb printed and cast in the box. Oh yeah, hooray! She's got it done. The very first person to get this exercise through, and yet another elderly man who is going to get it done. So once this is done, I probably will let you see what the ballot paper looks like, so that you can understand for yourself, wherever you may be. You're watching Channels Television, you're home for the news. It's the continued coverage of the Osun Governorship Election 2026. This day, 15th August 2006. All right, it's going to get it done. Tom Prayne is checking it out. Let me show you what the ballot paper looks like. So for you, whatever, there are 15 political parties that are on the ballot paper. It means that the box across the logo is where the voter has to put the vote. If you put it across two, it's an invalid. If it is outside, it's an invalid. So it has to be in here. Voter education is very important. And so you can see along the alphabetical ordering of the political party, and that's what the ballot paper looks like. And so the elderly man is getting his done. So it's quite interesting. You are having a front row experience of what this exercise is all about. You can see the queue is getting longer by the minute, and it's getting more interesting. The elderly, the young, and those who matter in this exercise have come. So you have a sense of what this exercise is looking like, and of course it gives you an understanding of what this might look like. So we've seen the first set of people cast the ballot. Officially, the ballot has opened, Ezewa.
Yeah, and the vibe that you bring to it is the real-timeness of capturing the voters, and that's what this thing is about. It's about seeing the power of the thumb, and how it determines who will govern the state for another 4 years. And
Absolutely.
And that's a festival for me.
Yeah, and they say election is a festival of democracy.
It's a festival for me.
This is where the inclusivity of the average person is seen in a democracy.
What you bring to bear is the fun that comes from viewers at home being part of this.
Absolutely.
And enjoying the whole. And that's the mobilization,
Absolutely.
actually. For even those of you that are at home that are yet to come out, you can see that voting has started, and people are on the queue, and it's just, for now, going on very seamless.
Absolutely. Bukola, Look at it. All of a sudden, in the last 30 minutes, it was empty. But I tell you, if you are still watching at home, come and join. If you are a voter in this polling unit, quickly come. It has started. The festival has begun.
And you can see how excited the people are. You can see tension here in the face of the people. And I think that is what's saying. And we can't say that enough. Come out and vote, because everything is peaceful. And then you see the first voter voting, and then everybody is, I think, happy. And the process also went well, at least with the first voter. And I think it's something commendable. And I want to say again, the money tells the day.
Absolutely. So, well, give us an understanding. Our viewers need to know the layer of the structure in an election process. You have the state as a constituency. You have the local government. You have the ward. You have the RAC. You have the polling unit. How does that work? Give us why does INEC need to layer the system in that manner?
Well, we run a district. You have a senatorial district. You have constituencies, and then so in that way you have to bring it down to the unit, which is the polling unit. So you vote at the polling unit, and when you vote at the polling unit, the ward is the center of all the polling units within that ward. Some wards are bigger than others, but all the aggregation of the results from those wards come to this, and then it is pushed again to the local government, and from the local government. So it's just patterned around our system, the kind of system that we run. But is it cumbersome? Is there something we can do about it to reduce, maybe technology can help. That's where people are talking, but does anybody completely rely on technology? That's a question that only Shehu Otunbale can answer.
Bukola, look at what we're seeing here. A lot of people do not know the value of beavers in the mix. What the role of beavers and what it should be doing in the mix. So give us an understanding that there is a biometrics, there's a fingerprint, there's a record of the voter right in the memory of the beavers. Then it has to also accredit or confirm and authorize that the PVC machine is that of the holder.
So the beavers, of course, is one of the most important process or gadgets or equipment for this election. And it aids in accreditation. In fact, it's the beavers that accredit. Now, with the aid of the presiding officer or the election official, and this is how it works. So you check your name, and then you come with your card PVC, and when you come with your card PVC, you give it to the presiding officer or the election official, who look at it and then check. And now, if the information on that PVC is also on the beavers, and then to now authenticate that, look, you are the owner of this thing, because your biometrics, your fingerprints, and your facials are already in that particular place, in that particular beaver. So what it does now is that, look, I confirm this card, I need to confirm that the holder of this card is also the person with that the information is on the beaver. So it asks you to thumbprint or you use your facial. And those two things are very unique, because nobody has your exact face, the coordinate of your face, and nobody has the exact fingerprint that you have. So where you can either use your fingerprint or your facials, and after that, and then the moment it ticks it and says you have been accredited, that means you are the owner and you are the true person that owns that PVC, and you are the one in front of that election official. Then the ballot paper will now be issued for you to go and vote, and that is their process. That process is so important, so that, and you remember in those days where there was a time, and I know you will remember that time, that you have Mike Tyson on the ballot, on the registered voter, and all those people that you. But this now link you directly to the registered voter, which is is a very good innovation that we have seen.
Now it does look like some of the candidates are voting quite early. The candidates of Accord Party and the incumbent governor, Senator Ademola Adeleke is voting in Ede. His arrival, you can see right there on the screen, the senator in his very fortified political home front of Ede. And those who say historically from his older brother, the late Senator Adeleke, and their dynasty, Adeleke dynasty, have held strong sway in Ede. And you wonder that quite early, and interesting that he's come out this early, wearing all clad in white and in the very significant Sherubawon hat. You remember how Sherubawon will don his hat when he was a senator until his death. And this is what I think is significant also, because Senator Adeleke, not only that they look alike, he has some semblance, and today coming out in Sherubawon kind of cap is always very interesting. So Senator Ademola Adeleke there casting his ballot in Ede.
Sherubawon means nothing here now. It means absolutely nothing.
That was the alias of his senior brother.
Yes. So nobody is afraid of anybody anymore. What is important is that people should come out and cast their votes. And it's important, it resonates with the stake. When people come out early, it also inspires the supporters to say, okay, he has come out. And I'm sure that if we have the feed also, you will have seen other candidates also probably also coming out to vote. It's like we say, it's about the people today. Everybody in this election is a voter. And once you are a voter, the PVC is the equalizer. The governor does not have two PVCs. The candidates do not have two PVCs. Everybody has one PVC. You watching us right now, you have just one PVC. That's the power. That's what you have to make a change or to retain whatever you want to retain in this state.
And actually it's interesting because normally you will see those candidates coming out around the 10, 11 to come and vote. I like that. Coming early, like you said, is still that confidence in people that look, I have voted, and then more people can actually come out to vote. And that is very instructive. And I think I like that, coming out early to vote.
And that shows the incremental progress that we have made. We didn't hear that the beavers didn't function, his fingerprints could not be captured, and all of those things. It means that something is sticking. Something is shifting, the needle is shifting. Go out there, it doesn't take more than 2 minutes to cast your vote. And you can go back to whatever you're doing, or if you want to, you can stay around and see how the day pounds out.
I hope that the other candidates, because they are also a force in making the earlier people come out, the quicker we can conclude the exercise, the earlier the sorting and the result collation can begin, and the earlier we know the winner. So once you come out, you and your supporters see that you have come out to vote, is also some kind of energizer to allow people to also come out early.
The investment should be in the process. At this point, what is important is that this goes seamlessly. Accreditation, the beavers is working, the presiding officers are doing their work professionally, the security agents are vigilant and ensuring that law and order is maintained within the precincts of voting. While all of that is going on, later on we'll be bothered about outcomes. Outcomes could go any way, and what is important is that let the people of Osun State be the ones casting this vote and determining who governs them for the next 4 years.
Absolutely. Just before we get to the top of the hour, and we're returning to Lagos now, Bukola, what will be your final word in this round of our conversation in the opening of this election of a very critical one? It's critical because it's the last off-cycle election before the big one in 2027. And significantly, it's going to be the first time elections will be conducted in January since 1999.
Absolutely. And I think this is the first election also that we will be using downloadable PVC. Let me first of all say that this is the first election that this 2026 Electoral Act will be competitively put in use, and I think it's instructive. So whatever we are able to look at in Osun election will be able to correct as we move into 2027 election. But of course, my admonition have not changed. It's still to the people. Come out and vote, because even the turnout in Osun may also have an impact with the general election. But when people also know that Osun State, you set the pace, you come out, you achieve that higher number of voter, turnout, and I think it's everybody will be encouraged to come out in that election. It's still to tell the people to come out and vote.
Thank you, Bukola. Bukola's passion is infectious, and I understand it perfectly. Which is good. I understand it perfectly. He's talking about the first down, then maybe first. All of those things has to do with fun. Let us come out and vote, and let us vote in peace. Let us ensure that the environment is peaceful. The politician, the people are all from Osun State, and you are one family, really, if you understand it that way. Let's ensure that at the end of the day, we don't do anything that diminishes, the quality of citizenship in Osun State. Thank you very much.
Ezewa, always good to have you.
Excited.
Doing this.
Thank you.
Partner.
Thank you.
The register to the point where you voted, and how was the whole to the point where you vote?
The whole process is very good. The INEC officials are doing their job in a very perfect way, and the turnout is okay, and I've already cast my own vote. So happy with the INEC.
Okay, they give preference to the elderly, that's the old people, to allow them cast their vote. But Daddy, how old are you?
I'm 64.
64. How long have you been voting?
I've been voting since 1979.
Oh, that's a long time ago, 1979.
Yes.
But from 1979, till now, 2026, how would you say Nigeria's electoral system has evolved and has improved?
Really, there's a lot of improvements in the electoral system of Nigeria. It's not tedious like before. Before we queue like 4 or 5 hours, we'll be on queue. I spent not less than 30 minutes now to cast my vote.
Okay, but your own case is peculiar because at the first and second attempt, the beavers did not properly recognize your face. But what happened? I saw they moved you to another point. What happened?
The beavers didn't have enough sunlight. So that's the reason that he declined my capturing. By the time that we relocated another place, they captured me. Okay, and that's fine. Yeah. So you're satisfied with the whole process now? Exactly. Okay, let's talk about expectations now, not mentioning any name also, but what, are some of those things you expect the next presidential administration to do for the people of Osun State, because you have a right to a good life? The next administration for the governance of Osun State, anybody that's emerged as the governor, to try to improve on the welfare of the citizens of the state, especially on education, health, and the road. So this kind of thing can really improve change the life of the citizens of the state. Okay. What's your name, sir? Olusegun Adedeji Adekunle. Okay, Mr. Olusegun Adedeji Adekunle. Yes. Thank you so much for your time. All right, sir. Well, there you have it. A 69-year-old or 64-year-old registered voter who has been voting since 1979. Talking about how Nigeria's democracy has evolved and how the electoral system has improved over time. Nifemi and Bosede.
47 years of voting. It looks like a little bit of patience, a little bit of change in scenery. The beavers will capture your face. Very interesting commentary you've run there, Femi. But watching that video, it came to mind that any woman coming to vote with an hijab might need to uncover her face to get a proper capturing by the beavers machine. Is that right, Femi?
Well, if I mean, it's hard to say, but that also depends on how she was captured while registering as a voter. If they were captured wearing a hijab, I believe the beavers machine should be able to recognize the facial features, even with the hijab on. But if they were captured without the hijab, it depends on how that process was conducted. It's garbage in, garbage out. The picture taken at the point of registration will be the picture that will be recognized by the beavers machine today on election day. And if they did it without the hijab or without veils on, they would have to remove it. Men who captured without without their hats, caps on, are not expected to wear the caps and hats at this time, because the beavers will certainly not recognize their face. Even for those with sunglasses, would have to just remove it and ensure that everything is made easier for the beavers machine to recognize the facial feature and properly accredit them to vote. Nifemi.
Indeed, I couldn't tell what the elderly woman was doing, whether she was blowing a ballot paper or invoking some blessings on it so that her preferred candidate will win the election. But the queue behind you, Femi, is really growing longer. What more can you see as regards policemen who are supposed to monitor this election?
What more can I say as regards who, Nifemi, please?
The policemen who have been attached to this particular polling unit.
Well, I can see a couple of them just standing at a distance. Omishore, please let our viewers see some members of the NSCDC, just 3 of them just doing their thing. They are also interacting with voters at some point, helping them coordinate the process to ensure that if they know where they are supposed to line up, if they are also at the appropriate polling unit. There are also some policemen, but they're not bearing arms at this point. They have been very civil and also monitoring the whole process. They also interacted with the election observer, urging them to abide by the rules and ensure that this whole process is peaceful and seamless. It's peaceful and seamless. But so far everything appears to be in order. But voting just started at 8:30, just about 30 minutes ago. We're still here, fingers crossed, and hopeful that it's going to be a smooth process all the way.
Indeed, Femi, and I know it's quite early in the day, but I'm just wondering if those who have voted already stand back to monitor their vote, or if...
vote and go back home, because they may not have the strength required to stay here for as long as 2:30 p.m. when voting is expected to close. It's the young ones that we believe we want to hang around and watch the whole process, in trying to monitor their votes, witness the whole sorting and counting process and ensure that everything is credible. Well, I would say they have entrusted that responsibility to the young voters that will be voting later on, after they have exhausted or after the queue, the line of the elderly has properly been exhausted and they've all been allowed to vote. But for now, I just see them voting and leaving the area, perhaps going home to do some other things, probably watch television or watch TVC News and see how the whole election is being reported.
31 minutes of accreditation and voting in Alekuodo, Shogbo. Interesting sight and sound from that particular polling unit, where we've seen individuals get accredited, a few people having some challenges, but we saw them scale through accreditation with the beavers and voted. Thank you so much for the insight, Femi. We'll be back with you shortly with more. We're back with more on our coverage of the governorship election in Osun State right after this break. Stay with us, everyone. Don't go away.
In Biggie's house, there is no place to hide. And even when you think no one is watching, the energy can swing in an instant. This BP Nigeria Season 11, everything burns brighter.
Well, thank you for staying with Channels Television. Of course, it's our continuation of the coverage of the all-important Osun governorship election holding on this historic day. Historic in all ramifications, Ayo, because, you know, one of those major reasons is that the incumbent governor won the last election on a platform of one party, and now he's running on the platform of another party. And of course, he has other strong contenders that are willing to snatch that seat away from him. Right?
Well, naturally.
Yeah.
What is also interesting is that, by the way, I hope you noticed that we are for business this morning.
Yes.
So yeah, we are ready for you. And we also hope, and it's also gratifying that some of the candidates we understand have already begun to go out to cast their vote. The governor, for instance, the incumbent governor, has already gone out to cast his votes. And we also understand that even though there are 2.3 registered voters in Osun, there are 1.9 who have collected their PVCs, and we'll be having more of that data, you know, on as we go along. It's also gratifying to know that elections that were supposed to start at 9:30 in some places actually started at the time that it was supposed to start, and that is gratifying. I also noticed from some of the data that have been shown earlier, that the most populous category of voters in Osun
are the youth.
Students.
Well, youth. Students.
I mean, underline.
Okay, well, students. Yes.
Next, traders.
Yes.
At the very least, 1/3 of them are students, are young people.
Young people.
Also. So, and then the next category is artisans.
Yeah.
A good number of them also young people. So we can essentially say that at least 50% of the people who are going to be casting their votes between the voting age 18, base voting age 18, and maybe 30, 35.
And it also shows that, you know, unlike maybe we've not really seen so much the migration away from your home state. People decide to stay where they're born or where they and live there, which is why you have this volume. Otherwise, you know, all those youth and other people, they would have probably relocated to places like Lagos or Ibadan or the rest of them. And so, I mean, it's a good thing.
I think that's why the election is also important. Why? What do I mean? If every state government does what they are supposed to do, there will be little or no need whatsoever for people to migrate for economic or employment or labor reasons. There will be no need, no reason. So that is the reason we are asking and admonishing that all the voters in Osun go out and vote. Another very disturbing information, Joke, and which I think the people of Osun also ought to know, is that historically the voting pattern in Osun has degraded, reduced over the years. In 2014, it was 53.3% of people voters who turned out. In the next election, we had 45.6% of voters who come out to vote. The next election was 42.2% of voters. The next election, 2023, 38 8.7% of voters. See, it's reducing by the day. There has to be enough reason for us to persuade people to come out to vote now. Don't let all of that. And I'm also glad. Look at the turnout of voters that we've been seeing on the screen.
And you know that for this year's election, there's a question mark on what the voting pattern.
How many years?
So you will determine.
You are the one that is going to
determine if it's going to still drop or if we're going to see a sharp increase.
In fact, I would love to see more than 50%.
Right.
I would very much love to see more than 50%. And the information that is also on your screen right now is the voters, the registered voters in Osun State. You have registered to vote, but a good number of them were about 19% or 18 point something percent of voters have not collected their PVCs, which is fine. 81 point something percent of people who should have collected their PVCs. That tells me something. That tells me that all the people who are supposed to vote, they are still alive. At least they have their PVCs. Okay. Like, God forbid anything happens, some people, anything, at least it will not be up to 50%. So let's say 1.9% of people will come out to vote. Let's see 50%, at least 50% of that number come out to vote.
Yes, and then, you know, when we talk about that and the pattern of voting, we have some key local government areas to watch out for. Number one is Osogbo, which is in the central area of the state. It has 167,704 voters. PVC election is 81.57% in Osogbo, and it has the largest electorate, urban swing vote. And you know, we have some key actors that are influencing that, not to mention any names. Voting is still ongoing. I'll just take the first three. We also have Oloruda, also in the central, 123,000 registered voters, 82.21% PVC collection. Large electorates joining Osogbo, competitive political structures out there as well. And then we have Ife Central, 122,454 registered voters, 78.48% PVC collection rate. Large Ife vote, competing elite candidate networks. And you know, we have a whole load of those statistics to reel out for you, but we have our correspondent, one of our correspondents covering this election, Kumbi Aboluwade. Of course, we have a host of them led by our chief political editor, Shimoki Baloye, but Kumbi Aboluwade is also one of our various correspondents covering this election in Osun State, and we'll bring out right now to bring us up to speed with some of the going-ons as we continue this election coverage. Well, we'll get back to Kumbi in just a little while so that she can, you know, gather those figures for us and tell us what exactly is going on where she is, Ayo.
Absolutely. There are several other things, you know, that one has to consider. I love, you know, when the build-up was so high and hot and everyone was talking about election violence, something in my head is playing history. Most of the time you hear, oh, violence, then the next thing on election day,
no violence.
There's peace in Israel.
Yes.
So that is why I am confident and I'm courageous enough to tell the voter, go out and vote, because I won't forget what late Ogbeni Arakunrin Akeredolu said when politicians are making noise and saying all those things. He said they are political gunshots. The political gunshots don't kill people. But unfortunately, in Osun State, we gathered that about 29 people have been killed. Is that a result of political, you know, gunshots, or really the rhetorics that we hear and that we see and all of that? We also understand, you know, the senator who is in the eye of the storm now and has reported himself, at least gone to the police station to answer some questions. Amnesty International is saying, no, we are not going to take it lying low. We're going to make an example of somebody. Who, so once you see an example, you don't do it another time.
Yes, and of course the president is also calling for, you know, peaceful elections in Osun State, regardless of whatever. He's asking for peace to reign is asking people to come out and vote for the candidate of their choice, regardless of however way it goes, even though he's in the ruling party in Nigeria. But hey, people, just come out, vote your candidate, and choose who will lead you for the next 4 years. Let it be credible. He called on INEC to ensure it's a credible affair. Do what you must to ensure this goes out, because it's going to be a stain on him too if everything goes awry.
Ultimately, which is why he came out the other day and said, look, what EFCC did was not illegal, but the timing was auspicious, and consequently, since he knows that they are going to mention his name, he just came out and said, I appointed you. I'm still the EFCC chairman, even though you are my surrogate.
But they still mentioned his name anyway.
Exactly.
But people are saying, why are you intervening? The account has been frozen. Leave it frozen. Don't interfere.
No, they said, look, there is no way. I remember that song by Chief Commander Ebenezer Obey. Said, there is no way in this world you can please everybody.
Yeah, you can.
But do what it is that you are most persuaded in your conscience to do. And the one thing that we must persuade ourselves about is that the people of Osun State, please call them, tell them to go out and vote.
Yeah.
There is no cause for alarm.
Right.
Everything is under control. We told you the other time, by the way, that the governor of Osun State has stepped out to cast his votes. We'll bring you some visuals of that in a moment, just to see how it all went. That's same when he arrived to vote, and as you can see, of course, heavily guarded all around to make sure the needful is done. And I'm almost certain that we will get a sound bite from him as well to see how it all went, what's this whole conversation went as far as he is concerned. And of course, as you can see, he's there with his wife to cast his votes. And with him casting his vote, naturally, we expect that since the governor has taken the lead, and as my colleagues mentioned the other time, Jaka, you know that generally the big guns, or rather the big masquerades, don't come out until later.
Yeah, they do
But he has come out. The governor has shown a very, very good example, I dare say. And this happened well before 9 o'clock. So that's him there to do the needful to cast his vote. All right, Eyitope Kutei has been very, very active for you. Excuse me, to bringing you up to speed about what's been going on. Eyitope, I know you've been going all around town since yesterday at the very least. What are the things that you have seen in the build-up? And I can see you are in the midst of a very huge crowd. Give us a background, what updates from all around as far as you know, and what is happening where you are right now, Eyitope.
Yeah, good morning. He said we've been on ground since Thursday. We've been on ground since like over 2 weeks now. Myself and my colleagues trying to bring you up to speed and Nigerians up to speed with what is happening around the Osun State Governorship Election. Here I'm at AUD Grammar School in Atile Ikire, Irewole local government area of Osun State, and this is Unit 3, Ward 9. And we have about 1,170 registered voters here at this polling unit, and as you can see behind me, we have a lot of people here who are here early enough at about 7 a.m. waiting to discharge their civic responsibility. But the electoral process started around 8:30 because the election officials got here very early, and they are giving preference to elderly people. You know, you could see some elderly people here. You could just come around sitting, and they're giving them preference to ensure that they vote and leave the stage. I've been monitoring the process, and if you see, the beaver machine has been working, and everything has been going smoothly here. We have a large crowd here, so because we have about 1,170 registered voters at this polling unit in Atile Irewole local government area of Osun State.
hearing, Itokwe, that there's such a huge crowd of people there with you, trying to make sure that they cast their votes. Tell us what the mood is in that environment. Do you notice, I mean, you know there was a build-up of all kinds of noise about insecurity. What can you tell us about the mood of the people as far as all that insecurity scare was compared to what we have on ground now, where you are?
Okay, I think to the build-up to the election, the scare, violence has nothing on these people, because if you see the enthusiasm on their faces, they are willing to discharge their civil responsibility. They came out early enough to cast their ballots. And we've been speaking to people since Channel Television has been on ground, and they said they've been getting assurances from the government that they should come out, discharge their civil responsibility, come out in mass, and they will be protected. And that's why we see large number of security agents, combined security agencies, about 25,000, according to the IGP. Police has about 15,000. We have NSCDC officials, about 10,000, and other security agencies monitoring this election to ensure that there's no breakdown of law and order in any part of Osun State.
Okay. I see a huge crowds behind you or beside you, as the case may be. How are the officials, organizing that to ensure that everything is orderly? Because it seems like, the enthusiasm is high, and people want to get on it as soon as possible.
Okay, if you see behind me, there's a kind of barricade here. No one except you're voting, except you're going there to get accredited and vote. No one is allowed to pass. No one is allowed to pass this barricade here. People are seated on this other end. You can see elderly people sitting. Then on the queue too, you can see, and the security agents are there to ensure that everything is orderly. So for now, I think it's been put under control.
Can you give us an idea how long it takes for each voter to perform their civic duties? How many, like maybe 1 minute, 2 minutes does it take?
Okay, sometimes because when I work close to the INEC official there with the beavers machine, sometimes the beavers machine, it takes about 1-2 minutes to recognize your face, and sometimes it takes a little while. Then the INEC official tells the voter to wait. They try to restart the beavers machine for it to function properly. Then it takes them, but for now they've not had any issues. If it fails, they restart, it comes on again, and it captures the face. And people have been voting. You can see they've been voting, and from the beavers machine, after checking your name on the list, from the beavers to the beavers machine, you check your name on the list, they give you the little paper there, then you also have your thumbprint, then go there and vote.
Any complaints? From the visuals you showed us earlier, we could see that it seems that some people are having 1 or 2 complaints. Any challenges that you notice that any concerns that the voters are expressing from what you can see or hear?
No, for now there are no challenges. They're not complaining. Only for them to just stay orderly. Then, as usual, journalists, we have 1 or 2 issues with security agencies about trespassing 1 or 2 the barricaded areas. Except for that, there's not been issues here.
All right, thank you very much, Itokwa Kute. We trust that you are being safe. You've been there for 2 weeks, so you've been safe. And I'm really glad to hear that all this insecurity scare has nothing on the people. Very, very enlightened people know that. Thank you so much for your job, and I'm sure we'll get back to you shortly. Well, let's get back into the studio. And studios both here in Lagos and in Osun. We have a panel joining us this morning. In the studio with us here, we have Mr. Oluwaseyi BC, Executive Director of Nigeria Network of NGOs. Thank you so much for your time today. We also have the convener of the Nigerian Civil Society Situation Room, NLB, joining us on ground right there in Osun State, as you can see. And somewhere around there, we have Samson Itodo, who is also the founder and director, Yaga Africa. Thank you so much, lady and gentlemen. Let me begin with you, Mr. Oyebisi. I'm very happy with what I got now from Itokwa Kute, that all of that noise had nothing on the people whatsoever. Yes. What are your thoughts on that? Would we say that it's because the voter awareness was strong enough, or what's your take?
Maybe my take would be to say those you probably see there would be party members.
Oh, really?
Just assuming. Who would have the temperament and the DNA for elections. They seem to have the capacity to understand that. Get there early, vote early, sit there and monitor your election. Right. So that is my cautious assumption.
Right. Sorry, if I can stay with this assumption, and apologies. You say party members. You know, we've had some serious crisscrossing ahead of this election. For instance, the incumbent governor crossed from
one party to
another. What party members would you say are there for him?
Well, party members are party members. That's what I'm going to say. Right? So it would be followers migrating to another, party. Because again, one thing we keep forgetting is that the party members are consistent.
Yeah. Especially those rural areas.
Yeah, they know where to go to vote. There are conversations that they've been having up until today. All right, so it's a cautious assumption. I'm not in the field, but I'm saying what I'm seeing there, given what I understand little about, politics and party membership.
Let's confirm that assumption with Madam NLB, who is of the Situation Room, Nigerian Civil Society Situation Room. Madam, I don't know if you heard Mr. Oyebisi saying that most of the people that he can see, his cautious assumption, he used cautious assumption, not just an assumption, that the possibility is that most of them are party members. From what you can see on ground, can you validate that, or what are your thoughts?
I think initially people were, I want to just state clear that I'm former convener and still a member of the Nigerian Civil Society Situation Room. I handed over to YZ. I think the issue of voter education, which you had asked earlier, in terms of voter education, not much voter education is happening. When they kick off with the campaigns went on. And so people have been, there is a party campaigning that is going on, not political education. And so when we are talking about, how far people have gone, or how they are moving, it caused to a lot of questions. People were cautious early in the morning because of the tension that has been on, and they pull out. But now
is in sight at Alikuwodo in Oshogbo earlier on, where accreditation and voting commenced at exactly 8:30 a.m. We also saw an enthusiastic voter turnout in that particular polling unit. But let's hear from the Osun State Governor now.
And as of now, things are going on in the state. I always say that way. But I have it on authority information that there is one police officer that brought attention is because he's in London. He's here in hiding.
Adimola Adeleke there commenting on his observation just after he cast his vote at that polling unit. Let's bring in Babajide Kolade Otitoju, Director of News, TVC News, and Wale Adeoye, Executive Director, Journalist for Democratic Rights, for our next phase of election analysis. Gentlemen, thank you so much for joining us this morning.
Thank you for having us.
A good place to start will be a reaction to the governor's remarks. He did acknowledge that INEC has done well with the timing of accreditation and voting, but he has challenges with what's happening in Modakeke.
Well, you know, at this point, it's difficult to validate his claims. So I think it makes sense to be patient. Let's see how the security operatives on ground respond to that claim, if indeed it's a valid claim. Because with politicians, you have to be careful, especially Mr. Gentleman.
Absolutely. Yes.
Yes, and Mr. Adeoye, if you would react to that as well, commending INEC, but feels that there's something going on in Modakeke, and even wants the police commissioner managing the election removed.
I think we have to look at the psychoanalysis of that statement. Politicians have the impression of giving the whole world the thinking that this election may not favor me, it may favor me. If it does not favor me, that means that I'm already giving the impression that, look, I have an issue. There is room for suspicion. So I think that statement was born out of that, to give the impression that, look, there are credibility challenges. But I think that is a very minor case that we cannot use to judge the entire exercise that is going on in Osun State. So I see that statement as more or less a political statement to give the impression that we are the weaker side of the bargain. And that's why I agree with him that we need to be very patient. It's good because there are other things going on that the governor did not speak about, which has to do with members of his own party. For instance, somebody that was arrested, a lawmaker. That's also a major issue of security breach. But he only spoke about an aspect that he felt affected his own political party. So we need to be very patient. But it's good to commend INEC, that overall he has admitted that INEC is not partisan. And I think that is a very important take-home for us.
Mikhail, you've covered Nigerian elections for a decade. If you had to identify one thing that would make today's election a genuinely credible one, what are you watching most closely?
You see, in the past, we judged electoral integrity based on intimidation of voters, even right there on the queues. Abduction of electoral officers, INEC staff, whether they are
never goes wrong. But so far, so good. Everything is going on orderly as expected.
Is it strange, Kumbi, that there are so many people out to vote this early in the day, given all of the furore and hula baloo about insecurity before today?
Well, I feel like these voters were not deterred by the violence that that we saw during the campaign season, and also the fact that we've seen quite a number of security operatives being deployed around the area. In fact, when we're on our way to this particular local government area, we're asked to come down, and then they searched us. The military at some checkpoints had to search us, regardless of the fact that we had the election tag
and this tag as well as the sticker from INEC, we were still searched. But that's by the way. I mean, they feel safe. I believe they feel safe, and they're enthusiastic to exercise this civic responsibility of theirs. There's no...
People voting, because beavers will ensure that people are properly accredited, your biometrics will be verified, you see your face, it has to match what is in their record. A 6-year-old boy cannot walk before INEC staff and expect to go through the electronic accreditation process and be cleared. So when people fail to give INEC credit for some of the reforms that have taken place, I just look at them simply, for what they are. People who are not prepared to give credit to anyone except those who align with their political beliefs. A lot has taken place in terms of making our elections better that we are not prepared to admit. And it's such a shame that we are not prepared to admit that there has been some improvement. Yes, as these improvements happen, politicians will also be looking for ways to circumvent the process and ensure that electoral integrity is compromised. We cannot take that away. That form EC8A, on which results of elections are written, has multiple safety features. That INEC
who collected their PVCs come out to vote. From what you can see, what can we do to increase the numbers, to begin to reverse that downward trend from this election?
Because politicians produce these forms.
It's a question of trust deficit that has been implanted in the hearts of people already. This particular election is a test for all of us. It's a test for the system. It's a test for the security. And if they are able to do something positive, that these people that are voting now, if their votes can count, or if their vote is counting, and it showed that their votes, they voted and the vote counted, it will help us in the 2027 general election. And then the civic education, there is no replacement for it. The issue of civic education, now campaigns for the general election is about to begin, but have you seen any sign of civic education itself? National Orientation Agency is the owner, or, I would say that they are the information bearer, for the federal government or for the system itself, but they are not enabled to be able to perform their duties. They are in the 774 local governments. They have capacity. All of their representatives are political scientists. Are they allowed to function? In some of the educative things that we have done, we try to involve them, and where we involve them, it made a difference. So I think it's important for civic education, which should be conducted by both the political parties, to be ongoing. You said you have members, you have 40 million, or you have 10 million and so on. What is happening really on ground, shows that we are not communicating with the people, except on voting day, then you pull out people. This is a life-giving thing, because the lifeblood of democracy itself is active citizenship. People should be able to go out and vote and be protected. We hope that the security agencies will be neutral. What we are hearing from Modakeke, I hope they will check it up. And yesterday, a car I just dropped from, when they went further, they saw an unmarked car that was shooting and dispersing people. We didn't know what happened, but they ran away eventually when they saw that people were coming close to them. So the security agencies should be very vigilant, and I know they will do a great job. We have the assurance that they will do a great job We went to meet them. We went to the police headquarters yesterday. All the agencies are on ground. INEC, despite the late arrival of the sensitive materials, we are having positive reports in terms of the starting of polls. In about 2 hours or thereabout, we'll be able to give some of the updates in terms of movement. But we are excited so far that I think it's been more peaceful because of the tension that was going on, led to the, before the voting day itself so yesterday morning, a lot of tension all over the place. But I'm happy that the turnout is better. We hope that we'll continue to encourage the citizens, but the trust in this election, allowing neutrality and impartiality and INEC conducting itself properly will help a great deal.
Absolutely. Well, let's quickly jump to, and that's a very, very critical element that you've mentioned there, the issue of trust. Let's check with Samson Itodo what his thoughts are on that. How significantly would you say that the turnout has indicated any trust or a lack of it? Your organization put out that data showing us the trajectory, the voting pattern over the past 4 election cycles in Osun State specifically. And there are 3 question marks on that document, by the way, that says, okay, what's it going to be today? And Madam NLB says, if that number is going to improve this time around, trust is a major ingredient. What are your thoughts on that? And from what you can see so far and from the minimum information you may have now, do you think there's any indication that that trust is out to play, given the turnout and the early turnout that we have seen so far?
Well, thank you very much, Ayo. I think let's look at 3 issues that dominate the opening of this election. The first is that the polling units open early. At Yaiga Africa, we can authoritatively report that based on our representative sample of polling units, that in 78% of polling units, voting, accreditation and voting commenced at 8:30. Against the background of the late deployment of materials due to the last-minute court judgment that disrupted the logistics, this, we must say, is commendable. The second point is the turnout that we've seen on the part of the voters. We are not in a position at this moment to issue authoritative data or projections about the turnout, but based on what we have seen across polling units, the enthusiasm on the part of the voters, the fact that voters showed up at the polling unit even before INEC officials arrived, attests to, one, their resilience. This election has been signposted with lots of violence, political brigandage, including fatalities that were recorded, about 35 of them. But the fact that the people still showed up this morning in the way that they have really attests to their resilience. But more importantly, their determination to make their votes count. It's too early in the day. We know that there are other critical components of this process, but what we see so far is quite encouraging, and hope that it continues all the way, till the end of this process and even afterwards.
Well, okay, go on.
Right, so there's so many things going on at the moment. We've talked about voter education from INEC. We've talked about the political parties as well, doing a lot to educate their members and, of course, the people their supporters. What do you think is at play here? Do you think INEC really did enough to educate the people on what to do on election day and to come out on mass PVC collection? That campaign was on for a while. Or do you think is the people themselves that took it upon themselves to say, what, this is our election, we're going to do it right, we're going to come out early, and we're just going to take our future, ensure that our future is secured? What's your opinion?
I think it's a constellation of efforts and factors. First, this is a highly competitive election. You have, perhaps you call this a three-horse race, as the case may be, because all the different actors do have their strong bases. They actively mobilize their bases, whether it's the incumbent or the APC or the ADC, they were fully mobilized. And so you give it to the political parties because this election it still remains a competitive one.
The National Commissioner INEC for Information and Voter Education of INEC. Hello, sir. Good to see you again.
It's good to see you too.
Yes. Well, good to see you again on the field. Before now, you used to be on the other aisle. Now you're on this aisle on election day, just observing. When you're on the other aisle, I'm sure your phone would have been ringing, buzzing by now. But tell us so far, you are an experienced election officer, somebody who has covered it, you've seen it, you've done it from the electoral umpire's point of view. How is this process going so far? That's from INEC's point of view and standpoint as a former INEC official.
Well, you can see that the process is going on well. Apparently, the presiding officers and assistant presiding officers received good training. Most of them deployed to their various polling units on time, and they did set up on time. But you see, what is important and what is interesting and what is fundamental in all this is the enthusiasm of the voters, the speed with which the voters left their homes and came to the polling units in order to get a vantage position, in order to cast their votes. And you can also see that most of them are very, very oddly. Nobody asked them to go to the line. They go to the line on their own, and they have been doing well. So I think I'm really impressed.
So that means the whole tension and the build-up to the election didn't really rub off on the voters.
It's very, very clear that the voters were clear on what they want to do. They were clear on the fact that they want to exercise their democratic franchise. They were clear on the fact that whatever they do on election day will have a huge impact on the state and also on their livelihoods. So they have decided on their own that they are going to come to the polling units, they are going to be orderly, they are going to cast their votes, and they also expect that their votes will count. So I think that I'm really, really impressed at the way the people of Osun State have taken their destiny in their hands. They have made a determination that this is their state and that there must be peace in their state and that they are going to exercise their democratic franchise without let or hindrance.
But does this also reflect some kind of confidence or trust in the system, INEC, security agencies, and also following the message from President Bola Tinubu?
Well, I think that the critical stakeholders understand the importance of this particular election. They understand the importance of maintaining peace in this state. Because if there's breakdown of law and order, if there generalized violence in this state, it's going to rub off on the politics of the 2027 general election. So I think that has also informed the huge deployment of security forces and security agents to the various areas. And the security agents have also maintained some level of dignified aloofness from what is going on, allowing the voters to come and exercise their democratic franchise. So I think that this is the way to go. Election cannot be war. We cannot deploy war assets just because an election is being conducted. Election is supposed to be a civil process. If you want, you go to the polling unit and cast your vote. If you don't want, you stay at home and watch football. That's what election is all about. So election should not, under any circumstance and under any guise, be turned into war. So I think that the people of Osun State have decided to conduct themselves in a very, very peaceful manner, and also to act as a beacon and as an example to other states and to the nation on how a peaceful election should be conducted.
Okay, earlier, during the accreditation using the Beavers machine, we noticed something. We saw a woman come to get accredited, but she had to remove her veil because the Beavers wasn't properly recognizing her face. Yes. So it was at the point where she removed her veil, the Beavers then captured her properly. Yes. What could be wrong in this whole process? Could it be that because it actually caused a bit of a delay? Yes. For some people, they may not want to take off their veil.
Well, you see, the Beavers can record in two ways. it can capture your fingerprints, and also it can capture your facials. So if the facials is not being captured, her fingerprint can be captured. It also depends on the configuration of the beavers and the way the beavers was placed, and also what she was wearing when she did her voters registration. So I think that this whole thing demands patience, but I think that as time goes on, the commission must improve the regime of the beavers because technology is dynamic. Technology is not static. The technology of the beavers has been improved since the time it was introduced. So I think that the commission should continue to improve on the beavers so that no matter the level of makeup you use, the beavers can still recognize the contours of your face, and also there won't be any huge challenges.
Well, that's very important, the level of makeup you use. But, you know, again, there were some concerns raised by especially civil society, you know, due to the delay in the deployment of sensitive and non-sensitive materials to rack centers across the state. This was due to that late court judgment that, you know, ordered INEC to include Social Democratic Party on the ballot. But people express concerns, but so far from what you are hearing, did this in any way impact on INEC's logistic arrangements?
Well, it created tension and it created some level of anxiety. I think that what is important is for the commission to dialogue with the National Assembly in terms of looking at the Electoral Act and seeing in what ways we can prevent a cause from giving judgment that are too close to the elections, judgments that can impact negatively on the conduct of election. The ballot papers and result sheets are sensitive election materials. Some of them are printed by security printers. Some are not even printed in the country. So it is not easy to go back to security printers and begin to reprint ballot papers. And then after reprinting them, you use the Air Force or use land transportation to take them to the central bank for safe custody. So I think that there should be some level of synergy and dialogue between the Independent National Electoral Commission, the National Assembly, and the leadership of the various courts, especially on pre-election matters. For instance, if you give a judgment 2 days to an election, and you say include the name of a political party, what you have done is to undermine that particular election, and that election cannot take place. So I think that it is to the credit of the Electoral Management Body that they were able to respond quickly and respond timelessly to that particular challenge, and this election is going on. So I think I commend them for that.
Right, thank you so much, Mr. Festus Okoye.
Thank you, my
We'll
brother.
see you again later.
Very well.
Well, that's it, Lefemi and Abosede. Mr. Festus Okoye, from his perspective as a former official of INEC.
Thank you, Femi. Interesting conversation there. Let's turn our attention now to where Olamide is also standing by. Olamide witnessed the voting of Governor Adeleke earlier, who was the first official voter at that polling unit. It's 9:50 a.m. Olamide. What has happened thus far?
It's been a very busy, few hours, I would say. I'm currently still in Ede, the polling unit of the governor, Ademola Adeleke. Just some moments ago, he came around to cast his ballot. He was the first person to actually cast his ballot immediately after the accreditation, process began. Right behind me, you can still see there's people are still on the queue trying to, wrap up the accreditation process so voting can begin. I want to believe that, the biggest highlight of this election will be the high voter turnouts that we've seen quite early. It's still very, unpredictable what we will see later on in the day before the voting ends. But what we are seeing at the moment, what we're observing is that, voters are very enthusiastic about, picking who will lead the state for the next, 4 years. Another interesting, part of today's election is the involvement of, the different age groups. It's a mix of, the elderly, the young persons. Let's quickly take a look at, some of the elderly persons here who have been here, very early to cast their votes in this election. They have been early. They even came right before the governor came. Let me speak to one of them. Good morning, sir.
Good morning.
Can we meet you, sir?
Yeah, my name is Buhari Owola Bifata.
How would you access the process as it has begun?
In fact, everything was very, very good, and people, came out en masse to cast their vote. You see, when you look at it, you see that it's quite different from those, voting that we have been casting before. This, voting that we are casting today, people have now enjoyed the dividend of democracy. So they want it to be complemented. So that's the reason why they want to show their appreciation for what.
Usually, some would believe that the elderly persons are meant to be home resting on a day like this. Why do you think you need to be out here today?
The reason why we came out here today is that what we have been saying about what was going on, by the way the democracy has now shown itself. So that's the reason why people are happy that if we will be able to do the right thing again, it will be more better than what we've been seeing. So that's the reason why we came out in mass. The majority of us cannot even walk well. But for the fact that we want, what we wanted, I understand, that's the reason why we came.
Thank you very much, sir. Abosade Difem, you've heard from one of the persons who is quite elderly, but is very much interested in casting his vote, in exercising his rights in this election. So what we are seeing at the moment is that there's still a lot of people on the queue. They're yet to end the accreditation process. I want to quickly go back to the governor's arrival. He addressed the press quickly before he left. The governor has now commended INEC for the process and has called on INEC to ensure that the process is free and fair till the end of the election. Also, as you can see, accreditation is ongoing also at the moment. You see a lot of people on the queue also trying their best to.
I think that the violence is actually among a particular set of people on both sides. And that is not something that captures the entire 33 local governments in Osun State. And I believe that people who are in rural areas, probably they are just reading about this violence, and it may not dissuade them from coming out to vote. And I also think coming out to vote is a way to prove that they are determined to assert their will and to ensure that they get the right person in power. Because just like Babangida said, the most dangerous threat to democracy is what we are seeing now, where people can buy your conscience. Because if we don't get the electoral process right, we cannot be talking about stability, we cannot be talking about peace, we cannot be talking about harmony in our country. And I tell you that the political leadership is central, to governance is not spectrum of human development. It's central to our quality of education, it's central to the quality of our cultural institutions, it's central to our image, locally and internationally. For instance, these days you find a situation where, even in primary schools, secondary schools, to become a school prefect, you have to bribe, give biscuits to your colleagues. Unlike in those days that, head boys are picked based on quality. So what the politicians are doing is strictly down to our social and economic life. It's going to affect the justice system. It will affect the law enforcement system. It will also fuel and
Or maybe it's the other way around, Mr. Adeoye.
Yeah.
Maybe inducement is more culturally entrenched that we are willing to admit as a people.
I think it's a new phenomenon, at least for people who grew up in the 60s, in the 70s, in the early 80s, where you are taught that culture is more important. I think it's a new development. Because in this same country, we have had good leaders, where people who are not, giving money before they can come out to vote. It didn't happen during the June 12th election, for instance. I think many of us are old enough to make that as a kind of a precedent. People are not, giving money to come out and vote. But in this case now, you're having it has become a trend that people be giving 10 million, 20 million. What they don't know is that it also robs the people elected the prospect of credibility. Because when you are elected and you give money people to vote, you lose credibility. It also destroys public trust.
Does that have anything to do with the economic reality? Because BKO talked about weaponizing poverty earlier.
You see, I think if that is the case, Nigeria is not the poorest country in the world. And we have seen poorer countries conduct elections in a very credible manner. So, and people collect this kind of funds, 10 million, 10,000, 10,000, 20,000. It's not as if some of them cannot afford these funds. Some are civil servants. Some are farmers who even have cars. So it's just that, you know, the political system has allowed it to happen. It has now become a tradition. It's a new tradition. And I don't think there's any justification for it. Even when you are poor, that does not mean that you need to be corrupt. You know, poverty is not a justification for crime. But what as a body did is that the perpetrators of this crime are the people in government. You know, so nobody seems to have the power to arrest them. And I think we need to deal with this problem on time before it consumes all of us. It has a lot of very dangerous consequences if we continue to allow it.
We had someone sitting there earlier who mentioned that if people came out more to vote, that he doubts the amount of money that politicians are willing to pay, that perhaps voter apathy has also contributed to the prevalence of vote buying, one way or the other.
Early as 8:30, but before then, voters were already on ground, waiting for the process to begin. I can tell you that we have elderly people. These are elderly people here who are sitting down, waiting to also exercise their franchise. You can also see some are searching their names on the wall. That's from the displayed voters register. So all is going on smoothly. Let me also take you to where the main process is taking place. Yeah, so this is where voters are being captured, and then you can see some of the polling officers also sorting out things. So it's going on smoothly right now.
Well, one other concern that I've asked all of our other colleagues at the various other centers, whether in any way it seemed like the violence rhetoric that we heard have been coming out to vote. It would seem that the answer is no, because as you said, they are there in their hundreds. But any fears of such in the build up to today, do you think it has any impact on the turnout so far?
Well, in terms of the turnout, I think there is a good number at the moment, even though we do not have a formal number or figure in terms of the registered voters in this polling unit. But the initial fear that there was going to be violence, during the election, we're not yet seeing that happening. Although Governor Ademola Adeleke raised concerns alleging that some police personnel are trying to tear gas voters in Modakeke and Obaku. And he also said that there is a particular police officer nicknamed London, whom he said came from Port Harcourt, and he alleged that he's been trying to foment trouble here in Ede in particular. But here where we are in Ogogunde, there is no such crisis yet. People are just waiting to exercise their franchise. Polling officers are on ground, even though we haven't seen, much of the security personnel on ground. But there are a few that we have spotted on ground here. And then the process is going on smoothly. There hasn't been any disruption yet at this time. So, but I have an observer here, an observer who is a domestic election observer, who is going to speak to us a little bit about what she has seen. Good morning.
Good morning.
So let's begin first of all by knowing your name and your organization and what you have observed.
Okay, I'm Ambassador Oluseyi Deborah Moemeke. I'm from Civil Society Organization for Community Advancement, a local accredited observer for INEC for this very activity, the election process, ongoing currently at Ede, Osun State. This is the polling unit where His Excellency, the Governor of Osun State, had casted his vote this early morning, and I want to attest to it that it's been peaceful, it's been organized, and we are hopeful that the organization will actually continue, though there are just little hiccups of delay in the beavers of the INEC staff too are trying their best, and we hope that everything will be controlled to the end. I came all the way from Abuja to witness this, and we hope to have a best result. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much for your own take. So that's it, Jeffrey. Yeah, that's pretty what is happening right now in Ede North.
Very much, Emperor. I assure you, I'm not doing a change of name yet, but I'll let you know if it ever comes to that. Okay, thank you so much. I'm sure we'll get back to you shortly. Let's quickly go back to Madam NLB and Samson Itodo before we let them go. Madam, one quick question for you. Mr. Oyebisi here has flagged, as many other people have as well, the issue of voter inducement. Do you see that threat playing out?
We are yet to see, the issue of voter inducement. We're looking at what is happening. We are getting some reports. But I think quickly we need to check that Modakeke incident. I'm happy that the governor has flagged it up. And what they said is that people in police uniform, because now, before the election, you know that they arrested some people who were in police uniform that were not police themselves. And so, but we are asking the DIG election and the and the CP election, all of them to check Modakeke immediately, because if that thing is...
We have the NSCDC also deploying, and we know that at the border towns, we're supposed to have the Air Force, and I think the Navy officials also manning those points. But what would you tell us about the process? How seamless has it been? If you've monitored anyone vote, what is the average time for accreditation and voting?
Yes, I've observed the process, and I can tell you that the Viva system is working effectively, and it has two features. So if it's unable to identify you immediately, there's the thumbprint option. So for anyone that probably experienced any form of glitch, there's another feature to ensure that they recognize you and you're able to perform your civic responsibility.
Absolutely. The polling unit is a little bit far behind you. We can't really see the people. But what's your observation like with the turnout this morning? What time did the people?
The turnout is actually huge. I'm actually on my way to Iraqi G, and I can tell you that right now, this particular set of people are actually almost done on the queue. The voting started at about 8:30 a.m. I can tell you that the turnout is actually massive and it's actually fast. So it's very possible that most people might actually finish before 2:30 p.m. And I can tell you that I've visited so many communities and streets, and I can observe that there's a lot of political awareness in Osun State. So we have like about maybe 10 polling units in some streets, and I can tell you that it's actually fully occupied with those eligible to vote. So I can tell you for sure that everyone is out here. They're enthusiastic to actually perform their civic responsibility.
And Sharon, I see that you're on the highway. Talk to us about vehicular movement. There is restriction. Is that being complied with there?
I'm on the highway. I didn't get the question again.
I'm talking about the restriction of vehicular movement. I see you are on the highway, and I just saw a motorbike, drive right past you. What does it look like?
that we're on the move, you actually have to prove that you have business on the road. So electoral observers are able to move, media operatives are able to move. But if you when we were coming in, we saw that some people were actually turned back. So if you cannot identify yourself, if you do not have a pass, you have no reason to be on the road. The security operative can either delay you or they tell you to turn back and go back to your home.
Sharon Jackson live for us in Oshobo. Thank you for the updates. Hopefully, we can get more updates for you when you get to Iragbiji. Time will tell, BKO, if the turnout in this election is going to be more than what we saw in the last one, which was 42%, recorded to be the lowest in Osun thus far. But I'd like us to speak to the trends. In 2026, we're seeing over 365,000 new registrants added to the total voter registration in Osun State. Do you see this voting bloc dramatically changing the turn of events at the end of today? Especially the fact that many of them are voting for the first time in the governorship election in Osun.
I don't see anything, any drastic change to voter behavior. I do not see that at all. People have different reasons for picking up PVCs. Some need it just for accreditation. Some need it just in case some civil servants, for example, because we've seen some states force civil servants to go get it by telling them that they'll be denied some things.
Yeah.
So that people have registered for an election does not automatically translate to them showing up on election day to vote. And a very big case in point is Lagos. Lagos always leads Nigeria in terms of voter registration. Lagos outregisters Kano. But in terms of turnout on election day,
actual turnout,
the difference between Lagos and Kano is like night and day. They don't come close to Kano in terms of exercising their franchise. So, what is the point? If you labored to get your PVC and on election day you are nowhere to be found, you are playing football, you are stuck in your living room expecting to watch proceedings on TVC. Yeah, it's a good thing to watch us do our thing, but what is more important is for you to go exercise your franchise. I mean, election day should be a day of joy, a day when the voter is happy to exercise his franchise, is happy to demonstrate that power that he has to choose his leaders. Because after the election, those leaders tend to do what they like. They don't feel that they have to come to you for anything again. But before the election, they will appeal to you, they will beg you to vote for them, and you have that power on the election day. That power, that unique power on election day to choose your leader. People should be excited, people should be self-motivated to exercise that power. But increasingly, we are not seeing that. And only a fraction of registered voters get to vote on election day because the motivation is not enough. And parties are not doing enough in terms of even getting people out to vote. In the US, for example, they spend so much money. They spend so much money, parties spend so much money on what they call the get out the vote. They spend money on volunteers who will be moving from house to house. Even on a rainy day, they will try and get you to go and vote. The parties that do that very well, the parties that their get out the vote game is stronger, is usually the party that wins elections. So across the various counties, across the various states, they have the get out the vote teams that will be going, because they are not radically different to us.
You know, part of the reason for the apathy here would be the perception that it doesn't really matter whether I vote or not, that the decision is made, and of course the trust in the system also.
But again, that is wrong. And some of the people who sit on social media spewing nonsense, they contribute to voter apathy. Because somehow they made up their minds that, look, their votes will not count. But if people's votes don't count, as they want us to believe, how come the ruling party in the last election, in the last presidential election, lost in 10 states where it had governors? I mean, we could have just come to the conclusion that whatever happens, those governors would deliver their states to the candidate of the ruling party. But it didn't happen. And we saw it even here in Lagos. The ruling party could not win Lagos, despite having been in control of Lagos since 1999. The ruling party did not win in Osun, despite the fact people will have felt, oh, in Osun they speak the language of the candidate of the ruling party. But it didn't matter. 10 states is unprecedented in our history. I've been monitoring elections since 1979. I've not seen where that number of states was lost by the ruling party, especially those states where it had governors. Yet we still hear people say that was the worst election in Nigerian history. How do people who were not born in 1983, people who were not born in the 60s, how come they speak eloquently and with such finality about elections that they were not witnesses to, and that I have every reason to believe they've not even read up sufficiently about? Because the mob does not listen. The mob does not read. But they are quick to abuse people who are more knowledgeable than them, people who invest their time reading things that they are reluctant to do because they are lazy. So this is the thing. I don't want people to start feeling, oh, the votes will not count, because votes have counted in the past. I saw in Sokoto State, one of the closest nail-biting elections in Nigerian history, where then Governor Tambuwal managed to win by just a little over 300 votes. He was incumbent governor, yet he struggled to win by maybe around 325 or so, I can't say exactly, but not up to 400 votes. There's no way you can convince me that people's votes, and he needed a rerun. He needed a rerun as an incumbent governor. Yet at the end of the day, just a little over 300 votes separated him from the person who came second, who is the current governor today.
We saw that play out in Osun in the last election.
In Osun, in 2018, I don't think we will ever find an election that close, because both the winner and the loser recorded the same percentage. Let me see, 36.71% was what the winner scored. The person who came second scored 36.64%. We always talk about the 2015 election as very close. But Goodluck Jonathan and President Buhari were separated by 4 percentage points. This one, they were not even separated by up to 1 point.
0.00.
So where elections are that competitive, you cannot say, if you are thinking, oh, it's a done deal, they will simply give it to one person. It will never be this close. It showed the resolve on both sides to give their best.
Some form of rerun in this election?
No, I don't see a rerun.
You think we'll see
it will not be as close as this one. It will not be as close as 2018. I don't see a rerun happening.
All right. Let's bring in Mr. Adeoye. About 15,000 police personnel were deployed for this election, and in the build-up to the election, there were cases of violence, parties attacking one another, and it was as though this day wouldn't come, but here we are. So when you look at this vis-a-vis the notion of some people that the presence of security personnel seems to scare them, in quote, from coming out, would you say that this election is overly policed, or is it just appropriate measure?
In the first place, I think we've never had this kind of violence for a very long time, especially in the Southwest. We are talking about almost close to 30 people that were killed. And I think that is quite unfortunate. Even the last similar incident that we had in Ekiti, 2027, we didn't have, where between PDP and, we didn't have this kind of number of killings, violence that we're having. So it's quite unfortunate. However, I think that elections generally, on the long term, should not be seen as if we are preparing for war, where you are deploying helicopters, you are deploying drones. But I understand the reason why this step has to be taken, because of the number of people that have lost their lives. And Osun was also shut down, people coming in and all that, which was necessary, given the prevailing circumstances of violence and all that. But I think it's two ways. Why some people will be scared away from coming out to vote, some people also have a sense of protection. That with, by police coming in, then they have a better opportunity to cast their vote without being intimidated. So it's two-way. And I think I have to commend the police, because I understand they have units in all the local governments, and they were able to effectively police about 3,763 local polling units. So it is necessary, given the specific situation we have in Osun State. But I don't think it should be a pattern. We should be able to have an election where people will vote with policemen even not holding guns. Look at Ghana. When you go there during an election, police guns are just there, to watch. And also the last election we had in Ekiti State, we didn't have this over-policing system. It was a bit free. People, some policemen, some civil defense, they are not even actually standing at the polling unit. They are just standing away, just to, So, and also if you look at the other realm of violence that are not related to elections, kidnappers, terrorism, there is a need for the police to prepare itself, because you can't predict third parties coming to destabilize the electoral process, not because they want somebody to win, but just to ensure that they keep the country unstable. Indeed. So I think, given the information, the quantum of information available to the police, it is necessary for them to prepare themselves for the reality and then for possibilities. So it's not out of order, what the police has done. I think I really commend them.
The police actually deployed 30 commissioners. Commissioners of police, and then attached to each is a DCP in all of the 30 local government areas. Yes. But when you look at what happened, the IGP mentioned that this was court clash. And what we've seen is that both parties have taken advantage of them. I mean, the violence in Osun took a unique dimension where it was courtists that was fighting on behalf of political parties. BK, what do you think? Do you think we saw enough policing response, to nip that in the bud, to the extent of having close to 30 people?
Think about 30. If we had the last killing, that was the killing of the nephew of
nephew
Honorable
of,
Wale.
yes.
Then that's 30 officially admitted to have been killed. I'm sure some people have been killed that there's no official.
Didn't make it to the news.
I don't think that the police did very well, because these killings took place over a number of days. And once you can sense that there's a pattern, you have to really come up with a plan to stop an escalation. But we didn't see that. It is now that the elections, let me say like 48 hours to the elections, that we now began to see real policing. I was happy listening to the CP after the governor's wife led some women on patrol, of the streets of the state capital, where they were saying they don't want violence, this and that. The violence, as I've said repeatedly, cuts across party lines. They've been killing, the two dominant parties in the state have been killing one another.
That's right.
But somehow, the narration has been framed in a way to look like it's just one party that has been killing people. But the last killing actually exposed the fact that, look, this thing is happening on both sides. And I don't think it makes sense to wait until the election is upon us before we do something. So hopefully future elections will be much more prepared than this. But if you go by the number of people that died, yes, I admit that some of those killings are cult-related. It's not everything that is politically motivated, but politicians also use cult members a lot. They are the roughnecks that they use to disrupt polling, to intimidate people and all that. Of course, intimidation is something that they are good at. So I like the fact that the police have been really prepared for this, and I like the fact that the military has not had to do so much as we found in previous elections. 15,000 policemen deployed to Osun. 30 commissioners of police, each of them in charge of a local government, assisted by DCP, assisted by a mobile commander in each of those local governments. Certainly, we are going to get good policing. And then, of course, we have
Senator Ademola Adeleke there, making some allegations about the deployment of police officers. Some people of interest whom he has said that they're not supposed to be in the state. But Ayo, there a lot of allegations will be flying around. Is in the early hours of the election, the anticipation, the anxiety is expected, because nobody knows how this is going to pan out. And you can well make an assumption, act on what you have heard, react to what you have seen and what been told. This is the kind of thing that is expected at these early hours of the day. But I was going to mention earlier that it's going to be the very first time since 1999 that the election will be conducted in January. Okay. I'm seeing a police officer who seems to be getting...
that's a CP election, a typo.
All right. Theophilus, if you can help us grab him so that he can speak to us. No, go grab him and let him come speak to us. let us know what. No, Theophilus, go grab him. Let him come speak with us. But let me quickly introduce to everyone. I've been joined by a former National Commissioner of INEC, a lawyer and a right activist, Mr. Festus Okoye. It's good to see you again, Mr. Okoye.
Thank you so much.
Thank you so much indeed.
Very well.
And I have also Mr. Lanre Arogunade, who is the Executive Director of IPI. CP election.
National President.
Please, could you come speak with us, please? Come speak with us. Come speak with us, sir. Come and speak with us. All right, let me speak with him quickly. All right. Thank you, CP election. Thank you so much. How is it going, sir?
Going well as planned.
Give us an understanding. We are hearing in Modakeke, somewhere in Ede. What is the situation? Have arrests been made?
The situation is calm. It's just a teething problem. We are going around CP in all the local governments. We have the Commissioner of Police. How you doing? We have EDC. We have Assistant Commissioner of Police, including MOPO commanders from different parts of the country in charge of a local government. So there's no way that we cannot get it right.
All right, so Mr. Raleigh, if you can tell us the allegation by Governor Adeleke that there is an officer of yours from Port Harcourt called London that is in Ede. Can you confirm this for us?
The most important thing you need to know, every police officer has the right to deploy any police officer to anywhere within Nigeria and abroad. So this election is not about a single policeman. It's not about a single policeman. It is about Nigeria.
So you can confirm that the said officer is in Ede?
IG has the right to deploy anybody. Whether it's London or America or IG, as long as that person is a serving policeman, IG will deploy.
What do you say to the situation in Modakeke? What have you heard? What is the situation report there?
The situation that I've heard, I have two commissioner of police in Ede. Yeah.
What about Modakeke?
I'm coming. You asked me a question.
Yes, sir.
This is the problem with you. But wait.
I don't want you to answer your own question.
No.
I want you to answer the question that the people of Nigeria would like to hear.
Let them look at me. I have two seasoned police officers in Ede. Gabriel Eliagu is in Ede, and the other person, Raymond Egbepre. In short, Raymond is the CP INEC in Abuja. He is the CP INEC in Abuja. That is why we sent him to Ede, because Ede is one of the volatile areas. So Raymond, who is the CP INEC, does not all the ethos of INEC. That's why we sent him there. So you can imagine, can that kind of person work in with INEC compromise? Can he? So we know what we are doing. Everywhere is calm. Yes, you know Nigeria normal election there will be, you know, big bat here and there. But the most important thing is that at the end of the day, it's going to be a free and fair, transparent and credible election that I can promise Nigeria.
How many people are in your custody right now?
We have about 100.
That are in your custody?
Yes, I can get 100 because, you know, we have to, IG sent me to come and pacify and stabilize the states. So for the past 1 month, we've been going around picking them. Some people came from Ekiti, Ondo, you can name all sorts of ways, just to come and discuss.
Before you go, sir, give us an understanding about the issue of vote buying. And we are hearing, we're seeing this happening. Can you give, what are you doing to ensure?
Have you recorded anyone?
Yes, and we have captured here, somewhere in Ejibo.
The polling booth?
Yes, and money was seen.
I will confirm from the CP Ejibo. Confirm who is the CP Ejibo for me. I will call him.
So you're giving us assurance, no skirmish, no violence. This we go without any kind of violence.
By the special grace of God.
Thank you so much. Mr. Samet Taifo Rally, thank you so much. Thank you so much. The CP elections, thank you so much. He's been speaking with us right here on Channels Television. So sometimes it might be tough to be able to get them to talk, but then this is the situation that we have. Mr. Okoye, you see those kind of drama and the allegations back and forth. Yes. But generally, for someone who knows the ins and the outs of INEC, how do you describe the entire process so far?
Well, it's too early to make a generalized comment relating to the process. But from what we have seen so far, it is very, very clear that the presiding officers in most of the polling units were properly trained, most of them deployed on time, and this set up on time. And you can see that in most of the have gone to at least 10 polling units. The process is going on well. There's a lot of enthusiasm amongst the voters, and they're ready and willing to exercise their democratic franchise. So I think that if this momentum is sustained, there won't be any problem in the electoral process. But you know, from my own experience, challenges begin to occur around 2 p.m. just before voting closes. But as at now, everything is going on well. And then there's what I call an impressive voter turnout. The people are well organized. The people are orderly. They understand the process, and they are conducting themselves in a very good manner.
Do you have the same experience as Mr. Okoye has described, from where you have observed so far?
Yes, so this morning I was at the testing ground area of Osogbo, where you have two big polling units, polling unit 6 in Ward 8 and polling unit 30 in the same, Ward 8. What I saw was the fact that people had come out quite early, very early, but there were some challenges in those two places in the sense that in polling unit 6, the voters list that was displayed, that was posted where voters would check their names, only had the ones that started with letter A. They didn't have the other ones. But when the presiding officer came, he explained to the voters to the party agents, and this was one good thing I noticed, the party agents were asking questions as to why this was the case. And he then said that they had a complete list with them, and then voters would be able to check. But I guess that may also affect the smoothness, the flow of the voting process, because the idea is that a voter comes, you check the name, and then you come back with your PVC, you are captured by Vivas for accreditation, and then you proceed to voting. Now, in polling unit 30, no list was even displayed at all. And as at 7:50 a.m., the officials had not arrived. But then a councillor who is a community leader did explain that it's because the vehicles had gone back, to pick the other INEC officials. And these are some of the things we raised before the elections, the fact that there should be enough vehicles to move the officials to their respective, polling units. But in those places and others along the road that I visited, including along Bongo Road, close to Adolak Hotel, you saw people out quite early. You can see that enthusiasm, the willingness to vote, which also means that from what we've seen in this area, the fact that you have a heavy security deployment, show of force by the security personnel, people still, turn out. There are people too who have to move to other places to cast their votes. So in some of along the road, there was a checkpoint close to that testing ground where they stopped some people on bikes, but they were able to show their PVCs. And the moment they showed the security personnel their PVCs, they were allowed, to proceed. So it's still early day yet, like we said. This is what we have seen so far. And we're just talking about the situation, around here. Of course, we do have observers on the field in the 30 local government areas who will be filing the reports as the day goes along, and that will then inform the conclusions that we are likely to arrive at by midday.
Mr. Okoye, yes. Give us an understanding. A few changes since the last time you left INEC. For example, the digital from EC8A. Yes. These are some of the new innovations. Yes. But have those innovations, and the Electoral Act has been amended since you left, yes. So a lot of things are dramatically changed. But from your observation, this is going to be a litmus test to the 2027 election. Anything INEC wants to do in 2027 in January, they must be trying it out today. Yes. But so far, what are those changes that you have seen, and are they working?
Well, I think that for me, there have been changes, and there has been some form of consolidation. Changes in the way voters are registered. Before, when you go to the polling unit to register, you register and then your biometrics are captured. Now, you can also register from the comfort of your home, but after registering, you have to go to the RA office, RA, or you go to the local government office to go and capture your biometrics. But now, INEC has introduced some changes that enables you to even capture your own biometrics from the comfort of your home. So I think that that is a very important change. The issue of downloadable PVCs has also been introduced, and I think that that is an important change because if your PVC is lost, if your PVC is defaced, and so on, you can download a PVC and then cast your vote with that. In terms of the beavers, I think that, you see, technology is not static. Technology is dynamic. So I think that the technology of the beavers that may be used for the 2027 general elections a means of making sure that when a court makes an order, that order should be made at least a month or 2 months before an election, and thereafter, no other order can be made that will affect the electoral process. Because if you give an order 2 days to an election and say add a political party to the ballot, that means the electoral management body has to go back to security printers and begin to print fresh ballot papers, and that is not easy. And then after printing, they have to truck them to the central bank, warehouse them in the central bank before moving them to the local government offices. So I think that there must be a dialogue between the electoral management body, the National Assembly, and the leadership of the judiciary to make sure that orders and judgments are not delivered too close to an election that will disrupt the entire electoral process.
And Sheun, on this point, we also need to say that because of this court judgment, there was a delay in the inspection of election materials at the CBN, because in Ekiti State, it took place in the morning. But because of that, because ballot papers had to be reprinted, it didn't happen until late evening on Thursday. And that also meant that the materials, movement of materials to the rack centers took place overnight, arriving at some of the rack centers by 1 a.m., by 4 a.m., although, accompanied by, security personnel. And in some of those places, one of our observers from our team, from our civil society network, they said that they noticed that when the materials arrived, really, it was just an open space, and there was really no security, other than the fact that the people just want this election to happen. They don't want any disruption. So it's very, very important to avoid a situation where a judgment is given just 2 days to an election. It disrupts the entire process one way or the other, and it can actually affect the confidence of the citizens in this process.
I think that one of the things that can be done is since we don't have too many political parties, is for the electoral management body to print ballot paper with the logo of all the political parties. If a political party is not on the ballot, the vote of that particular political party becomes a wasted vote. So I think that in order to avoid this type of situation, the judiciary, the National Assembly, and INEC must be in some level of synergy. But overall, there is the need to have a uniform ballot paper with all the logo of all the political parties to avoid this type of disruption.
Because I imagine that from the case of Rotimi Amechi and several other cases, the courts have established that the human being is not on the ballot. It is a political party that is representational on the ballot. So there is no excuse anyways. If any political party is acknowledged and recognized by INEC, should naturally be on the ballot. Whatever happens then from the courts, we know that it succeeds, just like you have said.
Exactly.
So which allows INEC to be able to plan ahead. But again, a very dangerous precedent is that the courts are continuously setting up governments. The courts are continuously making candidates. The courts are continuously administering political parties. The courts are continuously determining the ballots and determining those who govern us. And I don't think that is the role, constitutionally speaking and democratically. The courts are not supposed to do those kind of duties. You are a senior lawyer.
I think that we must not make the mistake of isolating the judiciary from the matrix of the electoral process. The judiciary is part of the electoral process. Now, the judiciary is static, is dormant, unless people go to it. If you don't file an election petition, the judiciary, the courts are not active. They are not provoked. Now, what is important what is important in this sense is for the lower courts in Nigeria, although as superior courts, to follow the precedent that has been laid down by the Supreme Court. The Supreme Court has made it very clear that issues relating to the internal affairs of political parties, their internal affair, and that political parties should be run by political parties, and that the courts cannot micromanage the affairs of political parties. So the lower courts that are handling pre-election matters must bear in mind that they are not supposed to touch the internal affairs of political parties. That is one. The issues they are supposed to deal with are those issues that are recorded in Section 285 of the Constitution, where the National Assembly and the Nigerian people defined what is pre-election matter. Those are the issues they are supposed to handle. And also in handling those issues, they must also recognize the fact that there's an electoral management body that has to plan and also plan ahead. So if they disrupt the planning of the electoral management body, it creates its own challenges and it also creates its own dynamics. So when courts are giving order, they should give orders that are very clear, orders that the Nigerian people can also understand, not just orders that the electoral management body can understand, to avoid misrepresentation and also to avoid misinterpretation.
Yeah. Mr. Ogunade, as we wrap up, give us an understanding. From what you see, there is a polling unit right behind us, and there is another polling unit just outside of the premises.
I saw a very long queue
Yeah,
there.
there's a very long queue there. And when we were entering earlier, we saw the agitation. We saw the consciousness in some physical and in some people here seems to be well agitated and well activated.
Well, I think it's understandable. You know, Osun election has always been what we call a tight race, where you have very close margins in terms of who becomes, the winner.
Votes are determined
a winner before then it went to that, and that's why it's also important for every allegation to be quickly investigated. The one that has just come from Ede that you mentioned earlier on, that it was in your news about ballot box being snatched. This needs to be urgently looked into. Remember too that in this state we once had an inconclusive election because of what happened in some field, polling units, and a rerun had to be ordered, and it more or less turned, quite, violent. So everything needs to be done. But what I've seen here is that each voter is willing to exercise his or her right, and they are well informed. Because the moment they see you as an observer, they come to you, they complain, they say, oh, this is what we have seen. We don't know why only certain names are displayed. We don't know why all are not displayed. We're waiting. And you could see that, in corners everywhere. Those who had to move some distance to their polling units, you see them, moving. So I don't think that the people are really, as citizens, as voters, are playing the role they are supposed to play. The rest now lies with security agencies, with INEC, as they continue to manage this process, especially when we move towards those critical stages around 2 p.m. when voting is concluded, and then the counting of votes starts, and other processes, the collation, and so on and so forth. It's a long day, as you know.
It's a long day.
Every stage really matters, because what happens in one stage could affect the second, and then can dovetail into the others. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Larry. Ms. Okoye, yes, your final one. What do you make of this process? How do you see this going with your experience? If it's going like this and the momentum is maintained, what do you project as the end?
What I project is that the people of this state have decided on their own that their votes must count, and they have come out to exercise their democratic franchise. The security agencies and the security forces must make sure that we don't have a toxic environment as we move towards the end of polling and the collation process. If the security agencies maintain some level of neutrality, everything will turn out well.
All right. Mr.
in Osun State.
Over 2.3 million people stepped out to pick up or to register to vote for this election. But hey, the numbers dropped to 1.9 million, representing about 80-something% of the people who have collected their PVCs. And the winners and the losers in previous election, it revolves around who wins 30%. So all of that will be decided. Whether INEC has positively deploy their materials, we will be watching, because at 8:30 everyone across the state is expected to have started voting. You know, there were last-minute court order that included another political party as part of the contestant. Now that affected the deployment ability of INEC. INEC said that is not a problem. So we're looking at everything from deployment to security agencies to everyone who is responsible for the management of the election, including CSOs who are observers of the entire process. Our job is to be at every nook and cranny to ensure that this election is covered right here on Channels Television. So it's a good place for you to be right here, because if you want to know what's playing out in Osun State, just stay right here on Channels TV.
Absolutely. Kayla, well, I'm not sure what the atmosphere is like in the nation's capital, Abuja, but I'm sure you have your eyes as well in Osun State, and so I'm sure as well with the residents in the FCT, Kayla.
Indeed, you know, Osun State is a very crucial election. It's going to be the last election before the general elections come 2027. So it is the test of how our institutions have planned for elections. Of course, you know, Jeffrey and Kelly, the number of security agencies that have been deployed for this election is one that worries us. In fact, yesterday on Sunrise Daily, we were playing a little joke where we said, okay, if 15,000 policemen are sent, and now we're seeing that the security deployment is over 25,000. So if we have over 25,000, multiply that by 36 states and the FCT. Is that what we're going to be looking at when the elections come in 2027? You know, it's a very worrying situation, and we're seeing a lot of rhetoric that is not very pleasing, rhetoric that scares us. When we're looking at our political class, is this who you are, and is this how you're going to conduct yourselves? If Osun is this contested, if Osun is this heated, if 29 people died in Osun for the elections, are we going to look at more when it comes to the general elections come 2027? Of course, guys, you know, we listened to the president, well, we read the president's statement yesterday calling for calm, calling for peaceful conduct, asking people to do the right thing, especially when it comes to all the, you know, all the agencies and stakeholders involved in this. He's asking everyone to do the right thing. Will they do the right thing? That is the question today. Will vote buying, you know, be a very big issue today? Yesterday night on the news at 10, we saw the wreck for Osun State, Mrs. Babalola, where she was speaking with our colleague Sharon Kimbaloy, and she was asked about the issue of vote buying. And she said what we can do as INEC is sensitize, okay? Has that sensitization worked? I love Election Day, guys, because it is the day that says this is what we've done and this is where we are. And, you know, today is going to be a very exciting day. Like you said, it's a great place to be. Channels Television is a great place to be today, because we also have our political leader joining us this morning. Mr. Shemu Kimbaloye will also be with us this morning, and it's going to be quite a day.
We're using our ballot to bring in all the Bangladesh government. For where I am, it's well policed. I voted without each. And, I think it's good.
All right, joining us in the studio for the next 3 hours, the Jide Ologun, lawyer, PR expert, and executive director of Voter Awareness Initiative, and that's Wale Ogunade. Gentlemen, thank you so much for joining us on the program.
You're welcome.
Now, let me start with you, Mr. Ologun. It's been about 6 hours thereabout of you know, should people casting their ballots, exercising their franchise. From your observatory point of view, how would you assess the process from the point of the security agencies? I mean, we remember how volatile the campaigns were, accusations and counter-accusations from some of the political parties. How would you describe or assess the process so far, INEC and the security agencies?
Thank you very much. On the scale of security, I think it's been quite impressive. If you were really concerned about the build-up towards the election, the number of persons killed even before the election arrived, and the threat in the atmosphere. But by and large, some expected that that would have made many voters not to turn out to vote. But interestingly, many are coming out, even though we know that the federal government had to fortify the space with quite a number of security and law enforcement agents just to send out the signal to those who may want to foment trouble that you may not be allowed. I mean, you can imagine having about 30 commissioners of police in the state just for one off-cycle election, and the other security law enforcement agents. So by and large, we've not really heard much about violence or thuggery like some would have expected, even though before the election.
Kellogg's Power Breakfast. One power breakfast is all it takes to get our morning sorted, enriched with energy, goodness of greens, and 9 vitamins and minerals in one bowl. Kellogg's Cornflakes. Our power breakfast. Breakfast time is Kellogg's time.
And I discovered that
and the security agencies like Helen was talking about are also on ground to make sure that everyone is safe. Massive deployment. So whether this is over militarized, we can't say, but it looks like it as far as this election is concerned. But what we can always appeal to the people is to say, the government has given assurances, why don't you step forward? Maybe trust the government for just one more time and make a decision and vote for a candidate of your choice. That is why all of us are here, to make sure we cover and nobody will cheat you, and your rights to decide who would you want to lead your state will be respected. Kelly.
Yes, again, just a bit of a background about Osun State. It was created in 1991. If you're joining us from around the world, that state is in southwest Nigeria, so that's the region where we are. So we indeed have a full coverage for you because we have our correspondents around spread across the 30 local government areas in that state. We mentioned that there are 30 local governments. In terms of the population as well, as Jeff has said, as of 2006, that was the last population census. So it begs the question as to more than 20 years ago. I mean, so that's why the estimates are in the region of 3 to 4, some people say 5 million.
5 million. So let's also talk about the fact that, during this election, Kayla, let me throw it to Kayla. When we're preparing for this election, initially we had about 14 persons saying they want to be governor of the state. And then a few days before, one candidate dropped out, and then another candidate was added, and then 2 more candidates dropped out of the election. So I'm not sure what the numbers look like, whether it's 12 or 13. So to be safe, we'll say over 10. Maybe somebody will drop out this morning. I do not know. But this is the intrigue that comes with politics, Kayla.
Indeed. Well, you forgot to add the fact that 1 more candidate was ended from the last minute, which made INEC have to reprint the entire. It's just, I mean, it's a court judgment, and I see the fault lines. I see people, saying, no, this was a terrible thing. I was watching Yaga Africa saying, no, this is a terrible thing. If we have to reprint everything because of something that happened at the last minute. But, what are they going to do? What are you going to do? If a court judgment comes in late, the person now has a right to be on the ballot, which means that we have to now start looking at our systems and our institutions, Jeffrey, and how they are helping us build a nation that works, where timelines are respected, and knowing the ramifications of not listening or obeying those timelines. And then all this cross-carpeting. This one was in this party, he has decided to move over here. Or this one was supporting this one, has moved over there. It has become a norm in our political system, but it is not supposed to be normal, Jeffrey and Kelly. That's bizarre. What we've done is turn our electoral theater into the theater of the bizarre, where things that are strange now become the norm, and that is not acceptable. It's a very It's a very contentious one. But I think we do have to get to someone, right? I think Seun Kimbaloye is already standing by. I saw him on the cameras not too long ago. So he can give us a situation report on what's going on ground right there in Osogbo. Good morning, Seun.
Welcome to the Salvation Army School right here in Alekuodo in Osogbo. One of the biggest local government, perhaps the biggest local government in terms of registration of voters and the PVCs collected. Welcome everyone. This is an election where we have 30 local government areas, 332 wards and 3,763 polling units. It's a state of more than 3 million people. We are going to the ballot today to make one of democracy's most consequential choices. Who governs the state for the next 4 years? The decision is in the hands of only part of the story this morning. This is an election being conducted under extraordinary pressure. There's a mounting pressure of violence, they are saying, and pressure
even prevent this from happening. But we've heard a positive report today that indeed they're able to prevent vote buying from taking place at the Okefia polling unit, which is just a few meters away from here. And that's a good one, Jumake.
All right, Kaide, Femi, just stay on the line, okay? We've just been told that Olaide Oyewole is joining us. Olaide, talk to me. Where are you?
So this is Sheru Ilode polling unit 1, directly opposite the palace of the Ooni of Ife. And this is the exact polling unit where the deputy governor of the state also, cast its votes. So a couple of hours ago, he was able to vote. And one thing he complained about was the beavers machine, which did not work very well. No, not like it didn't work very well. They had only one beavers machine, and that one beavers machine was not really functioning well. So there were a lot of people on the queue who were stranded and could not vote. So yeah. It has been addressed. If you look behind me, you would see that the queue is almost over, and the voting is also almost over. So that means that the issue has been actually rectified. So it's few minutes to 2:30, and we know that that is the exact time where the voting will end. And we also expect that immediately the ballots will be sorted, the ballot papers will be sorted, and voting will commence. So the atmosphere here is very peaceful. The only thing that wanted to cause disruption was the fact that the beavers machine was not available for them, to begin to vote en masse. But now that it has been rectified, the entire atmosphere is now peaceful. There is partial movement. Everyone is going about, their normal businesses. Hoping that the vote will end soon, and they will begin, to sort they'll begin to sort, the vote and count the vote. Also, not far from here, I visited the polling unit of the governorship candidate deputy governorship candidate of the All Progressives Congress. The voting was also peaceful. We voted at exactly 9 a.m. The voting was peaceful. But the surprising thing here is that there is large voter turnout. Yes, they all came out en masse, to exercise their franchise, which means that a lot of people are actually concerned about their state. They are concerned about, the development of their state. So they are all out here, to decide, the future of their state in another 4 years. So the voting will end soon, and the counting and the sorting and counting of the vote will also begin very soon.
All right, Olade, what has been the behavior of party agents at your location? Have you seen any disagreement between party agents and INEC officials yet?
Oh, no, there've not been any form of disagreement between, the security personnel are all on ground to ensure that peace and order, is also, maintained in the various polling units. So from my observation, there has not been any form of, violence from the agents or from the agents and residents of the place where I am. So, we have seen on the social media that there've been cases of vote buying and all of that. But right there where I am, I've been trying to observe myself to see if there will be any form of that. But I have not seen one up to this very moment that I speak. So the atmosphere is cool, like I said, and we hope that the voting will come. Not the voting this time. The counting of the vote will commence as soon as possible.
All right, I like the fact that you talked about the issue of beavers having issues, but did that dampen the enthusiasm of some of the voters that were at the polling unit?
So a lot of them did not leave the polling unit. They were only complaining that they've been too much on the queue and that the INEC should quickly address the issue. So, with the presence of the deputy governor, I think that process was actually fast-tracked, and they were able to bring another beavers to rescue the situation. So, like I said again, if you look directly behind me, the voting is going peacefully. The queue is also almost over. You can see them. Most of them are staying around to actually observe when the counting of the vote will start. So it didn't dampen their spirits at all. They were all there to say that, oh, whichever situation that we are facing this time, we know it is going to, be rectified, and we are going to ensure that, we exercise our franchise, we vote, and for.
Sonia tomato mix in a new standard pouch.
Concerned about PWDs. I mean, before today, INEC says the commission is ready to cater to the needs of these persons. What's your assessment of that?
Has already been made by INEC for persons with disability to cast their ballot. There's the braille ballot for people who are visually impaired, and we've also seen observers, especially from the Albino Foundation, Mr. Jacob Pele. We saw him at this particular polling unit earlier, to observe the level of inclusion provided by INEC for persons with disability. We saw a couple of them come to cast their ballot like every other person. They were also given special preference to cast their ballot, just as the elderly and nursing mothers got special preferences. They also were given preferential treatment when they came to cast their ballot. So it's been an inclusive electoral process. All of this is already contained in the Electoral Act and the guidelines provided by INEC, that persons with disability will get that special treatment that will enable them also participate in the electoral process. And particularly in Osun State, we have seen them participate in that process of deciding who becomes the governor of the state in the next political dispensation.
All right, Femi, I like the fact that voting is gradually winding down. But I want to know, has there been complaints from party agents about the voting process where you are?
Well, from my own standpoint, where I am at Okafia and Alikuodo, where I also visited, party agents have not brought up any complaint about the whole process. It's been seamless. They have been cordial. It's like a convivial atmosphere between these party agents, unlike what we saw happen in the build-up to the election, the campaigns, how quarrelsome it was, and the whole brickbats and mudslinging. Here at the polling unit, I will tell you that these party agents are friends, just talking to themselves, watching the whole process unfold, and we've not seen any bickering whatsoever between them so far. And, it's actually good to see, and that has further, created that peaceful environment that is required for the conduct of a credible election.
And also for security agents as well. How will you assess their, what they're doing there? What's your assessment?
Well, they're doing what they were, they're doing what they were posted around to do for the area, that's especially for Osogbo Metropolis. We have not seen any incident, that appeared to overwhelm the security agents. You understand that the Osogbo local government has the highest number of registered voters in Osun State. So that's why there's a high concentration of not just security, including observers and even the interests of politicians and political parties in Osogbo. But with the presence of security agents, we've seen detachments of policemen move from one polling unit to the other just to monitor the situation and get reports from the officers who are at the polling units to secure the ballot. Get reports from them and ask if indeed they need backup and where, extra help or assistance will be provided for them. So far we've not seen any major incident. What could be happening might be isolated, but nothing significant that appears to overwhelm security agencies at the moment. Shagun.
All right, thank you so much, Femi Akonde. We'll get back to you right after this.
Thank you, Olaide. Well done, and please stay safe.
Okay, let's come back into the studio. I'll start with you, Judo Logun. In the build-up to this election, there were concerns about intimidation, there were concerns about election-related violence. But let's look at security agents now. How would you assess their conduct so far?
So far, so good from the feedback we've gotten. They've conducted themselves professionally, and as mentioned earlier, one would have thought that the heavy presence of law enforcement agents in Osun would have discouraged many voters from coming out. I think now the achievement is that the heavy presence of law enforcement agents has encouraged voters to come out that, okay, for all those who were threatening to kill and do this and that let's see how you can carry your threats out. So, but then some of us are still of the view that our elections are heavily invaded by
10,000 police
exactly,
officers,
you know, that can
students
create
for
fear.
one
But then that is because this is an off-cycle election. You know, I don't think the federal government has the luxury of posting such numbers of law enforcement agents when we have the general elections, except perhaps before the next one, we have our state policing. And this also is a test for the state policing intention, because I understand the Amotekun that would have been under firm control of the state was not allowed to be part of the team. You know, but by and large, from the feedbacks we are getting, there has been a high success in ensuring sense of security for voters who decided to come out and vote, and for the stakeholders, the INEC officials, and those who are participating. But like my senior leader colleague mentioned here, this is just a part of the process. Because I heard the incumbent governor also expressing his concern that he hopes that the trajectory will be from the unit to the ward, to the local government, and to the state. You know, you recall the elections of Edo State then off cycle, that things appeared to be going on very well until the midnight collation and a lot of drama started. But by and large, from what I've seen, I think the people of Osun have decided that let's come out and be part of this, and I'm very happy about that.
Okay. I do apologize. Mr. Wale Ogwadi, still about the militarization of our election. 15,000 police officers and over 25,000 security operatives for one governorship election. Did you think we should have gone past, this cycle of heavy security personnel for elections? Are we getting better at all?
Obviously, excuse me, this issue really still stresses me a lot, because to all intents and purposes, we've been involved in monitoring elections outside this country, and the issue of security involvement is not like this. Everybody goes its own way. Oh, election, they go in and they vote, and they go back, continue your business. And of course, because of the various threatenings and the various activities of insecurity, people killing themselves, and also Obasanjo said the other time, it is a politics of do and die. So because it's a politics of do and die, and the person knows, unfortunately again, is a winner takes all system that's here. Once you are the winner, then obviously you control the machinery, the levels of government and all. So everything will be thrown into it, mobilizing the people. Unfortunately, hunger and poverty has been introduced. It has become an instrument and a weapon to work on the people. Go, we'll give you just 10,000 naira, 5,000 naira. I mean, it's interesting. I hope we'll be going there later about vote buying. 2,000, 1,000 naira being used to how do I call it now, to induce people to vote. And it goes a long way, particularly in the rural areas. You go to the backside of Edwabo, the Yakoyos, yes, in Osun State. You are looking at me. I know Nigeria very well. I've been involved in this. So the Edwabos, the Iputumodu, and all those inner Koro, Kajola, and all these. These are hamlets that 1 little naira will induce them, and they will even hoodwink them. But like when my colleague was talking to me from the Epic Center, he was talking from a rugby and was telling me that in fact the turnout, say, Ilesha, and those are the hotbed. Ede, the people Osogbo, Ikire, what's it? Okuku. So, then it's all right, let's see. And of course, we are still waiting. I just pray that this time around, my predictions will not come to pass. That everything will just go calmly. I just hope so.
All right. Gentlemen, let's take the story. I'll be right back to analyze more. In the build-up to today's election, the Osun State Police Command arrested a 7th member of the State House of Assembly, Abiola Inolaji, alongside 146 suspected electoral mercenaries allegedly camped at his residence in Ikire. The lawmaker who represents the Rewole-Shokon State constituency in the Osun State House of Assembly was arrested last night during a police operation with more than 200 permanent voter cards reportedly recovered.
Your name once again, sir?
Abiola Ibrahim.
Abiola Ibrahim. You say you brought these people from where? Where did you bring them from?
I said that some of them are residents of Ikire, and some of them are Indians that live outside Ikire.
Outside Ikire? Is it outside Ikire, outside Osun State?
Yes, some of them live outside Osun State.
Outside Osun State. When did you bring them into Ikire? In Osun State?
And what right do you have to bring them to your residence here? Answer that question.
Feeding them. So that tomorrow they go and phone I call your member.
You brought them from outside the state to Ikire. You camped them in your residence and you are feeding them. Am I correct? For what purpose?
And you are member of which party?
For what purpose?
For what purpose are they here? We are here to vote.
To vote. And you are a member of which party?
All right, gentlemen, there you have it. 200 permanent voter cards camped non-residents of Osun State in his apartment. Why? I mean, this looks like a rhetorical question, but then we continue to say our elections are a do-or-die affair in this part of the world.
No, but first of all, did this surprise you?
For me?
Yes. Are you surprised?
I'm not surprised.
No, you're not surprised.
I'm not.
You were expecting that something like this was going to happen.
Absolutely. Because there are two approaches to solving problems. You focus on the symptoms, or you deal with the fundamentals. And we have not dealt with the fundamentals of our electoral and political challenges in the country. Reportedly, INEC claims to have issued about 1,906,000 PVCs, out of which about with this about 432 with CBN. Not everyone came to collect PVCs, but obviously these ones were ferried into the state. So the question we should be asking is that why do politicians do what they do? Apparently because politics has been highly businessized
and seriously lucrative.
High yield
investment,
where in 2 years you can earn enough to take care of your lifetime and generations to come. So we have not repositioned our approach in what I call transformational leadership issues. And there are two: service and sacrifice. And that is why you find the likes of Mandela dying with very marginal net worth in terms of wealth and material things, but high profile network in terms of integrity and service. Then the sacrifice. So you will find this. And right from, if you look at the ecosystem, you will find the reasons why politicians will be desperate. How much is the nomination form for House of Assembly? How much is the nomination form to go to the House of Senate? How much is the nomination form for presidency? Even when we read that some friends contribute to buy the form. Even when friends contribute to buy the form, are they buying for free? In monitoring these Osun elections, at a point, the discussion shifted to the stakeholders. Who are the stakeholders? The contractors. Those who get the big contracts, and they must ensure somebody remains.
So you
in
don't
office.
think they're only doing it for the love of the person?
Party, if they do it for the love of the party, we won't have the kind of defections we have in this country. I've said it, there are about 3 levels of interest in politics: national interest, party interest, and self-interest. And self-interest drives the others. That is why a politician can move, cross carpet about 5 parties within a space of 1 year. And so we really need to begin to reinvent. Let me ask this question. Imagine that you are invited to come and contest for House of Representatives. And you ask them how much is the salary. And you are told it's 1.2 million per month with 1 brand new Camry car, any other vehicle you buy by yourself, that you maintain your aides and all those you intend to work with you. And you look at what you currently earn, which is about 2 million without so much of overhead. Will you be rushing to? But you know.
I love my country, I will. Yes, I love my country.
Except you are going there to serve and sacrifice. And
Yes.
that sacrifice means I'm ready from what I'm earning to add value to my society. But is that the case? We all know it. We all know it. We've read stories of politicians who borrowed money to travel to Abuja at the beginning of their sojourn. And, years down the lane, they have shopping malls everywhere. And, even within our own constituency, a former, who was not even an elected officer, a political appointee, had to forfeit properties worth about 213 billion naira to the government. So where did that money come? He's been a prime minister, or had been a prime minister, and been a citizen. We have countries where prime minister rides to the office on bicycle. So we have instances like my colleague brilliantly mentioned earlier. We've monitored some
Elections.
governance across the world. So those are the issues. And please note it, I've been mentioning it of late. If you don't deal with the sugar on the table, you can buy insecticide, chase away the ants. New sets of ants will come. The Nigerian political system is too highly monetized in terms of inflow and outflow.
If I can just butt in, let me give you an example where he was going. I stay in, I have clients all over. So one of my clients was building a place, and these local government people came, stopped them from working, that they should pay some humongous amount of money as development fee before they can go on. And the curious thing was that they brought an account that is not government account, a private company's account. I said, no problem. They gave me, I look at the local government that is involved, wrote a letter to the local government chairman, asked him that under the Freedom of Information Act, give us a section 4, give us a record of what you have done with the previous funds that you have generated, so that I can advise my clients to pay this one that you are asking. They now went back, instead of, why did you go and meet a lawyer? Talk to us now.
I like the fact that you're talking about money. There have been cases of vote buying in some of these polling units. Sometimes when I have this conversation with BK will say, it's something that's now with us.
Yes.
Is there something we can do that we can take, so that we take vote buying out of our electoral process?
And can we ever?
Yes. You can.
Is it? It's possible.
Yes. My sister.
Okay.
Oh,
goes out. Unfortunately, our register takes in people, but nobody goes out. Yeah. When people pass, when people move away, they still are in the register. We talk about cleanups and all the rest of them, but the nature of our politics also makes it difficult for that transitioning that needs to happen, because the voter register cannot just be receiving people. It should also tell us when people have exited it.
And talking about the aggregation or the alignment or the numbers of voters per profile of how they stand in the society, students, about 30% of them. There are about 15 registered known universities in Osun State. Out of that, we have about 10 of them that are private universities. We have 3 of them that are federal universities. There is Uni Osun, there is Obafemi Awolowo University in Ile-Ife. You have Bowen University. You have Adeleke University.
Fountain.
These are universities that, a notable university in the private university league. This means one thing, and like I said yesterday, the students are in session. In your mind, Ezenwa, you imagine that if we have the students are more on the register of voters, could we see more of them come out because they are in school, and there's a possibility that they just stroll and vote. Do you think that the Gen Zs have that zeal to care about who becomes the governor of this state?
Well, I always have a challenge with the bifurcation that happens around whether there is no homogeneous Gen Z. Gen Z is not a homogeneous category. There are Gen Zs who want to vote, who understand patriotism, who understand, value for the vote, for instance. In Ife, in Obafemi Awolowo University, there are polling units there. They will come out. It's not about, and Ife has very high political consciousness.
Because if you go by what you see on the road here, once they lock down the road, you know what the young people do with the road?
They play football.
They play football. We didn't see them. I know where they play. I don't want to talk about it.
We need to encourage them to come out. No, what I'm saying, the attitude usually is one that is not encouraging. Guess what? Someone did an analysis and saw the usage of internet and saw that Netflix is more used on the day of election in the hour of election. And the encouragement we should give to the young people is that leave Netflix, leave the football, leave the television, come out and vote.
In Irekodun, how many young people are on Netflix? We need to. You see, the urban youth cannot become the majority, the total reflection of and representation of young people. Our people, energetic young people doing stuff, are also in the communities, and they control, they have the, and for election purposes, you had better go and study. The elections are in the communities. Absolutely. They are in the community, in the locality. Yes, if you take, and that's why if you become a politician tomorrow, you first of all go to your village to convince them. If you don't go to your village, you are wasting your time. You are wasting your time. You are talking to the young man who all his life does not even, some of them don't even know if election is going on right now. But if you go to the communities, serious mobilization is going on. The young people are out there, making sure that they want to take their destiny into their hands.
But just to say on a lighter note, that it seems they've listened to you.
Our advice.
And now they are under the shed.
The rain might come, and when it comes, it will pour. When it pours,
it will disrupt the process.
Everybody will get wet. And you look at the figure. One thing that bothers me, and it's about the electoral violence situation that we saw. And in your data at Kimbak, you talked about 81 incidents which are election related. Non-election related, 31. Fatalities, 15, which are election related. And 34 non-election related. These are staggering figures. As far as the election is concerned, nobody should be injured, no blood should be there. In fact, no little cut should happen to anyone. The ballot should be the center point. If any injury is going to happen, it should be on the ballot. When you are thumbprinting it, the effect should be on the ballot, not on the body of anyone, not the lives of anyone. But what we've seen in Osun, or what we have seen in Osun, I hope no violence will be heard, no gunshot will be heard, no killing will be recorded in this election. But prior to this election, your data is saying that it's been a bloody one.
Absolutely. And one interesting thing about that data is that for the first time since 2014, and then for the first time from Anambra 2021 election, this is the first time that election violence will overtake non-election violence.
The politician.
And it's something we should be worried about. Because when you look at non-election violence, criminality, and all those stuff, they are always more than election violence. But in Osun, you now have a situation where election-related violence here now supersede that of non-election violence. And that takes us back to what that insight he gave the other time, that the stakes in this election is high and the interest is now high. So that's number one. Number two is that it also shows us that one of the things we saw is that the figure were increasing as we move closer to the election. So you see, shooting. In fact, you have 7 major incidents that people died immediately after peace accord was signed. So that tells you that, look, it's something we should be worried about. And I am happy that with the level of deployment we have also seen here. So on the day of election, I mean today, I expect that the security agencies will be on top of their game and that everything will be under control, which I believe is likely going to be peaceful today. However, I still have my concern, but we are expecting a peaceful election today.
If you look at that data, it started growing from October. It went 1 in October, 1 in November, none in December. In January, it went up 7. February, it went low. March, it went higher. In April, it went up. And we saw a spike very close to the election. 20 in June, 17 in July, 15 in August.
As a lawyer.
So this data, as important as it is, but he can also take a peep into the past. On election day, there are no violence. Hopefully not. You hope not. No, because you have to look at it.
But you get to
the guns are silent on election day. Why is it so?
We've just been told that
on election, historically, hold on. I'll tell you what has changed. I'll tell you what has changed. You need to shoot gun to carry the ballot. When we used to have ballot box snatching. Today, if you snatch the ballot, you carry the ballot box, you have undone your own principal. Your principal will be the loser for you. Because today you want the people to come out and vote. If the people don't come out and vote, you can't do anything. So that's why there is vote buying. So the concentration is, let us have it. Let us, today is our day. Let us do everything to make sure that the people themselves come out. And there's a psychology to this thing. Every time these figures come out, it impacts turnout as well. Because somebody listening to us will simply say, oh, they are killing people. There is no need for me to go there. But this message is important. Today, Ekiti, everywhere that I've gone in the course of election day, I'm not talking about pre-election, post-election, but on E-day, whatever happens is very minimal because all the competitors are out there making sure that they can get the overhand.
So now, Ezenwa, where the areas that will bother me, and based on what we have seen,
I want you to keep your border to yourself for today.
Yeah, I wouldn't. But look, it's good that we work on data. The only thing that you can work is the fact
election
before
day,
you.
election day
The
data.
election day
data.
We are watching it. Why we are doing this is to also encourage people to say, do not allow yourself to be used. If people know that people have been killed, and they know that they have a sense of the figures and the incident and the report, they know that they shouldn't allow it to happen. And that's why they need to watch out for places like Elisha East, Elisha West, Oduotin, Ede South. These are areas that have recorded incidents in the last 2 weeks.
For instance, it is in Elisha that senator made that statement. Of course, you interviewed him. Now, after that statement, you know 2 people were shot dead. After that statement he has made. So what it means is that, look, something happened in the last 2 weeks in Osun State, and that alone is cause for worry. And I'm happy that based on what has happened, the police knew about this, the security agency knew about this. They step up their their deployment, which is a very good thing. You see, Osun State is dynamic in a way that, look, when you look at the competition, because you cannot just go and be beating drum and say, look, everything is is just is normal. Now, but again, what is violence? Violence is not limited to shooting alone. You know, intimidation, harassment, all of these things make what is called violence. And one of the things again we have seen, if you draw the pattern, is that you need to know that the end product of violence that you see, the intimidation, the harassment, for instance, when somebody says, look, if you see them, kill them, now that is a statement of intimidation. But what I am trying to say is that the end result is people are afraid, they don't want to come out, or when you hear somebody died here, the end result is that, oh, they don't want to come out. And most of these things are also impacting turnout. And that is why when you bring out the data, security agency, every other person, use data to say, look, this is where things are happening. This should inform our deployment and reinforce confidence in people to come out and vote.
I want to encourage every Osun voter to go out and vote. This is a message, go out. Wherever you're watching, today, this morning, this hour, take our word for it. It's safe out here, as far as you can see. We are not in any house under any roof. It is safe. Go, don't let anyone intimidate you. Your vote will count. Stand by your vote. Stay with your ballot. Look at it, watch it, ensure that it is counted, ensure that they take it and take it to capture it with a beavers machine and upload on IRF. It's your responsibility. All of the sounds of war, the gunshots, they will calm down today. Your vote will count. I'm sounding like a preacher already. But I'm begging you, leave your house right now and start coming out, wherever you may be. Come on.
This is what I wanted you to do. Data is important. No doubt about that. But data can also scare. Data can become a scare, a very big scare. And what is at play in this election is the people. The people will have to come out to vote. And the more they come out, the more the violent entrepreneurs are scared themselves. Because if you come here and there are 1,000 people, you are likely going to find your way, because you know you won't. What you see, there is a political economy to mobilization. Where is it again? There will be a lot of violence. So what then happen?
Have they complained about anything?
You increase the number of mobilization. You know, and when you increase the number of mobilization, that has something to do. So let's play down that today. I mean, E-Day. Anybody who wants to do data, suddenly give me data of what happens on E-Day.
I've gone to the theology. I've gone to theological school, and I'm preaching to anyone of you. Whenever, if you have any family member, just tell them, you're watching China's television, everything is fine, everything is okay.
And that is true. Where we are live at Alekuodo. So we are not in Lagos, we are not in Abuja. It's peaceful out here, and we are encouraging everybody. And the same thing that we have got from Malaysia everywhere.
Where the eye is peaceful. Even where they are.
That's what I'm saying. That the information we have, again, from every other place is peaceful. I think people need to go out.
Just for a moment, because I will take you to Lagos. We will expand the conversation, but quickly, let me take you around this environment. If you don't believe, you can see me in flesh. I can touch it. It's not AI. This is Bukola, not AI. Let me show you what is going on right here. You can see they are ready for you, wherever you may be. They are ready for you to cast your ballot. This young men and women, they have woken up. They've been trained to do this, and this is what they are here to do. So come out, they're ready. In the next 30 minutes, the ballot will open. And for whatever you may think, this is going to go well. And of course, wherever you're voting, this is a cubicle where you will cast your ballot. So if you are a first-time voter, it's an open, secret ballot system where you come here, you thumbprint, and you go drop it in the box. But there is one thing that is important. The number of security operatives that we see gives some sense of confidence about the security in the exercise. The transportation is, we've seen a lot of deployment. And look at them there. You first of all go there, where the register is, you check for your name, then you go there to go and queue up. But of course, a lot will be happening in the coming hours and minutes leading up to this election. It's going to be a very interesting one. Eyes are on this election. It's the last election, off-cycle election, before the main one. Before I go to Lagos, my colleague, Eyitope Kuteyi, has been covering some areas for us. Let us hear Eyitope Kuteyi. What is the situation where you are right now, Eyitope?
Which is the D-Day. It's quite competitive.
It's the D-Day of the Osun State Governorship Election. And after 3 months of intensive campaign by political parties, today voters will decide their fate as they cast their ballots at the polling booths to choose who lead them in the next 4 years. I'm at Unit Forward 5 in Okefia in Osogbo, local government area of Osun State. And behind me, security operatives. This is a polling unit, and security operatives are already on the ground with election officials and electoral materials to ensure that this election starts by 8:30 according to electoral laws. And recall that INEC said, told me yesterday that they will be at the polling unit early enough waiting for voters, and I think they're keeping to their words. And if you can see my right hand side here, the election officials are already pasting the names of voters on the wall, preparing to commence this election this morning. We're on ground to bring you up to speed with everything happening around this election across the 30 local government areas of Osun State. It's back to you in Lagos.
The people of Osun State have taken their destiny in their hands. They have made a determination that this is their state and that there must be peace in their state and that they are going to exercise their democratic franchise without their hindrance.
And so we are looking at
quite an interesting conversation, Kelly, with Shehu Mr. as well as Ido of Kimpact Development Initiative, trying to look at all sides as far as this election is concerned. It's our continued coverage of Osun State Governorship Election taking place today across the 30 local government areas. Understand about 3,763 polling units in the three.
To choose their leaders, and it is important for them to make a choice. We are praying also, we are asking the security to also protect the voting cubicles, to allow people the freedom to go into the voting cubicles and cast their vote without intimidation.
Both people almost 90 years, 70 years of age, they are just happy, they want to happy to cast their vote. The intimidation and all that is not working. I'm an electoral commissioner in Osun State. And this is my unit. I'm here non-partisan because of my position in the state. But everything is working and going on very fine.
It's still Osun Decides, and right about now we still have Jide Ologun, lawyer and a PR expert with us, and Wale Ogwadi, the Executive Director of Voter Awareness Initiative. So we've just been told that based on INEC's schedule, voting has ended, but INEC has not announced an extension. So sorting and counting has already started in some polling units. But before we went on that break, where we had that conversation with one of our reporters on ground, he said that in some polling units, voting is still going on. But let me come to you, Wale Ogwadi. What should INEC be doing right now to ensure that the transition from voting to counting and collation does not become the most vulnerable phase of this election?
Generally, is the rule. There's a window. You start 8:30, you close 2:30. So obviously, if you don't open the window 8:30, the number of time that there's a delay is added. That's what we call fairness. Okay. And I hope they will follow that. Well, in most places in Osun, from the report I got from my people, voting started on time. And of course, we thank God we had a very good weather. So the issue of the weather disturbing in terms of rains and so on is not there. So be that as it may, if that is cleared, then the next thing is following the procedure. Begin to sort out the various papers, the ballots, and of course, you begin to count. You get who is it now? The agents to be on standby, and of course, clear the place so that it will be visible for everybody to see, not a crowded place. You see, when you put up all these structures on ground, then the whole environment, everybody will say, yes, the project is clear, visible. Not that the whole place is crowded, or you drive some people away, or you intimidate some people. No. After that, they count to the knowledge and to the sight of everyone, and of course, you post it. Posting means you paste it at the wall there. When we started all this project in the first time, they will say, no, they are taking the votes to the polling station. Meanwhile, to the police station. Meanwhile, the Electoral Act is that you take it to the polling station. But they will say they are taking it to the police station. In between the polling unit and the police station or police station, the thing will come get belay, or it will disappear.
And you know, it was nice to hear from Festus Okoye, former INEC officer, corroborating what correspondent Rafi Ahmed has said. Osun residents are out, determined to vote. They are there. We saw them seated. We are here today to cast this ballot. I mean, also from the data INEC released, an increase of roughly 400,000 registered voters in 4 years. It's quite significant, isn't it?
Absolutely. And if this is anything to go by, is to just amplify it and speak to Nigerians. You should not be intimidated. If you're eligible to vote, you've registered to vote, you have your PVC, be courageous enough to go out there and make that statement. You know, politicians will frequently tell us, oh, even if you are not happy with governance, that the only legitimate time you have to correct it when you come to the ballot, even though we have other provisions like impeachment in the constitution, but you know that trying to impeach anyone in Nigeria,
it's a killing time.
You know, like the question you asked the other time, that can we deal with vote
buying?
Yes, we can, but then who is to deal with it? I say that the legislative arm is a unique arm of democracy, because you don't have that under the military regime. And what Section 4 of the Nigerian Constitution 1999 as amended says is that the National Assembly, and by extension the House of Assembly at the state level, are to make laws for the peace, orderliness, and good government in Nigeria. So if we have strong laws against vote buying, but what do we find? That maybe those who are supposed to protect the land against vote buying are really beneficiaries of the vote buying, and it's because conditions that have been created. And on the veracity of the law, I read about 2 ministers of defense in China who were slammed with suspended death sentences you know, for bribery and for corruption in office. But here, we've read about those who have been killed, I think about 30, even before these Osun elections. Who are the killers? What will happen to them after the elections? You see, how do we treat electoral elections? We have read during the primaries in the northern part of the country, even some other parts of the country, some politicians caught with huge sums of money. And so what happens to them? You know, we just read now somebody is caught with about 200 PVCs. After the election, what happens to him? Isn't it that phone calls will go around and they'll just leave that guy? Next time, make sure you cover your tracks very well. So unless we begin to implement our laws and people see it, then we cannot prevent all these electoral acts. I've monitored elections on many occasions, and I can let you know that on the scale of 100, about 92% of times, all the electoral offenses are committed. But who is brought to book?
We've always talked about the establishment of Electoral Offences Commission in this country for over a decade now.
You know, I just said it. A U.S. government president came to office. I know what he did? He reduced the number of laws of the United States of America. And I would say, hey guys, the remaining ones we're going to implement. We have laws. Yes. Laws. Nigeria, we have laws.
Making laws whenever
you know, but do we implement the laws? You know, so those are the issues.
I like the fact that you're both lawyers, okay, learned persons. But is the criminal justice system strong enough to go after persons perpetrating electoral violence?
I hope you are not a witch. That's what I wanted to talk about, particularly. The law in Nigeria protects the big man against the poor. Unfortunately, I go to the prisons regularly. Not as a prisoner, look at me that way. I go there in the course of my work. And the prison is populated with the poor. If you reach, the rich people there are victims of political chess game. The people, I don't want to mention them, you know them, these big boys, those who have run into the problems of EFCC. Poor men don't have problems with EFCC. They don't have opportunity to steal money. It is only simple contracts that they run into. So the other guy wants to oppress him. He'll use the instrumentality of the police.
Okay, well, just hold that thought. We need to continue on that. But we've just been told that Olaide has joined us. Olaide, talk to me. Where are you?
So, Olusegun, this is Ilode Ward 1, polling unit 7.
Okay.
At Ile-Ife. So the voting ended at exactly 2:30. I was there when it ended at exactly 2:30, and the INEC officials started, the sorting immediately. So as I speak, this is the process ongoing. They have started counting the votes. So, and therefore transparency, you can see that the INEC officer is, showing the ballot papers to the people to see that this is the actual vote of an individual, this is the vote of another individual, and all of that. So far, the residents here have been cooperating with the INEC officials and the security personnel that is on ground. So the process here is going smoothly, and we hope that the voting will, the counting of the vote will end as soon as possible.
All right. I'll come back to you, or we'll come back to you, Olaide. Let's speak with Olamide. Good afternoon, Olamide. Give us a sense of the atmosphere where you are.
Hi, guys. Good to see you. It's been a long day here. Just arriving Ejigbo in Osun State. I'm currently at Ward 2, Unit 16, Reservoir Area, Iriakari polling unit in Ejigbo local government. And what you can see behind me is that, sorting and counting of vote has now commenced at this polling unit. We understand that voting ended at exactly 2:30 p.m. And now the sorting and counting has now begun with party agent, monitoring the process. There's been no disruption to the process that we are seeing at the moment. However, right before we came in, we got news that there was a brief disruption to one of the polling units here in Ejigbo. That was Unit 13, Ward 04. Coincidentally, it was also the polling unit of the ADC candidate, Najim Salam. But I understand that this minor disruption was swiftly addressed and responded to by security operatives. Visiting other areas across Osun State today, I've also been to Iwo local government area. There was, the concern about the beavers. Some persons were saying that the beavers did not adequately, wasn't swift enough to handle the turnout of voters that we saw in today's election. But in Iwo local government, I think the case was a bit different because the beavers wasn't really an issue. Right in a day before I moved, to Iwo, there were some concerns in some polling unit about the beavers and how it was, slow. But that was the opinion of some of the voters. It wasn't exactly, what really happened across board. But what we are seeing here is that even after voting, we still have some voters who still stay back to monitor the outcome of this election. There's been a large and high turnout of voters in this election. Passing through the street of Osun State, also you see security. The security standard has remained the same from morning up until this moment. We're still monitoring development. Jumoke.
All right. Also, talk to me. How orderly has the transition from voting to counting been? Has there been tension from the? Have you noticed any tension from the voters, the party agents?
I was also following your analysis, and also our colleagues in the studio. I will say it has been right on point with the realities that we have seen on ground in this election. I would say that there's really no sense of fear among the voters. Visiting areas of the state, there is calm. There's really no cause for concern, and we have security on ground. The promise by the police to have about 4 security men on board. The police on board is here, as you can see. We still have security officials tightly monitoring the election. Everyone is free here. It's their hometown, and aside the tension, the little bit of tension that happened in the morning, everything has been restored.
All right, Alaide, I hope you can hear me. What more should we expect from your location?
Process, and one surprising thing about, the election right here in Ile-Ife is that despite the huge turnout of voters, it is surprising that the voting ended at exactly that time that it is supposed to end, which is 2:30. And so it shows that the residents have been cooperating with, the election officials here, and it shows that, I was at another polling unit a couple of minutes ago, and I was talking to you on the program that they had issues of beavers, scarcity. They had only 1 beavers, and the only beavers that was present there, was not swift enough to, get the entire process done fast. So it was addressed, and the process went well and smooth. So I got to the polling unit a couple of minutes ago, and I discovered that voting has also ended at that place, despite the huge number of voters that turned out in that particular polling unit. So what I'm saying is that we're still monitoring the process. We'll also monitor other polling units to see the developments there. And I'm quite sure that counting that would have started at those polling units too. So we'll also monitor along the road while we're coming and down to Osogbo. See some of those polling units to see whether they are complying with the 2:30 deadline of the end of voting. So we'll keep you updated as the situation concludes here in the
All right. Thank you, Olamide. Thank you, Olaide. We'll come back to you guys as soon as we can. Thank you and well done.
All right. Okay. Before we went on that break, I needed you to land on your thought, because I asked that question: is the criminal justice, strong enough to go after, persons perpetrating election violence?
Actually, all over the world, the rich always gets away with the crime because they have access to good lawyers.
So it's not just Nigeria.
It's not just Nigeria, but the exception in Nigeria is that the lawmakers are people, or how do I call it now, make laws that will protect their own. When I was in school, I read a book, I can't remember, maybe it's by, what's his name, Machiavelli, Politics, the Substance of Politics. And of course, the history of all hitherto existing society is that of class struggle. So it's a class war between the rich and the not rich, the politicians and the other classes. And obviously, I will give you an example. As I talk to you now, since the inception of this Third Republic, is it Third Republic now, 1999, or Fourth Republic? Till now, there are some people who have turned themselves into permanent representatives in the National Assembly or in the House of Assembly in the state. Since then, they have imposed themselves on the people. And either the people like it or not, either they are delivering the dividends of democracy or not, they are there, caring less about the pain and the problems facing the people. And for God's sake, what's governance all about? If it's not about caring for the welfare. My brother said it some few minutes ago, which is in the Constitution, Section 14 is clear. Security and welfare of a people is the essence of government. And who is this government? Those who represent the people. So if people don't have it, unfortunately, it goes to what he said. People see election, those that are poor, see election period as their own opportunity to get their own part of the national chin-chin.
And I also think another good example is the consequence of vote trading in our Electoral Act. 5 million naira or 2 years in jail. There are politicians who can afford 5 million
exactly.
naira. But when you catch an ordinary resident, let's say Osun State, how many of them, someone who collected 5,000 naira, how does that person, what's it called now, have 5 million naira to pay for the consequence of vote trading? But also, I want to take you back to what our correspondents have just said. Olamide and Olaide said there were no disruptions where they are at the moment. What does that tell us? I mean, compared to what we saw before the election, the concern or the escalated security threat we saw before this election, how surprised are you?
I'm not surprised, expecting that INEC would have realized that she's under, let me use the expression of a woman, she's under the watch of the whole world. Because this is the last off-cycle election before the 2027 general elections. And with people demanding accountability from INEC, I think this is so far so good, an impressive performance. And I have advised, I see no reason why anyone will want to jeopardize his or her conscience for an election purpose. I was saying somewhere, there wasn't anything like vote buying in 1993, the option A4. Professor Nwosu conducted that election on the platform of conscience, even when a military leadership was monitoring. And against all odds, he was bent on doing what was right until their military leader truncated everything. Nwosu has gone to rest. The truncator still there, and those who probably connived with him to abort what could have been the freest, the fairest, and the most credible election. In fact, during that election, the issue of religion did not count. The issue of tribe was sidetracked. People came out because they looked forward to an era of development for the nation. So I hope that INEC will realize, like I advise, that it's only God that won't leave office. Even the person that conducted the 2023 election is already out of office. So, and I want my senior advocate, Professor Amokwito, to please at least allow the interest of the people that we talk so much about to prevail. I say it's not he who decides to trust you. that should be blamed. He's the one who is trusted and betrays. So let's do what is right.
Okay, now if you look at the build-up to this election in Osun State, you wonder what has made Osun State politically volatile. I mean, is it that the people are now getting more politically aware, or the politicians are getting more desperate? Let me start with you.
Is it desperation? One, Osun is like a litmus test for all the politicians. Maybe I'll go deep a bit.
Let's talk.
The Aregbesola factor with his ADC. The governor.
Let's not mention.
Well, unfortunately,
okay.
there's no way we can. No, the thing is gone. There's no more. I mean, the law, the space is open now. So don't worry. And I'm talking to you as a lawyer anyway. So there's no crime now. The elections is gone. There's no more campaign. Aregbesola and his factor, the ADC group, the APC, with the passive backing of Tinubu from Abuja, the Accord man, the governor. Those are the three major factors in this game. And they want to test their power. Everyone wants to show that I belong because of the big pie for the federal elections next year. So everyone wants to deliver, as they normally say. If Adeleke is able to get back, then obviously you have a strong bargaining power concerning the elections. And don't forget, in 2023 general elections or so, Osun delivered to PDP, if I'm right.
Yeah,
Atiku won the presidential election in Osun State.
Yes.
So this election, who wins? It's about sending the signal, the right signal.
So that's why it's very, very interesting and very, very important to the politicians. You are not a politician. You are not a politician.
I'm a journalist.
You are a journalist. So you journalists will not know. We work with them, so we know what is at stake, as they will say.
I object to that.
Sorry?
I object to that.
Say you or them?
You are all politicians.
Say we?
Yeah, everyone is a political animal.
Oh, you are objecting to them, Abi?
Anything, the affairs of your community.
My brother, let's leave them. You know, the late Mbadiwe, he said, let us, for peace concordial, let us agree, so that we have peace, our accord concordial. You remember that famous MKO Mbadiwe? Right. So maybe they may not know who MKO is. What was it? Is it KO Mbadiwe? Yeah. It's KO Mbadiwe, not MKO. KO Mbadiwe. So that man was a very great political orator, big time. But let's leave that one. So the stakes are high, my brother, for the 2027 election. And this is the build-up, because it's the only last election for all the political parties to test themselves. Don't forget, Ekiti came. All those people were grandstanders. They all pretended that they're going to win and so on. They fell, Yakata. But this one now, everybody wants to show face. No, we are coming. In fact, there is a political party that I thought will even play a big role. We'll even have, even if it's GGG, gra. There was no gra about that political party. And I say, and you want to be involved in 2027, and you are not visible in Osun? Sorry, no show for you. You know, my brother Alagbaja said, Oga, anything for you?
No show for you. Well, yes, I do. You know, in this case of Osun State, there are 15 political parties listed for this contest, but only about 3 or 4 appear to be prominent. Talk of Accord, ADC, and APC. You know, and if you look at what APC has invested, let me use that expression, into this election, where there are 30 commissioners of police, talking about federal minds now, for the 30 local government areas in Osun State. You should understand that body language. How many governors are in Accord Party in Nigeria? Imagine the number of governors in APC who have decided that we must go for this victory. Because, as rightly mentioned, this election is beyond just producing a governor for Osun State. It's also pointing to 2027 election. And you see, I don't blame politicians. I've said it. If you are not ambitious, please stay away from active politics. You see, because some have said, oh, if APC already has about 32 governors that have defected out of 36, should they not just be comfortable with victory in 2027? Politicians don't think that way. 99 may be huge. That one that is left may be a missile that can dislodge the 99. That's how they reason. So a statement is being made. And again, politically speaking, it's a test of loyalty. Recall that even Adeleke himself was to move to APC, but he didn't move fast enough. So they locked the gate and he rushed to Accord.
Is it a case of he didn't move fast enough, or in the past that B did that?
Yes,
no, he didn't move fast. If he's fast, he will move.
I thought maybe the past that B didn't.
Even in the Accord party he is, he has still recognized the influence of the president by saying, Mr. President, we are in two different parties. I'll support your presidential ambition. But again, don't forget that APC lost out in Osun, painfully so. And, I mean...
They are still sulking.
You know, the man who lost out still wants to make a statement to his mentor
boss.
That I didn't let down your hands totally. We can still regain. So the battles are really, really on. But I'm glad that people are coming out. And there are several factors that will determine how people vote. I said it in a chat like this, that maybe some are saying, oh, for EFCC to have come to freeze some of the accounts of the state, they are showing desperation. Let's show them this is our state. Different forces. But the president quickly said, please withdraw that step. And you know, so, and with the trade of the senator and things like that. But in the next, how many hours now, we should know how far we have gone. But please, let me advise leadership. Whether the incumbent returns or not, why don't you go to office knowing that someday you will leave? So the good you have for the people, deploy that good. You'll be remembered for the legacy. You know, Buhari cannot resurrect again now and come and be say, oh, I wanted to do this, I wanted to do that. He's gone, you know. Abacha is gone, Mandela is gone, and that's what I have. And that's why my advocacy really is how do we move in the direction of good governance in this country. And we were talking about vote buying. There is even a provision in the new Electoral Act 2026 as amended that those who are found culpable, you know, of vote buying should be barred from electoral for about 10 years. Yes. But again, in the criminal justice ecosystem, there are three important pillars. The first one is thorough investigation. Next one is diligent prosecution. The third one is a committed judiciary. Can we have these three synergizing to dispense justice? That's where the challenge is. You've heard some cases in court. At least I know of two former governors that at the end of the day, the judge was frustrated and had to discharge them and acquit them for lack of diligent prosecution. And when you want to have a taste, a view of what we call diligent prosecution, go and study the Kurimadius case in the UK, study the case of the former governor of Delta State, Ibori, where the UK, even when in the case of the Kurimadius, the former president, Olusegun Obasanjo, wrote a letter to the UK, pleading for leniency, and UK said no. And to underscore that governance mindset, when the case of Nnamdi Kanu was coasting to conclusion, the federal government tried to play a fast one that, okay, let's go to the UK, act for the release of Ekweremadu to come and complete his term in Nigeria, because that pact was signed during the former president, Goodluck Ebele Jonathan. And UK said, Nigeria, you know, we love you so much, we are friends, so to say, but we don't trust your justice system. So leave him here to complete. You know, so we still have to fine-tune a lot of things.
Now, you talked about the synergy. What will it take for us to get that kind of synergy? Where should it start? The Office of the Attorney General, the lawmakers, what will it take for us to get that synergy?
Let me answer that question.
Over to you.
Laws are made by lawmakers.
Yes.
Those who populate the law, how the legislative chambers are the people that are elected there by the people under this quid electoral process of hunger and illiterate set of people who will not really mind who they vote in. All they are interested is that paper called money. But when we have people who are really educated, who are really aware of their rights, civil and political rights, to know that for a good nation, for a nation to be established, it is through good laws. And that's why Section 7 of the Constitution brings about the essence of the National Assembly. The essence of the National Assembly is to make law for the good governance of the country. So when you have laws that are made by people who have no conscience, then definitely it will be like this. Then people will begin to suffer. I've told you some few minutes ago. In Germany, they don't have water to drink. We have water in abundance. You see what the transformation in Israel, if you've been there, a desert too, like Abu Dhabi or UAE. Somebody sat down. Okay, where we are here, when I was a kid, we used to come to this part. We know Belmnos make you enter this part near IMP Plaza. Bar Beach, to come and do all the funds and all. But see, who can ever expect that this type of a place can be reclaimed, just as the man reclaimed Abu Dhabi? Where am I going? Good governance. I told you I've crisscrossed Nigeria. I have never seen the type of 1004 estates anywhere in Nigeria. Is it forbidden, my brother? No. And people need houses. If there are houses all over, and that's why you see universities, when they grow, of course, people now move towards those universities to decongest the urban, and they become semi-urban areas, and of course, people begin to grow. There is a university, there will be a bank, they're going to begin, and I don't need to come to Lagos. I don't need to go to Ibadan. But when there is no law, these people who are there, the only thing is that they sit down to go into the National Assembly to get their money. And we have been shouting, those of us in the civil society, that no, we don't want any salary to be given to them in but just sitting allowance, because you see, anytime from now, if your people go to pick news in the National Assembly, 1/3 of the chamber or 2/3 of the chamber is empty. Okay. Right. So, sorry, sir, let me land. Yes. When that type of thing happens, you find out that these people are not committed, but they are for their own personal aggrandizement. Okay. And where do we take it from there? How do you have good laws?
All right. I like the points that you've raised, but before we had a conversation with some of our reporters, they said that voting has actually ended in some of the polling units, yes, and counting, sorting has actually started. In the build-up to this election, there were strong words, strong rhetorics, persons were killed, parties accusing each other. After such a keenly contested election in the state, what responsibility lies on the shoulder of the winner in reuniting the state?
I've said it. Section 14, subsection 2 of the Nigerian Constitution 1999 as amended. So under the scale of security, bring people together again. And that is why I advocate that leadership should probably be encouraged, if not compelled, to study public relations and stakeholders management. Yes, there can be conflicts, can resolve conflicts. At the end of the day, whether you talk about Donald Trump, the Netanyahu, and the Iranian leader, they will still come together, sit down and resolve their crisis, so that you can focus on that development. Let me say this. I doubt if there are human beings who don't want to enjoy success for themselves. You know what I mean? So if we are in a society where, for instance, a governor comes in, to implement the Electricity Act, to say, in my state, there will be 24/7 electricity. My brother, my sister, people will enjoy it. Provide the basic amenities. If it's within your power, and it should be right now, because after removing the fuel subsidy by the president, he has passed more money to states to say, okay, we are going to reinforce education, the infrastructure of education, the safe school initiatives, and we are going to ensure that every child born in this state has access to basic education. We are now going to invest in the maternity. When we were growing up in the capital of the world, Okakoko in Ondo State, within our communities,
I like that.
My primary school, walking distance. St. Patrick's College, walking distance from my father's house. The maternity where you go for treatment. Everything. What was my business with even the capital of Ondo State? I didn't have any business, Lagos or where. I tested government.
At the local.
At the local level. In the US, you find farmers who don't know where New York City is. They have no business in Washington, D.C. Even when we go on vacation and we phone them, hey, I'm in White House. And I say, you in White House? Yes. I said, I'm here on vacation, you are here to work. You see, so that is what, let governance be felt. Every part of this country is represented at the constituency level. So go to your village if you still have one now. Ask them the last time they had electricity. You know what I mean? Look at the roads. And let me commend President Bola Ahmed Tinubu. You know, I was in Ondo State recently, and I can see that the dream I took from that implemented. The road from Ilefe to Ilesha, you know, even though they are still working on one lane, paved by concrete. Between Akure and Owo, paved by concrete. The work is ongoing. Because in 2014, when Dangote was expanding the capacity of his business in Owajana, they flew us down from Lagos, you know, we were under with the President Goodluck Ebele Jonathan then, and Dr. Makoju made 3 statements when he was delivering his address, that the raw materials for producing cement in Kogi State could not be exhausted in 70 years. That was in 2014. The next one, that it is cheaper to construct roads with concrete than what we have been using. The third one, that it's cheaper to maintain roads that are constructed with concrete. And I've been dreaming since then. So when I saw Dangote fixing the road from Apapa Wharf all the way to, I said, now we are moving. So everything we need in terms of resources to develop Nigeria, they are here. Like my brother mentioned, which local government will you go to? Osun State we are talking about is rich in gold. But illegal miners are there. So are we now saying we have a pseudo government in terms of mineral resources that are not under the control of the state government or whatever? So these are what, see, let the commonwealth of this country be activated for the common good of the majority of the citizens.
Okay.
That's the big question there. You can enjoy yourself.
All right, gentlemen. Let me take you back to the issue of vote buying / our criminal justice and the justice system. Because earlier Mr. Ogwade says there are laws for rich people in Nigeria, there are laws for poor people in Nigeria. And also, you know, when I have conversations about our justice system, the kind of responses I get either saddens me or scares me, or both at the same time. So if we say that our justice system is not where it is today, it's very scary for an average Nigerian. And we've always talked about justice reforms in this country. What kind of work or how insurmountable are these challenges? If you had to, you know, speak directly to Chief Justice Kekere Ekun, what would you ask her to do differently as we continue to talk about our justice system?
She has said it. All the reforms. What is the essence of the justice system? To deliver justice. What did Lord Heward say that we're taught in the law school? Justice should not only be done, but clearly seen to have been done. So it's a privilege for you when you are a priest in the sanctuary of justice. And like I said, you will leave office one day. You see, And now you've asked a germane question. I will want the leadership within the judiciary to look at the speed of delivering justice. That is one thing people leverage on. That's why they will tell you, except for maybe for political cases and things like that, hey, go to court. In fact, some people will tell you, hey, go to court. We'll be in court for 7 years. Now you go tired. So let justice be justice. Because in the absence of justice, the society turns to a jungle. You know, and every role you have to play it well. And that's why I'm glad at some responses we are seeing, there was a time that even the Supreme Court of Nigeria, some of the justices protested. You know? So I'm also glad the judiciary has not denied the need for interventions within the system. And I will put that in a capsule of an expression, that the best of men is still a man. But my advice is that that man should please fear God, who at the end of the day we account to. You know, so, and if we can set the platform of justice right, we are making progress. Like I've been saying here, I thank God for Salim Ahmad's case, the former minister of power, who cornered about 38.3 billion naira meant for the Mambila and Zungeru hydroelectric power project. Do you know, I was doing a research that that Zungeru was where Nigeria was named, I think in 1912, before the amalgamation. That Zungeru at that time had pipe-borne water when the colonialists were here. You see, but today it's a forgotten. It was in Zungeru that I think Zik was even born.
Yes, nothing. You know, that's why I was born.
You know I mean? Think. So we want a Nigeria that leaders will come together and say, how can we maximize the potentials of this nation? I'm glad 30 commissioners of police are now in Osun State. Can we now develop a template that, okay, governors, 36 governors of the state, of the country, we have a problem in Ekiti State. Let's all move there until we solve that problem. After all, you have the MDAs, the ministry departments and agencies working for you. You don't have to be physically present. Oh, there's banditry in Kebbi. Governors, let's resume in Kebbi. Let all the commissioner of police also, let's resume in Kebbi to begin to solve the problems of the land, rather than just focusing it on elections and things like that.
Don't you think it's easier said than done?
It can be done.
It can
they
be
are
done.
doing it for elections. Okay. Let them do it for governance.
Don't worry. I don't know about you, but for me, I've been privileged to lead organizations and institutions, groups. Like I'm the president of my old students association. I got there and we started making things happen. In my street, I'm the chairman of the street. Make things happen. The principle here is that wherever there is a will, I like this concept and we are going to push it. You know me now. We are going to push it. So if they can come together to solve this issue in Osun, then they should come. We begin to talk to them now. If it's force, if it's blackmail, if it's intimidation, we'll do it against these governors. And look, this is the time for our people to enjoy democracy now. You want us to die? Who will you rule if we die? But that's not where I'm going now. My own little intervention is about the strong institutions. We don't have strong institutions in this country. That's why, you know what I'm talking about? And look at the madness. So, when you rush to enter a plane in Nigeria, when you want to step down in Heathrow or in, you know where I'm going, you calm down. But again, my problem, when we now get into the Nigerian airspace and the pilot says, ladies and gentlemen, we've started descent into the Brutala Mohammed International Airport. You see people getting up. You want to jump down from the air? You want to jump down from the air? This Nigerian madness.
Well, I don't know how to respond to that.
But I do apologize. I want Mr. Ogwade's perspective to this, issue of our justice system. Because, I mean, it's one thing to have a visionary CJN, but that does not insulate the system from corrupt judges. I mean, recently the NGC reported querying 256 judicial officers and suspending 2 judges. Can the judiciary police itself?
The judiciary can do it. That's what I said. Remove one and add one. Are you honest? Maybe because I'm ruled by the four-way test of Rotary when I was a small boy. Whatever you do, is it the truth? Will it bring goodwill to help concern? Will it be beneficial? And will it bring better friendship? What am I saying? Look, about 5 years ago or so, I was going to maybe between Akure and this Oshogbo axis. This same Osun State was celebrating 25 years of its anniversary. And one young girl was brought to the studio, to a radio station, to talk. And what is the problem of Nigeria or Osun State? He said, what she has observed as a small girl is that people who have conscience don't have opportunity of leading institutions. People who have the fear of God. And if you don't have the fear of God, you can't move. So institutions, I mean, that's why Obama was talking about strong institutions and so on. If we don't have it, there's nothing. You see now, just as I explained the other time, you are driving a car in London. Or even the other day, I was in America with my brother. I was saying, I observed that they don't hoot here, they don't press the horn. He asked, are they mad? If you do that, you'll be stopped and your brain will be checked.
No, we even use the horn to greet each other.
You don't need it, man. So you see institutions.
So some of us on this table are guilty. And this is a serious issue. Right now, our last two daughters are learning to drive. And I personally coach them. Give way to the traffic on the left. What does it mean? You get to a junction. In America, you see.
All right.
Even when vehicles are not coming, they stop. They observe before you move.
All right, I apologize. I need you to just hold that thought. We'll come back to this conversation right after this. But we're still monitoring the election process in Osun State, which has so far recorded a large turnout. Reactions have also continued to trail the process across the state. Senior Special Assistant to the President on Media, Tunde Rahman, has commended Osun voters and INEC for the peaceful conduct of the election. He stated this after casting his ballot in his unit in Iwo.
About the conduct of the election so far. The turnout has been very massive. I haven't seen a turnout like this in recent times. And this shows the level of awareness of our people. And they've been very orderly, very peaceful, such that one is proud to be a citizen of Osun State. I'm indeed proud to be a citizen of Iwo, where I voted a short while ago. Turnout massive, and our people have behaved themselves, conducted themselves peacefully, without engaging in violence of any form.
We just hope, we are praying for peace in Osun State, that the outcome of the election goes as according to the votes of the people, that is not manipulated and the results tampered with. So we are praying because we can tell the tension is really palpable, and the people are aware, they are more political conscious than before, so they know what they want. And I've encouraged everybody to go out and exercise their franchise without fear of intimidation. And largely in Iwara and the communities under me, they've done that, have been keeping in touch. So we pray that there will be no violence, announcing the results of this election.
All right, you're welcome back. It's still Osun Decides. I still have analysts right here in the studio with us. Olajumoke is also right here in the studio with me. So before we went on that break, we were talking about the criminal justice system. She was also
she insists that I must talk about.
Okay. Yes, but I want to know, in the build-up to this election, we heard that some persons died. More than 20 persons actually lost their lives. Is there a way where Osun elections affords us the ability and the opportunity to make scapegoats of those who perpetrate election violence in this country?
I appreciate this your question. I like this the catchword there, scapegoat. And unfortunately, if there is no scapegoat, then people will be emboldened and encouraged to continue committing acts of criminality. And I hope, again, having earlier mentioned that Osun election is a test case towards the big one coming. If the criminality that went on with the pre-election, and I'm not too sure, I just pray that there's nothing that will happen again, and that my forecast and my permutation will be wrong. But I know that any time now, hell will be let loose. But let's leave it at that. Let's pray that everything goes on well. So now let's come back to the issue of scapegoatism. People are emboldened when there is no punishment. They know you can get away with it. I like how my brother said it, and we know there will be an order from the above, a phone call here and there, and let him go. And that's all. And even if what come to the worst, as a lawyer, you know what I'm talking about. He knows what I'm saying, and many people who are watching. That's what we call there's a principle in law. It's called the nolle prosecute.
Nolle prosecute, okay.
So when the AG or a law officer goes to court and files a nolle, that's all. Someone who has killed, once the nolle is entered, that's all. So where is justice? Where is the rule of law? And somebody has died. And a family has been deprived. But once people are made to pay, that's why the English word is there. The law is no respecter of person. And will push the elements of the law irrespective of who. But as Lord Dennis said, nobody is above the law. The law is an unruly horse. Don't let us go into a law class in here. You just went and chook. She's been the one that instigating me. You my people. She's the one instigating me to go this far. You know she's got the lawyer in me.
I wish Lord Denny lived in this generation.
In this generation.
You know, there was justice then. You know,
you see, the individual wants justice. But the justice now has been trampled upon. And the court of law is the last hope of the common man. But the court of law now has not been messed up. When you go to the court, approaching the court, you are not sure you are getting justice. I don't want to go too far. There is a matter that I handled. I worked hard. In law, we call it a straightforward case. It's a fundamental issue. And the judge now messed up the case, allowing the system to now operate. And the man was saying, the law, is it how you watch me? Is it how I'm going to suffer the law? What can I do? I can't go and fight the judge. I've done everything I can as a lawyer, using the legality and the technicality in my brain to get the person free. But the justice system. And that's why he referred to it. And Ekweremadu can get the justice that was denied him, even not even a Quran, that one is far. Ibori, I know what my brother, what's his name now? Debo Adeniran, the advocacy he put on. And the man got justice in London. Do we look at some people now? I'm happy now LSDPC, Legal Practitioner Committee, is going that way now, of even dealing with lawyers who have run foul of the law. That's what we're talking about, justice, my sister. Right. So, but my problem, the chief judge, I just pray that God will give her the strength to look out of the box, as they normally say. There are people, I won't want to say me, so it's not as if I'm patronizing. I'm not even interested. But there are people who are still honest, who are still upright, that you give them an assignment and they will do it without fear or favor. That's where we'll talk about justice. You look at the law and follow the ambit of the law, not bringing sentiments into the rule of law. So if sentiments is brought into the rule of law, and as I will normally say, okay, look at it now in the Lagos judicial system, the commercial division has been created so that it will fast track the rule of law. Contract and business line and law will move on fast. But yet, it's still bogged down by the same technicality and, of course, adjournment. Commercial matters taking years again. What is the essence of creating a commercial division? Is it not to fast track? We look at ADR too. We went to an ADR sitting last week. No, this Thursday. We went to an ADR sitting. I was expecting that the ADR people will say, okay, let's finish this thing, this one sitting. They adjourned the matter till when? October.
All right, gentlemen, still on the issue of security. Then, if people have to die for any political contest, are we making any progress at all? Because, I mean, it's a rhetorical question, but then what responsibility do political parties and their candidates have or bear for the violence surrounding this election? Can an election be called successful if people have to lose their lives?
I'm sorry. Let me just chip this, then maybe you can take up. I've been running voters awareness initiative since 2008. It's an idea. When I started, people called me a madman. That you think the vote can count in this country? I said yes, it's a divine mandate. But anyway, thank God when it started and all. Thank God for Maurice Iwu and a little bit of Jega. We'll be having meetings on how to modernize and improve on electoral activities. To the extent that before, it's just a piece of paper like this that they use as ballot paper. Is that not so? But now you see a typical ballot paper having a name, a number, a color, and all, and assigned to electoral unit. That's not where I'm going. Where I'm going actually is that when systems are set up and you put people of integrity there, then it will move. But unfortunately, along the line, you'll find out that some people want to frustrate it for personal gains. So with that, you find out that whatever everyone is fighting for just becomes useless. Because now look at, is this thing not possible? Is it not possible? They say the vote cannot count. But look at it now, an incumbent, see what is going through because the vote will count to ensure that it's not removed. And some people know that, okay, through the vote counting, they too can come in. If people don't take steps, then definitely we won't get anywhere. Sorry, my brother, I just want to rub that in before your question, or your answer.
You know, the challenge here is that resolute determination to allow justice. By God's grace, I'm a chief superintendent of police, and in policing, we say there is no crime without a footprint. So that means you can trace every crime. So who are the killers of about 30 souls that have been wasted in Osun State because an election was coming? You should be able to trace them, profile them, investigate what, okay, some are saying some are cult related. Yes, is cultism allowed under our constitution? So there must be that determination to fight crime in the land. And what Section 15, subsection 5 of the Nigerian Constitution 1999 as amended says is that the state shall abolish corrupt practices and abuse of office. So if there are politicians who, though they cannot push their children forward to be thugs, are instigating thugs to kill, you go after them. And that has been my argument. We've been comparing nations here. Dubai, I have never read that Dubai fell victim to terrorists. Have you? I've not read it. But they identified 6 sponsors of terrorism within their domain, and they were apprehended, arraigned, prosecuted, and all convicted. 2 to life imprisonment, 4 to 10 years imprisonment, and gave reports to Nigeria on how to track that network of crime. What did we do? All we read at that time was Chief Lai Mohammed telling us Nigeria had identified about 400 sponsors of Boko Haram. But thank God recently now, some are having their accounts clamped down by SEC because America has now taken over from Dubai to say we are fighting terrorism across the globe. So there must be that determination. And the moment politicians realize that they can no longer trample on the shoulders of the laws of the land, then they will begin to behave like normal human beings. And what Section 1 of our Constitution says is that all institutions and persons are subject to the provisions of the Constitution. That's what we call the rule of law. You can look at the case of that hotelier in Ile-Ife. That somebody
went
killed,
to a lodging and
he has tried all the influences and everything, but no way. Justice is saying, no, you must pay for it. You see, so, and let me say this. If you are benefiting from injustice today, please, you may be the victim of injustice tomorrow.
Whatever goes wrong now.
So why don't all of us come together and say, let's do what is right? In fact, I don't envy any politician in Nigeria. You know why?
Why?
I pity them. I cannot go through that pressure. How can you be rich in quote and be under pressure? How you have the money and you still run helter-skelter, meet in the night and all for what? Leadership is not that difficult. So I say this, that both the rich and the poor in Nigeria are under pressure. It's not an ideal society.
It's not an ideal society.
And that is why people run out for medical care, run out on vacation, run out, and things like that. You know, so these are issues we need. Justice can be possible. I'm not shaking the table, but I'm just speaking to government.
Okay.
Please, what do we have in Section 16 of the Nigerian Constitution 1999 as amended? It says that the resources of this country should be harnessed in a way that we have a dynamic and self-reliant economy. That the means of creating wealth is not concentrated in the hands of a few. In sub 2D, it says affordable and available food, affordable and available houses. You know, reasonable national minimum living wage, unemployment benefits, care for the aged, care for the disabled are provided for all citizens. It's there. Go and see it. You see, but again, back to the lawmakers. You cannot sue the government on those provisions. So why don't you amend the Constitution to say, okay, if you borrow 73 trillion naira while in office, you must pay at least 95% of it before you leave office. If you don't pay, you go to jail for the outstanding until it is paid. So with laws, you make them, and some will say, oh, won't those laws be too tough? And I bring us back to the God, the owner of the world. He created his government in the Garden of Eden. And he appointed the vice president, Adam, and gave him the constitution. That Adam, these are the laws of our relationship in this business. And the moment Adam flouted, God didn't say, I'm the one that created him. You know, all he did was to make provision for his salvation in the future that come. Give me back my garden. And there are fine, all countries of the world are corrupt. But what is the ratio of corruption? I keep asking. You look at China, you look at, even in Ghana, recently an ambassador was recalled because he was found to be involved in electoral malpractices. So these are possibilities in Nigeria.
Okay. So, do you think the beginning and end of this whole debacle, national problem, is the immunity some of those politicians enjoy in our constitution?
How many of them enjoy immunity? The president, the vice president, the governor, deputy governors. How many are they? And when they leave office, they leave the immunity behind. And to test the justice system, and credibly so, and respectfully, I say it, a governor can be probed. Ayodele Fayose, when he was governor of Ekiti State, was probed by EFCC. And you warehouse your findings. In fact, when he left office, he drove himself to EFCC. And now,
EFCC.
I have been separated from immunity. I'm here. And that matter ran for about 6 years. At the end of the day, for lack of diligent prosecution, he was released.
Okay.
Sir, you remember, just a moment, you remember Darie?
Yes, now.
Who was even convicted by the justice system.
Yes.
The day he came to the Supreme Court in Abuja, I was also there. We had a matter, and by God's grace, we won our matter. And the Supreme Court confirmed his conviction. What I saw that they frightened me about Nigeria, right in the lobby of the Supreme Court, sir, Supreme Court, which is just about 50 meters from where the justices sat. Party loyalists were collecting envelopes. Those who followed him to court, thinking he was going to win. Now, the Supreme Court that has been the highest court in the land since 1963, when we became a republic, confirmed a conviction. A state pardon was granted to Darie by the federal government. So who is going to bring justice back to this society?
All right, gentlemen, in as much as I would love for us to continue in this line of conversation, but I want us to get back to Osun State, because right about now, sorting and counting has actually started. And this is one of the most crucial parts of the process, because we often see disagreements erupt during counting. Now, what should party agents do, when they believe that the figures being announced are inaccurate?
You already stated it, maybe for the opting time and for crying out loud. There is no stress anymore with what we have put in place. One, if your correspondents now begin to come up, now you see them, they'll be counting. 1, 2, 3, 4. For party B, maybe GND. 1, 2, 3, 20 for POP. Then everybody knows why.
Sometimes you still see some kind of people who say they want to rule baby.
Oh, the manipulation, though. Maybe
that's what I'm saying, that there's no room for manipulation here. Fortunately, this phone, this device, even make things easy. As soon as the counting is done, 20, and don't forget, sometimes the counter is being recorded. You agree with me? So, where is the room for manipulation? As soon as it's recorded, 2, 3 people along. So, if the agent has a different thing, then he's on his own. I actually am involved in election tribunal matters as a lawyer. And we use, fortunately now, there is an electoral section 84 of the Evidence Act, gives room for us to use electronic activism devices in our log courts. So once all these things are presented before a tribunal, this is the voice, this is it. So the idea of people manipulating will be reduced. But again, don't forget that anything can happen, and that's why people like us are there to mess up that idea of trying to take advantage of people. But now coming to the real issue. People don't forget I said the big picture is 2027, and they will not want to take it easy. They will ensure that they fight. I'm sure maybe, I come from the village, so the way I see you are a Lagos boy. you to my brother, don't mind them. Don't mind them.
It's not a Lagos boy.
What will the reaction of a half-cut snake will be? It will fight to do anything, or the second leg is a madman in a China shop. They will do everything to ensure that they win this election. So in doing that, they won't want to put anything, take anything for granted. So I won't be surprised if people now see, because I don't know, maybe you saw that when the last correspondent was talking that the vote has closed now, they've started counting.
Yes.
One guy walked back, crossing the camera, he was busy, he was calling, and that's the modus operandi. Okay, the thing no happen here, or it don't happen. Either of the two. So they begin to know how to walk. Are we to scatter the place? Or how to... I send a test to my people now. You better be on your toes. Begin to study this environment.
Exactly.
Because you told one of your correspondents now. What did you tell him? Stay what?
safe.
Stay safe.
You stay safe because this is the Akoko time, gone for this issue. Because I told you now, it is do and die politics.
I don't want us to go back to that issue of do and die politics because we've had there was in fact a politician who said,
"It's all right.
My mandate is not worth the blood of any Nigerian." We all know who we're talking about. But at this critical point, the security agents need to be at the top of their game, because how do they make sure that to prevent this thing from escalating?
So far, so great. The security agents have performed above board, from what we have monitored before now. And I didn't expect anything different, because I know the civilians also, with that huge presence of the security agents, they will behave, and let's also commend the vigilance that led to the arrest of that politician with PVCs. That's a huge crime. I will only be disturbed if in the next 3 weeks I'm not reading about how far the government has gone and somebody has put a phone call from somewhere to say it's our boy leaving, because you notice that when his party was to be mentioned, off the mic.
Do you think INEC should investigate how he got those PVCs in the first?
INEC could say they do not. I don't know how true.
It's a multi-level investigation.
It's a multi-level.
Because INEC could say we don't have the power to
just like the case of.
No, to investigate. That's what I'm saying.
I know that's it's multi-level. Just like the case of the fake DG and the fake agency. Multi-level. Federal Civil Service, the Federal Secretariat, how his budget infiltrated the National Assembly, how the person that got him the appointment letter died in a fire incident.
So they are collaborators.
Several investigation. I'm a private investigator, so when it comes to investigation, that's why I said earlier that every crime leaves a footprint. Even when a vehicle explodes in a bomb encounter, you can still go as far as trying to figure if you can get the engine number of that vehicle or the VIN number or anything that will link you to the importer, the producer, and things. So it's when you don't want to investigate that you just let matters. You can see that even the fake DG is saying, don't interrogate me privately. Bring me to the public. I have things to say. And so we must be deliberate about doing what is right. And that is when we appreciate the global benefits for all. And one thing I know is that injustice may serve the interest of a minority for a while, but definitely not the interest of the majority.
I like how you said that language, deliberate. And the other way, when we are on the pulpit, we say be intentional. The pastors, deliberate. You are deliberate about your work. You are deliberate about your work. I'm deliberate. We are deliberate. But are those who are in the level, holding the level of government, deliberate? Or they believe that they just come with cash? Let me give you an example. Do you know Guarimpa Housing Estate in Abuja? Somebody representing all Luo, Ikusukoto or something in Abia State has his constituency office located at the Guarimpa Housing Estate. So what it means is that his constituents, whenever they want to see him,
they come to
Abuja to come and see him.
Is
that deliberate?
Once in 5 or once
or the deliberate? You know, you are an English person. You're journalist with English. So that deliberate is
deliberate. It's deliberate. I can also let you know.
You get me, sir? So that type of representative, will it serve the people right? You see, my pain is about, I've been involved in this thing. I just go, why are people so wicked to fellow human beings? And sometimes these are people that the Yoruba will say, somebody who cannot have access to soup, now having the opportunity of being served that soup. I now say that, yes, I'm full. I care less if any other person's child.
Just to come in with a different perspective, I mean, still on that, because to be fair, the politicians, when you ask them, they'll tell you, especially for the senators and the House of Reps, they'll tell you, oh, our people say they don't want roads, they don't want bridges, give us the money. to pay for their father's burial.
Can I respond to that?
Their children's school.
Please respond,
Can I
Jerry.
respond to that? You see, on the issue of constituency office, I can let you know many political leaders in the north only go to receive their allocation. They come back to hide in Victoria Island or Ikoyi because of banditry. Some representatives cannot show up in their constituencies because they are chopped alone. And on whether you can do what is right for the people, Lee Kuan Yew was not liked by his people when he started the transformation of Singapore. Singapore left Malaysia in 1965 as a challenged environment. They didn't leave Malaysia happily, but I told them, we are moving from a third world country to a first world country. It wasn't a democratic journey. It was a leadership journey. And he achieved it before he passed on. Jide Ologundayo is sitting before you now. When my parents, I'm the last born in the family, when they decided I must be educated, I resisted it. In my primary school, walking distance from home.
Pampered.
Take me there at 8. By 9, Jide was back at home. And my mom would laugh and say, education, you must. It's not whether you want to be educated or not.
It is a must.
It is our responsibility to educate you.
All right,
And so when the government decides to do what is right, life will even be more meaningful for them. They won't need all these armored vehicles.
Let's put this conversation on hold for some minutes while we'll take some sights and sounds from Osun State. We'll be right back.
Trust or a lack of it. Your organization put out that data showing us the trajectory of the voting pattern over the past 4 election cycles in Osun State specifically. And there are 3 question marks on that document, by the way, that says, okay, what's it going to be today? And Madam NLB says, if that number is going to improve this time around, trust is a major ingredient. What are your thoughts on that? And from what you can see so far and from the minimum information you may have now, do you think there's any indication that that trust is out to play, given the turnout and the early turnout that we have seen so far?
Well, thank you very much, Ayo. I think let's look at 3 issues that dominate the opening of this election. The first is that the polling units open early. At Yaiga Africa, we can authoritatively report that based on our representative sample of polling units, that in 78% of polling units, voting, accreditation and voting commenced at 8:30. Against the background of the late deployment of materials due to the last-minute court judgment that disrupted the logistics, this, we must say, is commendable. The second point is the turnout that we've seen on the part of the voters. We are not in a position at this moment to issue authoritative data or projections about the turnout, but based on what we have seen across polling units, the enthusiasm on the part of the voters, the fact that voters showed up at the polling unit even before INEC officials arrived, attests to one, their resilience. This election had been signposted with lots of violence, political brigandage, including fatalities that were recorded, about 35 of them. But the fact that the people still showed up this morning in the way that they have really attests to their resilience. But more importantly, their determination to make their votes count. It's too early in the day. We know that there are other critical components of this process. But what we see so far is quite encouraging, and hope that it continues all the way, till the end of this process and even afterwards.
Right. Well, okay, go on.
Right. So there's so many things going on at the moment. We've talked about voter education from INEC. We've talked about the political parties as well, doing a lot to educate their members and, of course, the people their supporters. What do you think is at play here? Do you think INEC really did enough to educate the people on what to do on election day and to come out on mass PVC collection? That campaign was on for a while. Or do you think is the people themselves that took it upon themselves to say, what, this is our election, we're going to do it right, we're going to come out early, and we're just going to take our future, ensure that our future is secured? What's your opinion?
I think it's a constellation of efforts and factors. First, this is a highly competitive election. You have, perhaps you call this a three-horse race, as the case may be, because all the different actors do have their strong bases. They actively mobilize their bases, whether it's the incumbent or the APC or the ADC. They were fully mobilized. And so you give it to the political parties because this election it still remains a competitive one. The second is, yes, INEC performed voter education and mobilization. We don't know for the NOA, but we must also commend civil society in the organizations in the state that ensured that they were actively mobilizing citizens for the voter registration exercise. And the fact that there were underlying political issues that triggered the interest of people, whether it's the local government crisis or the issues around insecurity. These were political issues that shaped public discourse, and people galvanized around these issues in the build-up to this election. So it is not surprising, to see this level of the political engagement, because historically, the Osun people are politically savvy. They understand their local politics, and they are actively engaged. You just need to pick one person, even on the street, and ask them about politics, and you'll be very shocked at the depth of their analysis. So I would say it's a constellation of efforts from the political actors, from INEC, and from civil society, including media. But again, it's too early in the day. We'll wait to see what happens at the close of polls when we are able to make projections, whether or not there was higher turnout compared to previous elections, or even the number of rejected ballots, to see whether voters voted correctly on the ballot papers. These are indices that we will check to measure the level of turnout, but also whether voter education has been effective. And lastly, to say that if the people stay back and protect their votes, ensure that they follow the votes either from the polling units to the ward and from the ward to the local government level, that level of vigilance is not just a demonstration of voter education, it's really a demonstration of the sophistication of the voters in Ipinle Osun.
The things that we've also raised, and one of the issues we've also raised this morning, Mr. Itodo, is the fact that the build-up was chaotic. A lot of noise about violence here, violence there. We understand that 29 people had been killed before the election, and today a lot of people are out. That's on the one hand. On the other hand is the allegation coming from the governor.
Yeah, the governor is actually making a lot of allegations where he says that he's alleging police attack on voters, and he's also alleging that the ruling party is trying to manipulate the process. So those are words from the governor coming from, you saw him a couple of minutes ago as was trying to cast his vote. We will try and verify, that from our correspondents to know exactly, what's going on. But that's what's the breaking news this hour.
Yeah.
The governor is making those allegations at this moment.
But then, so in the light of that and the contrast between what has happened before now and the huge turnout that we have seen so far and that's been reported so far, and this allegation from the governor, what are your thoughts, Samson?
I think first it's an allegation. It needs to be proven. I am not in a position to confirm or repudiate that particular claim. I think it needs to be thoroughly investigated. But when political actors make allegations, it behoves on the institutions that have been alleged to be involved in this action to demonstrate that this is not what is transpiring, because when you say that elections are free, they are fair, the concept of fairness means that the entire environment needs to be free and fair in a way that creates a level playing field for all. A situation where security agencies are alleged to be involved in intimidation, I think that is a serious, very serious allegation, and that should not be taken lightly. And if the police, are able to verify that this is indeed true, then whoever is involved in this act would need to be brought to justice, so it inspires trust and confidence, especially against the background that there has been concerns about the neutrality of the security agencies in this election, coupled with the so-called federal might that could have been deployed for this particular election. The police have said they will be neutral. They are not participants in these elections, and so we expect them to demonstrate that. And so that's my sort of reaction. But when allegations of this nature are made, they need to be taken seriously. But so far, from Yiga Africa's standpoint, we are not in a position to verify or confirm that, because we haven't received, such reports.
I'll get to Mr. Oyebisi in a moment, but I just want us to, the issue I would like you to also interrogate in that same light of insecurity or a lack of it, is the build-up in contrast with the build-up of violence, rhetoric, and the killings that had gone ahead. Contrast that with the turnout that we are seeing so far. It would seem like the people either don't reckon with all of the noise, or they didn't get the memo that there is any insecurity out there.
Well, I think that it's a combination of both. The fact that they showed up, and by the way, this is Osogbo, the people are quite politically savvy. They are not pushovers. So I think that, yes, they have defied, those threats. But again, it's early in the day. We'll wait to see what happens across board. But I think for the voters who are at home, you can see your counterparts and contemporaries are the polling units. Election is taking place, and it's taking place under a safe environment, at least in this location and in other locations. So please come out. But we must, continue to observe this process to ensure that voters are able to access the polling unit and there isn't any intimidation by any security agent preventing, voters from coming to the polling unit to access the polling and cast their vote, but even what happens afterwards. And we're very concerned and interested in what happens afterwards, because when accredited observers don't have access, to the polling unit, when party agents don't have access to the polling unit because they are either intimidated by security agencies, it undermines the credibility of the process. And just to say finally, that a compromised process cannot produce a credible outcome. Therefore, the process that has begun will need to continue to stay credible, transparent, so that the overall outcome, and its legitimacy would not be questioned whatsoever. That's why some of the allegations that are coming up need to be taken seriously, and we hope that the police can also respond, to inspire confidence in the minds of political stakeholders that the police is not interested in this election as a participant, but their mandate is to provide protection for all citizens and all stakeholders, and not just a particular segment of the political class.
Right. Thank you again, Samson, for your contributions there. And it gets quite interesting, Mr. Oyebisi. I'm sure you've been listening intently and just absorbing and taking in everything that's been said so far. But really, that allegation by the governor, who we just saw, cast his vote, what do you make of it vis-a-vis of course, all the rhetoric that we've heard, as Ayo just pointed out, and the fact that some of our correspondents on ground, actually saying that the noise before the election, it's like there was storm and then there's calm after the storm. Nothing like that, no violence, everything peaceful. Voting started on time in like 78% of the polling units, like Mr. Enobi rightly stated. So, I mean, why do you think there could be attack by police, as the governor alleges? We haven't verified that, but I'm sure we will in the course of the morning.
I mean, again, it's an allegation.
Yeah.
And I'm sure the governor is assumed to be the chief security officer of the state. And we would, again, assume that he would have evidence for whatever he may have said. And when that evidence is produced, like Samson said, it would be the role of the institutions involved to ensure that justice is served, all right, so that it can be a deterrent, particularly now that we're going into 2027. Any complaints that is issued or given now, we must ensure that they are properly investigated and that the truth is, in the open, and that whoever may have perpetuated that goes through a disciplinary action that deters others from being able to do that. The other flip side of that within the conversation also is to begin to now look at the civic education part, and go back to how we started the conversation when I was cautiously assuming that those we saw early could be, all right, party members. And I think we need to start looking at voter behavior, so that we can use that to then tease out what education looks like. Resilience, most times, is built into the DNA of an average party member. All right. Resilience may not have been built into my own system as a normal citizen who goes to work 9 to 5 and come back and wants to vote. Right. So those voter patterns, those voter behaviors, I think would help our education a lot, such that when we are talking to citizens about the need to go out and vote, we are putting signs and some delineation to say, okay, who are the people that we are likely to foresee? Who are those that may come 11 to 5? All of that may help us in thinking through how we, look at voter participation. All right, because if I'm a political party, I'm allowed to have members. All right, aren't my members allowed? My members must come to vote. All right, and that will be counted as part of the citizens themselves. But how do we begin to now separate that so that we get a real sense of, okay, who are the party members that registered within this election time, whatever? Who are those that came out to vote? Who are those that are citizens who are just who are not carrying? It's not that we are discriminating. We're only using that to get what full voter participation truly looks like. And this will be my opinion to how best we can now put science to, okay, how do I educate an average citizen who isn't part of any structure, who doesn't know the ABC of election? How do I educate them? And this is where civil society comes in. And that's why we always tell government that when you decide to muffle the space for civil society organizations to act, it bounces back both on the economy and also on the democracy that we practice. As Samson has said, you find out that, voter education is happening between political parties, INEC, and civil society. Largely. Now, when you don't allow civil society to play that role, then you would have this type of results where not everyone, we're expecting 50%. I'm in faith with you. I want 50%, 60, 70. However, let's wait till the end of the day.
Yes, and because now we're saying that this is the last off-cycle election before elections kick off in January for the 2027 general election. And, all eyes are on INEC, all eyes are on the political parties, all eyes are on, everyone really to see how they pull this off. And with the numbers, that we're seeing, as you mentioned just now, the election, the numbers according to the patterns in Osun State have been they're declining, from all the other election cycles. What do you think is likely to happen in this particular election going into next year's election? How do you think it's going to, the litmus test, what do you think the pass rate will be like for INEC in the list? Because I ask that because, irrespective of the fact that there was a last-minute addition of the one of the parties, the SDP, I think, 78% of the polling units, election still began at 8:30 a.m., which means INEC really worked really hard to ensure that, you will not make us fail. We will do this thing. So what do you think? Yeah,
I'm an incurable optimist, but don't forget that this is just an off-cycle election. It's just one state. When you take it back to 2027, you're looking at 36 states from plus the FCT. However, it is impressive. 78% would be an A or AB, right? So, again, till the final analysis from Yaga and INEC comes out, we would continue to say 78%, which is fine. However, we still also have to wait till the end of the whole elections to look at whether the beavers would work 110%, the way it should work, whether we won't have issues of violence, right, which we don't want and we don't pray for or look out for. We also have to look out for issues around voter inducement. All right, to be sure that those did not happen, and if they do happen, what is the system mechanism for curbing that towards 2027? I think we should also pay attention to the election rhetorics that may have happened and the denials that we're seeing, excuse me, along the lines of artificial intelligence. All right, the main person in the eyes of the storm has said, I'm not sure whether that is also true, that it's AI. All right, so we need to start looking at the role that AI will play within the 2027 elections around audio deepfakes and video deepfakes, including using legitimate media outfits, using cloning them to credit, put credit on some candidates or discrediting candidates and all of that. We're already seeing that playing out subtly. We need to focus and pay attention to some of those things.
Well, as for the voter turnout, we will manage 100%. Yeah. 110 that you're talking about. All right. Emperor Simon is also on queue now, ready to give us some updates. Good morning, Emperor. I don't know whether to say, I hope you're having fun, but what's the outlook where you are right now?
Okay. Yeah, Jeffrey, there is no fun on the field. As a matter of fact, you needed to see when the governor came in, that's Governor Ademola Adeleke, to cast his votes. It wasn't a funny sight how that we had to struggle to get him, on camera, voting and all of that. There were so many people who were crossing our cameras, trying to stop us. Some of them were even people on the social media who were trying to get the spur of the moment, and then, you know, in a way, trying to also stop us from performing our own responsibility as credible journalists on ground. But I am currently right now on ground at where that's polling 009 Ward 2 in Agbogunde Sagba in Ede North, where Governor Ademola Adeleke has cast his vote as part of his own civil responsibility, you know. And after casting his vote, he made a lot of comments, and I'm sure we would come to that later. But right now, as you can see behind me, voters are here in their hundreds of numbers, you know, to exercise their franchise. The voting exercise started pretty early as 8:30, but before then, voters were already on ground waiting for the process to begin. I can tell you that we have elderly people. These are elderly people here who are sitting down, waiting to also exercise their franchise. You can also see some are searching their names on the wall. That's from the displayed voters register. So all is going on smoothly. Let me also take you to where the main process is taking place. Yeah, so this is where voters have been captured, and then you can see some of the polling officers also sorting out things. So it's going on smoothly right now.
Well, one other concern that I've asked all of our other colleagues at the various other centers, whether in any way it seemed like the violent rhetoric that we heard from before today had anything on the people who have been coming out to vote. It would seem that the answer is no, because as you said, they are there in their hundreds. But any fears of such in the build-up to today, do you think it has any impact on the turnout so far?
Well, in terms of the turnout, I think there is a good number at the moment, you know, even though we do not have a formal number or figure in terms of the registered voters in this polling unit. But the initial fear that there was going to be violence, during the election, we're not yet seeing that happening. Although Governor Ademola Adeleke raised concerns alleging that some police personnel are trying to tear gas voters in Modakeke and Obaku. And he also said that there is a particular police officer nicknamed London, whom he said came from Port Harcourt, and he alleged that he's been trying to foment trouble here in Ede in particular. But here where we are in Ogbogunde, you know, there is no such crisis yet. People are just waiting to exercise their franchise. Polling officers are on ground, even though we haven't seen, much of the security personnel on ground, but there are a few that we have spotted on ground here, and then the process is going on smoothly. There hasn't been any disruption yet at this time. So, but I have an observer here, an observer who is a domestic election observer, who is going to speak to us a little bit about what she has seen. Good morning.
Good morning.
So let's begin first of all by knowing your name and your organization and what you have observed.
Okay, I'm Ambassador Oluseyi Deborah Moemeke. I'm from Civil Society Organization for Community Advancement. a local accredited observer for INEC for this very activity, the election process, ongoing currently at Ede, Osun State. This is the polling unit where His Excellency, the Governor of Osun State, had casted his vote this early morning. And I want to attest to it that it's been peaceful, it's been organized, and we are hopeful that the organization will actually continue, though there are just little hiccups of delay in the Beavers operation, but there has been call for backup and it's on the way. The voters here are compliant and they are really doing what they need to do. The INEC staff too are trying their best, and we hope that everything will be controlled to the end. I came all the way from Abuja to witness this, and we hope to have a best result. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much for your own take. So that's it, Jeffrey. Yeah, that's pretty what is happening right now in Eden North.
Very much, Emperor. I assure you, I'm not doing a change of name yet, but I'll let you know if it ever comes to that. Okay, thank you so much. I'm sure we'll get back to you shortly. Let's quickly go back to Madam NLB and Samson Itodo before we let them go. Madam, one quick question for you. Mr. Oyebisi here has flagged, as many other people have as well, the issue of voter inducement. Do you see that threat playing out?
We are yet to see, the issue of voter inducement. We're looking at what is happening. We are getting some reports. But I think quickly we need to check that Modakeke incident. I'm happy that the governor has flagged it up. And what they said is that people in police uniform, because now, before the election, you know that they arrested some people who were in police uniform that were not police themselves. And so, but we are asking the DIG election and the CP election, all of them to check Modakeke immediately, because if that thing is real, then it's going to, we don't know what is happening. But the commitment we got from the police, is that they are going to do the best that they can, to make sure that they are upright for Nigeria and for the election.
Well,
but I think, voter inducement is something that I said what the politicians have done is weaponizing poverty. And that is what, instead of government for the people and them using the resources of the government of Nigeria for the citizens, or for the state for the citizens, they loot the treasury. Many of them are looting the treasury. Some of the governors are doing a great job, but some are not doing well. And so when it comes to election, they are not sure they can win because they have not satisfied their promises. And so I think it's important that we look at that. We had called on EFCC and also ICPC, whoever is on ground, on the issues of voter inducement, to make sure that they track down whoever the perpetrators are. But we are not hearing of any arrests. We have not heard of any arrests at the moment, but later in the day we'll be able to, with the reports we are getting from the field, from partners and also the observers that we have deployed, we'll be able to pull out what they have done. Normally, you will see voter inducement, and we will be able to report it later.
All right. Well, just before I let you both go, Mr. Itodo, I have to ask you this question. The data you released prior to this election talks about the highest category of voters being students. And my own, I don't know, what the word that Mr. ABC used, a courteous assumption, is that a good number of people in the trading category, the artisan category, and other categories like that will also fall within the youth age. Do you see that playing out so far in this election? And if you think there are any doubts, what do we need to engender trust, particularly today, so that those numbers can change from this particular election?
Well, as you were asking the question, I had to look at this long queue, and I must say that 90% of people I've seen on this queue are young people, just a few elderly people who could pass for millennials. And so it is really encouraging to see this turnout of young people, at least for this particular polling unit. I think what we need to do is when you inspire trust and confidence on the part of citizens, you would see citizens show up at elections, because the data tells us that Nigerians love democracy. Their only challenge is the actors who are driving democracy are not driving democracy in a way that it delivers to its promise to the people. But the good thing for this election is that in 78% of polling units, INEC officials arrived and voting commenced early. And so voters who are at home, in case anyone is telling you to stay back, please know that people are at the polling unit, INEC is at the polling unit, election is taking place despite all the intimidation. And our expectation is that it will stay that way until the very end.
All right, very quickly,
thank you so much.
I
think another word you have used.
I'm looking at the IREV portal now. It says 1,171 results have already been submitted out of the expected 3,763, and this means about 31.12% of results have been uploaded. I don't know, from our other correspondents that you've been speaking with, how have you heard about the results collation process? Any reports of violence? And then how is INEC's behavior, throughout the day?
Well, let me start from the behavior and the conduct of the electoral personnel that we've interacted with, that we have seen. I can't remember. I think he's in there. It was in Ede. Yes, the polling unit where the candidate of their court party, who is the incumbent governor, Demola Adeleke, actually voted. After I voted very early in the day, there was a crowd of voters waiting on the queue to actually participate in the process. But the Beavers machine started going slow, started malfunctioning, and the people, some of the youth there, became so agitated that it was becoming a heated issue, that they were pointing at the personnel, the electoral officials, as if they were the ones responsible for the slow process. You could see clearly that they were under pressure, but the way they managed the situation, shows that they understood their assignment, they understood the duty that they had to carry out, despite the fact that the crowd of voters was actually getting agitated. That points to me that we are seeing some improvements. That's just one case, but in other places, even in Oshogbo here, there was a case of the same case of Beavers machine, performing so slowly, and the people before that was even before the voting started at all. But the way those people kept reassuring the people that they should just hold on, that in no time they will get this, and eventually they got it right, and everything went smoothly. That polling unit that I was talking about is on that is at Dada Estate in Gubernatorial local government. As I speak to you, it was one of the places I visited where they concluded voting and announcement has been made. So, for those personnel that I saw perform at their duty post this morning in Ede and Oshogbo, I think I'll give them a thumbs up. Really.
All right.
And as regards violence, at no polling unit did I see anything that degenerates into there could be arguments, there could be heated exchange, but there was nothing violent.
Thank you so much, Tokubo Yetunji is Arise News correspondent. He's the Arise Chief of Correspondents, by the way. And it's been a fantastic outing right there. We just hope that you are able to conclude in a peaceful atmosphere, like you have said. And we do hope that once the collation starts formally too, at the state headquarters of INEC, that things will go on smoothly. But we must thank you so much for joining us. And I think people like Davido would also be excited that INEC has started, uploading the results, because as at 2:33 p.m. he had tweeted saying that no result had been uploaded to the IREV portal. What is the delay? Nigerians deserve transparency and timely updates. Make sure your polling unit's results are uploaded on IREV in your presence, and make sure the figures are entered on from EC8A and all of that. Well, this is the nature of elections, and of course, a lot of excited voters here and there. But I'll now bring you back to the studio here where we have our guest to take a look at what we've heard from our correspondents, how the Osun election has gone, and what do you think the dominant theme of the issues of vote buying? I mean, it's a recurring issue, right?
Yes. Let me first start by saying thank you very much for inviting me. I say congratulations to the Osun people for coming out and turning out in mass, despite all the noise before the election. And of course, here we are. The turnout from the what we've seen or what we heard so far has been so much of a great base. So, well, we can't really say the election so far. We can't really, personally, I can't say a particular party we have the way. But based on the vote buying thing, it has been something of a recurring issue that one needs to look, the Nigerian government needs to look deeply into it. Our security agents, the EFCC, the police and all that, they have to look deeply into this. If our law, because it's there in our law, all those things are electoral offenses.
Yeah.
They are offenses, they are electoral offenses. If we check Section 22 of the Electoral Act, specifically provides that vote buying, selling and buying of votes is an offense. So, the correspondent has said it, that they are maneuvering the whole thing and they are still doing it.
Yeah, of course, behind. And the voters who are asking for the money and saying, look, I sent my account details, hoping to be credited.
Yes, unfortunately.
But what do you think will be driving, voters to always want to demand money? Is it that they are not so sure that once these people emerge, that they can be able to have access to good governance? So this is the only shot that they have.
Well, there are so many factors behind this. If I look at it deeply, the poverty level of our citizen in the country generally is actually affecting this. You look at some of them, even the various videos coming out, some of these political actors are even still bragging over it with different materials. Some carrying rice and even showing it on viral videos that yes, you have to collect this before you have to swear that you're going to vote for us before we give you this, before we give you this product, before we give you this material. Sometimes when I look at this, I still see that the level of the poverty state of the country has made Nigerians or the citizen to still be so much eager to be collecting all this money.
All right, interesting perspective there. Let's talk about the conduct of INEC, and from what you've heard, polls opened early in some areas, and of course, at some point, it looked like there was an issue with the beavers, but of course, INEC was able to. What exactly would you say should be our, our consensus on the issues of, having credible election? What exactly will make these elections acceptable to Nigerians that will say that we can give INEC pass mark?
Well, first, I will say so far that INEC, so far in this election, they have actually proven to be not 100% anyways, they can be 100%, but at least they've proven to conduct the personnel that they have in a very good, reputable manner, so to say. Because from what the correspondents have said so far, there will definitely be issues, but the assurances that came afterwards shows that yes, they are up to the task.
All right.
The moment those challenges come, they find a way of resolving them. And of course, it's a plus to them, and I give credit to them.
Now, one of the reasons why I actually brought you here is because of the rhetoric that we heard ahead of the elections.
Yes.
Well, including a serving senator was threatening fire and brimstone, saying that if people don't vote for his party, lots of things will happen. What exactly would have led to that kind of thinking? And then what are the laws that actually, can be used to prosecute such individuals? Why do we need to have people making this kind? Is it that they don't believe in the electoral system, or they believe that it's only through voter intimidation that they can achieve their aim? I mean, like you would have heard Senator Fadausi saying, though he has been trying to say that, look, it was AI and all of that. I mean, as a legal practitioner, what's been your view?
Well, it's quite unfortunate that we still have some of these instances that happen in our country. The viral video that, of course, I actually don't want to really comment more about the video, but because the matter is still under investigation, the police has invited him, and I believe the police will do justice to that. But even as of today, we still saw some of these viral videos flying up and down, talking about monitoring people, voters, who they are voting for. We still saw those kind of this thing. You see, those acts come together. All these acts are still part of the electoral offenses. They are there in the Electoral Act. If we go through section 126, specifically subsection 3, it talks specifically concerning voters. If we have that, you're trying to even either you by yourself or by your agent, trying to know who someone is voting for, or trying to interfere in someone casting his vote.
Yeah.
Interference. The law provides for secrecy of voting.
Mm-hmm.
And the reason why we have secrecy of voting is for one to be able to freely.
Yeah, but this instance, it's not about voting. It's about the rhetoric, the language that's being used by politicians ahead of the polls. And of course, you see a lot of Nigerians are actually angry about this sort of comments, including coming from a serving senator. What does this mean ahead of the 2027 general election, for example?
And
how can the law be used to actually counter such people so that they don't grow in number and make voters to be intimidated and not come out?
Well, the first I can say as well is that when we go through section 130 of the Electoral Act, if we read all those things, all those provisions down, specifically, it talks about all those electoral offenses and in which inciting people against others. All those things are there.
Yeah.
And you see, for the instance case, the first I would advise is, I would rather say, is that the police, there should be a proper investigation about that. Sometimes viral video, when we see viral video, we can't just say, we conclude that, okay, this is how it is.
All right.
I'm a Yoruba man. I heard it, quite all right. I heard the rhetorics. But beyond that, we can't just still look at it. That may be a form of evidence, but it goes beyond that. There must be an investigation to determine what led to such statements. You know. So, but considering the status of our senator, well, I still feel that public servants need to still conduct themselves in a proper manner, in a better manner. Sorry, let me say.
All right.
When it comes to issues that way.
All right, most thank you so much. John Adewakun is the immediate past secretary of the Nigerian Bar Association here in one of the area councils in Abuja. Thank you so much for joining us. And he's also a legal practitioner and political analyst. Thank you so much for joining us. Now, we'll now be going on a short break. And when we come back, we'll be taking a look at the proposal for a single opposition presidential candidate ahead of the 2027 general elections to challenge President Bola Ahmed Tinubu. So how is the APC taking a look at this? We will be having a guest to analyze all of that. Stay with us.
The organizers is part of a broader effort to promote
agencies to take note. They should redeploy him. We don't want him in Osun. We don't want violence in Osun. All we want is free and fair election so that people can perform their civic duty. That's one. And two, the pattern of voting should be from unit to ward and to local government. Not that they will take local government collation straight to state capital. That is not acceptable. That's a form of rigging. And I heard it on the authority that the APC have, trying to rig, have some fake ballot papers. I want Osun people to watch out for that too. And then we don't accept. Well, we will not accept that in Osun. Right now, as I'm voting right now, I just received a call in Modakeke and Obagun that police is aiding them to tear gas them so that people can run away. And people are resolute. They just want to perform their civic duty. Let the security agency please be neutral and watch it. But I can assure you, at the end of the day, I have God on my side and I have my people on my side. So far so good. It's been peaceful. In my area here, I hope it's like that cut across. But it's not peaceful in Modakeke and of course in Obaogun. The police are aiding the APC to tear gas people so that they will not vote. The thugs took the ballot box and ran away. So we have already reported this to the security agencies. I hope they do something so that they will not turn Osun State into war zone.
There you have it, the governor of Osun State and the candidate of Accord Party, Senator Ademola Adeleke there, making some allegations about the deployment of police officers. Some people of interest whom he has said that they're not supposed to be in the state. But Ayo, a lot of allegations will be flying around. It's in the early hours of the election. The anticipation, the anxiety is expected because nobody knows how this is going to pan out, and you can well make an assumption, act on what you have heard, react to what you have seen and what you've been told. This is the kind of thing that is expected at these early hours of the day. But I was going to mention earlier that it's going to be the very first time since 1999 that the election will be conducted in January. Okay. I'm seeing a police officer who seems to be getting...
that's a CP election, a typho.
All right. Theophilus, if you can help us grab him so that he can speak to us. No, go grab him and let him come speak to us. Let us know what... No, Theophilus, go grab him. Let him come speak with us. But let me quickly introduce to everyone. I've been joined by a former National Commissioner of INEC, a lawyer and a right activist, Mr. Festus Okoye. It's good to see you again, Mr. Okoye.
Thank you so much
indeed.
Very well.
And I have also Mr. Lanre Arogunade, who is the Executive Director of IPI. CP election.
National President.
Please, could you come through with us, please? Come speak with us. Come speak with us, sir. Come and speak with us. All right, let me speak with him quickly. All right. Thank you. CP election. Thank you so much. How is it going, sir?
Going well as planned.
Give us an understanding. We are hearing in Modakeke, somewhere in Ede. What is the situation? Have arrests been made?
The situation is calm. It's just a technical problem. We are going around CP in all the local governments. We have the commissioner of police. How you doing? We have EDC. We have assistant commissioner of police, including MOPO commanders from different parts of the country in charge of a local government. So there's no way that we cannot get it right.
All right, so Mr. Raleigh, if you can tell us the allegation by Governor Adeleke that there is an officer of yours from Port Harcourt called London that is in Ede. Can you confirm this for us?
The most important thing you need to know, every police officer has the right, has the right to deploy any police officer to anywhere within Nigeria and abroad. So this election is not about a single policeman. It's not about a single policeman. It is about Nigeria.
So you can confirm that the said officer is in Ede?
IG has the right to deploy anybody. Whether it's London or America or IG, as long as that person is a serving policeman, IG will deploy.
What do you say to the situation in Modakeke? What have you heard? What is the situation report there?
The situation that I've heard, I have two commissioner of police in Ede. Yeah.
What about Modakeke?
I'm coming. You asked me a question.
Yes, sir.
This is the problem with you. But wait.
I don't want you to answer your own question.
No.
I want you to answer the question that the people of Nigeria would like to hear.
Let them look at me. I have two seasoned police officers in Ede. Gabriel Eliagu is in Ede, and the other person, Raymond Egbepre. In short, Raymond is the CP INEC in Abuja. He is the CP INEC in Abuja. That is why we sent him to Ede, because Ede is one of the volatile areas. So Raymond, who is the CP INEC, that known all the ethos of INEC, that's why we sent him there. So you can imagine, can that kind of person working with INEC compromise? Can he? So we know what we are doing. Everywhere is calm. Yes, you know Nigeria normal election there will be, you know, big bat here and there. But the most important thing is that at the end of the day, it's going to be a free and fair, transparent and credible election that I can promise Nigeria.
How many people are in your custody right now?
We have about 100.
That are in your custody?
Yes, I can get 100 because, you know, we have to, IG sent me to come and pacify and stabilize the states. So for the past 1 month, we've been going around picking them. Some people came from Ekiti, Ondo, you can name all sorts of ways, just to come and disrupt this election. So we have them, some of them in custody. That I can guarantee Nigerians.
Well, for today, how many people have you arrested?
For now, none, because there's no reason for it.
Can you give us an understanding?
You said 5 minutes.
Yeah.
5 minutes.
But we are paying you. Nigerian people are paying you. You are speaking to the Nigerian people, sir.
I'm working for Nigeria for the past 32 years.
Yes. And you're doing very well.
Thank you.
So far that we know. But before you go, sir, give us an understanding about the issue of vote buying. And we are hearing, we're seeing this happening. Can you give, what are you doing to ensure?
Have you recorded anyone?
Yes, and we have captured here, somewhere in Ejibo.
The polling booth?
Yes, and money was seen.
I will confirm from the CP Ejibo. Confirm who is the CP Ejibo for me. I will call him.
So you're giving us assurance, no skirmish, no violence. This we go without any kind of violence.
By the special grace of God.
Thank you so much. Mr. Sam Taifo Rally, thank you so much. Thank you so much. The CP elections, thank you so much. He's been speaking with us right here on Channels Television. So sometimes it might be tough to be able to get them to talk, but then this is the situation that we have. Mr.
Okoye, you see those kind of drama and the allegations back and forth. Yes. But generally, for someone who knows the ins and the outs of INEC, how do you describe the entire process so far?
Well, it's too early to make a generalized comment relating to the process. But from what we have seen so far, it is very, very clear that the presiding officers in most of the polling units were properly trained, most of them deployed on time, and this set up on time. And you can see that in most of the have gone to at least 10 polling units. The process is going on well. There's a lot of enthusiasm amongst the voters, and are ready and willing to exercise their democratic franchise. So I think that if this momentum is sustained, there won't be any problem in the electoral process. But you know, from my own experience, challenges begin to occur around 2 p.m. just before voting closes. But as at now, everything is going on well. And then there's what I call an impressive voter turnout. The people are well organized. The people are orderly. They understand the process, and they are conducting themselves in a very good manner.
Do you have the same experience as Mr. Okoye has described, from where you have observed so far?
Yes, so this morning I was at the testing ground area of Osogbo, where you have two big polling units, polling unit 6 in Ward 8 and polling unit 30 in the same, Ward 8. What I saw was the fact that people had come out quite early, very early, but there were some challenges in those two places, in the sense that in polling unit 6, the voters list that was displayed, that was posted where voters would check their names, only had the ones that started with letter A. They didn't have the other ones. But when the presiding officer came, he explained to the voters, to the party agents, and this was one good thing I noticed, the party agents were asking questions as to why this was the case. And he then said that they had a complete list with them, and then voters will be able to check. But I guess that may also affect the smoothness, the flow of the voting process, because the idea is that a voter comes, you check the name, and then you come back with your PVC, you are captured by Vivas for accreditation, and then you proceed to voting. Now, in polling unit 30, no list was even displayed at all. And as at 7:50 a.m., the officials had not arrived. But then a councillor who is a community leader did explain that it's because the vehicles had gone back, to pick the other INEC officials. And these are some of the things we raised before the elections, the fact that there should be enough vehicles to move the officials to their respective, polling units. But in those places and others along the road that I visited, including along Bongo Road, close to Adolak Hotel, you saw people out quite early. You can see that enthusiasm, the willingness to vote, which also means that from what we've seen in this area, the fact that you have a heavy security deployment, show of force by the security personnel, people still, turn out. There are people too who have to move to other places to cast their votes. So in some of along the road, there was a checkpoint close to that testing ground where they stopped some people on bikes, but they were able to show their PVCs. And the moment they showed the security personnel their PVCs, they were allowed, to proceed. So it's still early day yet, like we said. This is what we have seen so far. And we're just talking about the situation, around here. Of course, we do have observers on the field in the 30 local government areas who will be filing the reports as the day goes along, and that will then inform the conclusions that we are likely to arrive at by midday.
Mr. Okoye, yes. Give us an understanding. A few changes since the last time you left INEC. For example, the digital from EC8A. Yes. These are some of the new innovations. Yes. But are those innovations, and the Electoral Act has been amended since you left, yes. So a lot of things are dramatically changed. But from your observation, this is going to be a litmus test to the 2027 election. Anything INEC wants to do in 2027 in January, they must be trying it out today. Yes. But so far, what are those changes that you have seen, and are they working?
Well, I think that for me, there have been changes, and there has been some form of consolidation. Changes in the way voters are registered. You know, before, when you go to the polling unit to register, you register and then your biometrics are captured. Now, you can also register from the comfort of your home, but after registering, you have to go to the RA office, RA, or you go to the local government office to go and capture your biometrics. But now, INEC has introduced some changes that enable you to even capture your own biometrics from the comfort of your home. So I think that that is a very important change. The issue of downloadable PVCs has also been introduced, and I think that that is an important change because if your PVC is lost, if your PVC is defaced, and so on, you can download a PVC and then cast your vote with that. In terms of the beavers, I think that, you see, technology is not static. Technology is dynamic. So I think that the technology of the beavers has improved, and INEC must find ways and means of making sure that they improve the technology of the beavers as we move towards the 2027 elections. But one thing that bothers me is that when a court of law makes an order or gives judgment just a week to an election, it completely disrupts the entire electoral process. Some of the ballot papers and some of the sensitive election materials that may be used for the 2027 general elections are means of making sure that when a court makes an order, that order should be made at least a month or 2 months before an election, and thereafter no other order can be made that will affect the electoral process. Because if you give an order 2 days to an election and say add a political party to the ballot, that means the electoral management body has to go back to security printers and begin to print fresh ballot papers, and that is not easy. And then after printing, they have to truck them to the central bank, warehouse them in the central bank before moving them to the local government offices. So I think that there must be a dialogue between the electoral management body, the National Assembly, and the leadership of the judiciary to make sure that orders and judgments are not delivered too close to an election that will disrupt the entire electoral process.
Sheun, on this point, we also need to say that because of this court judgment, there was a delay in the inspection of election materials at the CBN, because in Ekiti State, it took place in the morning. But because of that, because ballot papers had to be reprinted, it didn't happen until late evening on Thursday. And that also meant that the materials, movement of materials to the rack centers took place overnight, arriving at some of the rack centers by 1 a.m., by 4 a.m., although, accompanied by, security personnel. And in some of those places, one of our observers from our team, from our civil society network, they said that they noticed that when the materials arrived, really, it was just an open space and there was really no security. And the fact that the people just want this election to happen, they don't want any disruption. So it's very, very important to avoid a situation where judgment or a judgment is given just 2 days to an election. It disrupts the entire process one way or the other, and it can actually affect the confidence of the citizens in this process.
I think that one of the things that can be done is since we don't have too many political parties, is for the electoral management body to print ballot paper with the logo of all the political parties. If a political party is not on the ballot, the vote of that particular political party becomes a wasted vote. So I think that in order to avoid this type of situation, the judiciary, the National Assembly, and INEC must be in some level of synergy. But overall, there is the need to have a uniform ballot paper with all the logo of all the political parties to avoid this type of disruption.
Because I imagine that from the case of Rotimi Amechi and several other cases, the courts have established that the human being is not on the ballot. It is a political party that is represented, recognized by INEC, should naturally be on the ballot. Whatever happens then from the courts, we know that it succeeds, just like you have said.
Exactly.
So which allows INEC to be able to plan ahead. But again, a very dangerous precedent is that the courts are continuously setting up governments. The courts are continuously making candidates. The courts are continuously administering political parties. The courts are continuously determining the ballots and determining those who govern us. And I don't think that is the role, constitutionally speaking and democratically. The courts are not supposed to do those kind of details. You are a senior lawyer.
You know, I think that we must not make the mistake of isolating the judiciary from the matrix of the electoral process. The judiciary is part of the electoral process. Now, the judiciary is static, is dormant, unless people go to it. If you don't file an election petition, the judiciary, the courts are not activated. They are not provoked. They are not provoked. Now, what is important? What is important in this sense is for the lower courts in Nigeria, although as superior courts, to follow the precedent that has been laid down by the Supreme Court. The Supreme Court has made it very clear that issues related to the internal affairs of political parties, their internal affair, and that political parties should be run by political parties, and that the courts cannot micromanage the affairs of political parties. So the lower courts that are handling pre-election matters must bear in mind that they are not supposed to touch the internal affairs of political parties. That is one. The issues they are supposed to deal with are those issues that are recorded in Section 285 of the Constitution, where the National Assembly and the Nigerian people defined what is pre-election matter. Those are the issues they are supposed to handle. And also in handling those issues, they must also recognize the fact that there's an electoral management body that has to plan and also plan ahead. So if they disrupt the planning of the electoral management body, it creates its own challenges and it also creates its own dynamics. So when courts are giving order, they should give orders that are very clear, orders that the Nigerian people can also understand, not just orders that the electoral management body can understand, to avoid misrepresentation and also to avoid misinterpretation.
Yeah. Mr. Ogunade, as we wrap up, give us an understanding. From what you see, there is a polling unit right behind us, and there is another polling unit just outside of the premises.
I saw a very long queue
there.
there.
There's a very long queue there. Yeah. And when we were entering earlier, we saw the agitation. We saw the consciousness in some physical and in some people here seems to be well agitated and well activated.
Well, I think it's understandable. You know, Osun election has always been what we call a tight race, where you have very close margins in terms of who becomes, the winner.
Votes are determined a winner before.
Then it went to that, and that's why it's also important for every allegation to be quickly investigated. The one that has just come from Ede that you mentioned earlier on, that it was in your news about ballot box being snatched. This needs to be urgently looked into. Remember too that in this state we once had an inconclusive election because of what happened in some field, polling units, and a rerun had to be ordered, and it more or less turned, quite, violent. So everything needs to be done. But what I've seen here is that each voter is willing to exercise his or her right, and they are well informed. Because the moment they see you as an observer, they come to you, they complain, they say, oh, this is what we have seen. We don't know why only certain names are displayed. We don't know why all are not displayed. We're waiting. And you could see that, in corners everywhere. Those who had to move some distance to their polling units, you see them, moving. So I don't think that the people are really, as citizens, as voters, are playing the role they are supposed to play. The rest now lies with security agencies, with INEC, as they continue to manage this process, especially when we move towards those critical stages around 2 p.m. when voting is concluded, and then the counting of votes starts, and other processes, the collation, and so on and so forth. It's a long day, as you know.
It's a long day.
Every stage really matters, because what happens in one stage could affect the second, and then can dovetail into the others. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Larry. Ms. Okoye,
yes,
your final one. What do you make of this process? How do you see this going with your experience? If it's going like this and the momentum is maintained, what do you project as the end?
What I project is that the people of these states have decided on their own that their votes must count, and they have come out to exercise their democratic franchise. The security agencies and the security forces must make sure that we don't have a toxic environment as we move towards the end of polling and the collation process. If the security agencies maintain some level of neutrality, everything will turn out well.
All right. Mr. Festus Okoye, a former national commissioner with INEC, a right activist, and a very, very senior lawyer. Thank you so much. It's good to see you again, Mr. Okoye. Thank you so much. And our own very, very good Mr. Larry Arogunade of the IPC, International Press Council Center. Thank you so much indeed. Appreciate it. Thank you so much. I've got some new panel to join me in person of Cynthia Mbamalu and Mr. Jacob Pelle. They will be joining me. But in a moment before they join me, let me show you what is left of the queue right here on this on the ballot. So it's understandable that the queues are reducing, and for some reason it's taking a new shape and a new dimension. So you can see how things are panning out. The queues are reducing. It shows that people are getting over and through the process, and in no time we might see these come to an end before 2:30 p.m. 2:30 p.m. is a final day, final hour for the ballot to end. And you can see they're trying to get the accreditation done right here. And once this is done, you know what is next. They go over there and get themselves to cast their ballot. And this is what has gone on from what we have seen so far. And so this is a cubicle where the final point, the end point, well, the last but one end point, because once this is done right here, they then go over to drop the ballot paper into the last time around it was empty, but look at it, it's now full. So this is our ward, RA ward Atauja E, code 05, Salvation Army Primary School, PU, that's the polling unit, and 005, polling unit 005. All right, the gentleman is done and is ready to cast his ballot, and that's how it is being. But I mean, it's been a long process, and we've seen quite a lot as that happened. But of course, there are more thoughts that we could get from what is going on. And some of those who have gone round in observing this election, Jacob Pelle and Cynthia Mbamalu will be joining me right now to give their thoughts on what exactly they felt in the election.
Because take you up on the other, my sincere apologies, Show. I was hoping to throw something at you the way you were speaking with that policeman. That was a very, very important conversation that you had with him right there. Very, very important and very, very informative one, right there. Okay, I think my colleague is still live.
And Cynthia Mbamalu, thank you so much for joining us. I appreciate it. Mr. Pelle, can you give us an understanding? Is this election inclusive?
So far, so good. First of all, I want to thank you for what you do. The kind of reportage you bring to election.
Give me a moment. Go ahead, sir.
Yeah, the kind of reportage you bring. I was just watching the level of resources that channel deploys. That's very impressive.
Thank you so much.
In terms of your question, it's also important for you to know that behind you, we have a sign language interpreter.
Absolutely.
So has it been inclusive so far? I think my assessment will be based on these few hours going into the election. One, I'm impressed with the turnout so far, even though my colleague Cynthia says that this is usual for Osun State. I'm also very impressed with the implementation of inclusivity by a few INEC officers that I have spoken to. Seeing persons with disability vote and go is also very impressive.
For you to see ministers up to 35 in number that are really functional, that are talking, that, I mean, because these are the things that the opposition members are saying, that about 2/3 of the members of the president's cabinet are just sleeping on duty. Ministers that we can't see acting. This is the largest cabinet, but at the same time, many of them are just hidden figures.
Give them credit. Now that campaigns are coming, you are going to be seeing what the ministers are doing in their respective ministries and what they have been able to put on ground.
Twice, President Tinubu, or 3 times, I mean, President Tinubu has had to ask his ministers to speak to the Nigerian people.
Yeah, they will do that. Campaigns, no, campaigns are coming. That shouldn't bother you too much, because we are the ones who understand the strategy we are going to apply. And we are going to go around the states campaigning, and we are going to be pointing at things that the presidency has done. That is just one. The state governments are also doing so much. You can't tell me that Edo is not doing now. Edo is working.
Well,
yes,
not so much.
And so many other states are working. Kaduna is working. Kano is working. So we are going to be using all of these achievements to showcase what the President Tinubu government has been able to do.
We don't have enough time left, but I can't let you go without asking you just in 30 seconds.
Yes.
If a single candidate is presented against President Tinubu in the 2027 general election, would that shake the APC?
No. It will be the easiest victory for us. You know why? Because we know the character of those who are contesting, Atiku and Obi. They are easy to beat. Either collectively or as standalone.
All right.
We have seen them. We know their extent.
I mean, you have been in the presidential campaigns.
Yes, we know them.
You know that it's not easy to say just the way you're saying.
No.
It is. The incumbent government has been defeated in Nigeria.
No, that is an incumbent government that was sleeping on duty.
All right.
We are not sleeping on duty.
Thank you so much, Kasim.
We are not sleeping on duty.
He's a member of the All Progressives Congress, and then, of course, a serving commissioner for information in Edo State. We must thank you.
Information and strategy.
Information and strategy.
Well, we strategize.
All right, we must thank you so much for what you're doing for Governor Monday Okpebolo and the Edo people. We must thank you so much for joining us.
It's a pleasure.
As the campaigns open on August 19 during the week, we are all asking all the political parties in Nigeria to showcase what they have for the Nigerian people and ensure that it's violence-free. And then, of course, the rhetoric that's been coming out of the Osun.
On your response and bring it to Mr. Ogun, whom we're going to release very soon. He's been very patient with us so far. Mr. Akitobi strikes at the very heart of the political conversation as far as Osun is concerned when he says the APC is still nursing the injury from its loss in Osun in the 2022 elections. Is it really the injury of the APC's loss or that of the former governor? You know how governors want to serve 2 terms in this country, and when they haven't done that, it's as if they left something back at the government house that they want to go and pick. And tied to that question is the president here. You know, there are reported filial ties with the incumbent, and the president. Have you seen, what's the body language of the president as far as Osun is concerned? Is it distant, or is he emotionally invested?
Well, when you have a winner-takes-all political system, such as we have, is either you win or you lose, and there's no sort of in-between. And I throw that in again as a reminder to what I opened up with, which is true democracy is an order whereby you're able to accept governance from each other's hands, such that even if I lose, it is not a life and death matter. Whereas the way our political system is configured, that's the way it's seen. It's very emotional at the people level, and it's particularly combative at the candidate level. Why? Because it is their livelihood that they are fighting over. And beyond that, when you now tie to the center level, the presidential level, it's offices that he is able to extend his power to. His reach is greater if he has a member of his own party running Osun State as against a member of a rival party. If the APC lose this election, it's, you can understand the perspective. it begins to eat into their confidence as far as the coming presidential election is concerned. Whereas if it goes the other way, the confidence becomes supreme. Whereas true governance that the people are interested in should be a contest of ideas and solutions. And somebody made the comment that given where we are now, it doesn't, the level of governance that the people are going to see is not actually going to be any difference whether APC win or Accord win. The level of governance is not going to be materially different. These are not parties running on issues. The real difference, the real winners and losers, will be the prospective occupants of the office. It's the jobs, it's the livelihoods, and the opportunities for patronage that they control. That is really what the stake is.
Yeah, Bubas, thank you very much for coming on the program. You've been with us from the very beginning of this segment. Mr. Festus Ogun is a lawyer, a historian, and Mr. Dele Ogun, pardon me, is a lawyer, historian, and the convener of the Fatherland Group. The Ogun family is very close to Channels Television in all levels, and I'm sure you get my meaning.
I get your point.
Thank you for coming on the program,
Thank you very much indeed. Thank you.
Yeah. But we'll continue our conversation. We still have with us Mr. Stan Nze and Mr. Kunle Lawal. Of course, Mr. Dayo Akitobi is also very much with us. Mr. Nze, let me bring it to you now as we continue to scrutinize the process. Mr. Ogun has talked about something very critical, you know, as part of this conversation, saying whether or not it's the APC or the Accord party that wins, there isn't going to be any significant difference in governance. Is that the case from where you see it or looking at this particular process? Mr. Nze, that's for you. Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, what we are seeing now is actually a very great lesson to Nigerian electorates and office seekers. You know, how is INEC conducting their election as an umpire that is saddled with the responsibility of giving Nigeria's fair, credible, and peaceful election? We are watching. The electorates are watching. The observers are watching. And those who are participating in the election are watching. If at the end of the day, this Osun election is adjudged free, fair, and credible, to a large extent, the credit returns to INEC. It does not actually matter who wins. The question here is, who did the Osun people vote? Did they vote Ambo of APC? Or did they vote Adeleke of Accord? So it will be a very difficult thing for us to conclude now that this is how the election has been concluded, because collection is ongoing. Collation is ongoing. And until that is done, we will now listen to those who are present when these collections are made, when votes are cast, collections are made, and result declared. So that is where I believe that Nigerians should be focusing more in 2026 Osun Gubernatorial election.
Back to all of you. So we have Mr. Dayo Akitobi, public affairs analyst, still standing by for us. Also have Kunle Lawal, who is the ED of Electoral College, and Mr. Nze, who is a public affairs analyst. We'll come back to you, gentlemen, and we'll continue to touch base with our correspondent who on the field to give us live reporting at the counting that is going on and announcing a result, as well as collation that is happening across the 3,763 polling units. I can now say confidently that about, so if you do 2:30 to now, so let's say 3:30, 4:30, 5:30, less than 4 hours into this election, from INEC IREV portal, over 50% of the results have so far been announced. So if we follow that trend, in the next 4 hours, this election should have been concluded and we should have a winner. That is if this trend continues, because 52% of the results have already been uploaded on IREV portal. But we'll take a break, and when we come back, we'll continue with our continuing live coverage of Osun Governorship Election, where the people are deciding on who leads them in the next 4 years. Stay with us.
Before the roads, before the cities, there was a river that carried kingdoms, stories, and generations of people. Its waters witnessed prosperity, its currents
Africa is rising, and we are rising with her. Every day there's a new story, a new challenge, a new discovery, and a new victory. For 30 minutes, Monday through Friday, we bring these to you from Abuja to Accra and from Nairobi to Addis. Network Africa connects the dots, giving you a full picture and bringing the continent closer to you. Network Africa, weekdays at 4:30 p.m., only on Channels Television. In every show, we bring you closer to the fastest growing movie industry in the world. From the making to the premiere. Get up close and personal with the stars and industry captains, plus reviews and much more. Nollywood Uncut, every week at these times.
Know what's happening across Nigeria's various regions on Channels Television's Newsroom series. Every Monday, we bring you stories from the Southwest. And on Tuesday, the Northwest is our focus, where the South for midweek reports on Wednesday. And later in the week, the North Central takes center stage. The Southeast gets the spotlight on Fridays. And we close out the week with the Northeast on Saturday. Watch Newsroom series, 3 p.m., Monday to Saturday, only on Channels Television. Our website, channelstv.com, has more information on our top stories and others. Subscribe and watch Channels Television's live stream on YouTube and other social media platforms using your mobile device browser. Or download the Channels TV app for Android and iOS devices from their respective stores. You can also watch us via your smart TV platforms on Apple TV, Android TV, Fire TV, and Roku. Channels Television, ubiquitous.
Welcome back to our continuing coverage of Osun Governorship Election 2026, where we have over 10 candidates slugging it out as to who wins this election and leads the state in the next 4 years. So we've been looking at IREF to see how many results have also been uploaded. And as we speak, as at 6:12 p.m. Nigerian time, where we sit, 58%, that's almost 60% of the results have so far been uploaded on IREF portal. What you can see is happening across the state. Bukola, you have this one.
Indeed, and from here we move to Ilesha. Counting and announcement of votes have commenced at Unit 1, Ward 1, Ilesha West Local Government Area of Osun State. The Assistant Polling Officer of the unit, Alade Shawe Adiola, announced the results, which sent some APC supporters in that area into jubilation. Well, that's Ilesha in Ilesha West Local Government Area of the state, where counting and sorting of ballots have been concluded. And from here, we'll continue with our conversation. Don't forget that we're taking you through Irewole, we've taken you through Ede, Ejigbo Local Government Area, Oshogbo, where we've seen different levels of the results declaration and conduct of the exercise, not forgetting concerns expressed by voters in some areas, and in some areas even candidates have expressed concerns. Let's continue our scrutiny of the process now. We still have with us Mr. Nze, Mr. Lawal, and I believe Mr. Kintobi. Now, let me come to you, Mr. Kunle Lawal, for an assessment of what you're seeing so far and a continuation of our reflections on, some of the factors shaping this particular process. There are 10 candidates, but really, who are the contenders for you amid this process? And as we particularly now keep our eyes really close to the IREF portal, where 58%, according to Jeffrey, of votes have been declared. 60. Now 60 is really moving fast. So who are really the contenders for you?
Well, I would say that's a dicey question. My office is non-partisan and doesn't allow me make such remarks. But I would say generally, based on the results that are ongoing and things we are seeing as developments are occurring, of course, the battle is, of course, between the the Accord Party and the APC. Others, I hope they catch up. So I think that would be a clean way of saying it because it doesn't allow me to speak it that way. So we wait for the end. I don't want to also predetermine things. 15 candidates, one woman. I would say, looking at the elections and the time, all this social, the violence before and a lot of things. I know that there will be a lot of reports. There's been a lot of massive. There's been a lot of massive, how do I put it? A lot of massive involvement in vote buying, a lot of voter inducements. There's been multiple cases of, people trying to, alter outcomes, and then it was really a struggle. So I think one of the greatest tests of INEC and one of the greatest tests of everyone in this election is how these matters will be dealt with. I think INEC also, with their court, they're bringing in an SDP candidate 2 days and costing Nigeria quite a lot. I think the way we determine matters in pre-election matters should even be revisited. This shouldn't happen. It costs Nigeria a lot of money printing those ballot papers. So we need to look at the shortfalls here. There's a lot of issues. Even pre-election matters should be determined better. I still don't understand why parties cannot simply, when you have just one person as the chairman and an EXCO, state EXCO, and you have multiple candidates pulling along who's right and who's wrong. I think these issues, we're not supposed to be having this in 2026. For me and INEC, with what they're doing with IREB now, is coming clear at 60%. If INEC can go up to, because this is just a singular election, if they can go up to 100 before the end of tonight, I would say if they can multiply that 36 times, they are ready for the general elections.
That's a fair expectation. Maybe there should be more. But I'll follow up on what you have said about who the real contenders are. But I want to bring it to Mr. Akintobi now, if Mr. Akintobi can hear me. Mr. Alawa believes this is a two-horse race, really. But we've heard the candidate of the ADC speak earlier, expressing concerns about the exclusion of his party agents. So if this really is a two-horse race and there's no, no regard for whatever the other candidate is bringing into the race, how should we be viewing the concern expressed by the candidate of the ADC, and that would be Mr. Salam? Mr. Akintobi, this is for you. Okay, let me bring it to Mr. Nze, yeah.
Come again?
You didn't get the question.
Come again.
Yeah. How should we be viewing the concern expressed by the candidate of the ADC who talked about the exclusion of his party agents from this process, that they were denied accreditation?
Well, that is where the areas we ask questions: inequality, equal rights, and justice. On what grounds should the candidate of a political party that is fielding a candidate not be accredited? On what ground? So it calls for a great concern. Honestly, it calls for a great concern. And if the man will, at the end of the day, through INEC, which has the right to accredit his agent, I think he will make a good case. Because on no account should you exclude his eyes from an election he is participating in. But you see that oftentimes we see high level of injustice being meted out. Yes, I've not, I stand to be corrected, I've not seen Salam and his political party, buying votes. But I've seen APC, I've seen some part of Accord, Whereas they told us that vote buying is wrong, against the rule of the game.
But here it is happening, and it's like nobody is raising an eyebrow. So I pity Alhaji Salam. I pity his political party. If at the end of the day he is pushed aside, well, he knows what to do. He can go to court and challenge such action. And even his agent who suffered that fate should be able to come out openly and bear witness to the very thing that happened.
Would it be fair in analyzing this election to have high expectation from Salam's party, given the encumbrances they've had to deal with to even put their house in order? Ms. Anze, that question is still for you. Ms. Anze, if you can hear me.
Please, your voice was cutting. You can come again.
I was saying that given the encumbrances that the political party itself has had, I mean Mr. Salam's party, wouldn't it be too much to expect anything, you know, upsetting from them in this election?
Yeah, it is too expensive on my side. Too expensive because we believe that all the contenders in this election should be treated with equal opportunity. Whatever opportunity is good for this should be allowed for this. But if at the end of the day, Salam's political party suffer this setback to a large extent, Nigerians will frown at it. Yes, because I believe that Salam came to win. If at the end of the day, you deny him the little opportunities that would have earned him victory in this governorship election in Osun State, I think he will not feel happy. Whether he is having enough votes or not, he should be treated as a candidate. And his political party should be treated as one of the political parties contesting this election and not handled maybe as a minor. He's not a minor, for God's sake, because whatever payments others are making, he made. Whatever criteria they require him, the others were meeting, he met them. So on what ground should he be excluded from what is being offered to other people?
Ms. Alawa, let me come to you in just a moment. I don't know whether your people are, your guys are on ground or anyone you're speaking to has to the level of the people watching their votes, because Bukola and I and our guests and the rest of us were watching how excited they were at the governor's polling unit and other polling units that we had live feeds coming through. And you could see the enthusiasm. As soon as results are announced, they run like somebody scored a goal. In my head, I'm like, stay and wait. Let that result be uploaded. The reason I'm saying, I'm looking at the portal, 62% of the votes have so far been uploaded, which comes to about 2,339 by INEX time, 6:18 p.m. Nigerian time. But the governor's polling unit result has still not been uploaded from what I'm looking at right here. So talk to us about watching the process to the end.
You know, most of the time when results are announced, most people think that's the end of the voting process. I believe that is a more or less, or as I would like to put it, that is a political literacy problem. And we all know that political literacy in Nigeria is poor. So the conversation is that most of them just hear the results at the poll, forget about what needs to be done. That's to safeguard votes. And next thing they do and ensure everything is uploaded as said, and they leave the polling units and everybody is happy and screaming. And then most of the time, when those magic, those secure magics that happen, you're now going to have a serious issue with people arguing that's not what happened, But you didn't stay to safeguard your votes. So I think And we and a lot of others need to do far more than we're already doing. We are doing some things in voter education and, ensuring that people understand that this is a critical part. This part of the uploading to IREP from polling units is more important than we should even paint it as more important than voting, because it actually determines the course of what the outcome of the elections are. Like a popular saying normally says, it's not the voting that determines the democracy. It is how the votes are counted that determines the democracy.
And you made some, observations that cannot be ignored earlier on when we were talking about who the real contenders are in the race, with the specific reference to the concern about vote buying. I wonder if you're observing election after election, voter inducement. In many cases, 10,000 naira, 20,000 naira reportedly being distributed based on confirmation of who the voter, cast their ballot for. What are the consequences of this seeming gradual acceptance of vote buying in our electoral landscape? It's as if it's now done in the open, and, in many cases, the political parties that engage in this are known, and yet prosecutions or arrests, rather, of those found complicit in vote buying go nowhere.
Okay, if we're going to start from the beginning, it would be critical to note that I don't think, and this is basically our laws in the Electoral Act, it states a few things as regards parties. It states fines, 500,000, 3 years imprisonment, 1 million, 1 year imprisonment. It states, but this is where the Electoral Act gets funny. No exact thing is giving the power to exactly act. No enforcement agency is giving the direct power to act. And I feel that's where the problem is, because most of these cases, even when reported, the conversation is always about jurisdiction. And when it comes to jurisdiction, you're going to have a serious issue over those that over even trying to what do you call it? Even trying to beat them at court, because it clearly doesn't give anybody jurisdiction, whether it's EFCC, it's ICPC, it is the Nigerian police, or INEC itself. In the Electoral Act, it doesn't give. But with these elections, preceding 2027 elections, and over this time, the Electoral College and a few others are coming together to do something which we think is rare, and we're studying actually amounts spent by candidates during elections. We know there's an infringement on the amount too. Yes, also no law enforcement agencies given the power to do that. But we're also monitoring financial amounts being spent. So in the case where there's a limit of 1 billion to be spent as regards governor, and those that have exceeded, I will not say who has exceeded right now. But we will be coming up with these figures, just to clarify with Nigerian people that they've infringed on the amounts, which are limits. And then we are going to hope that when that is done, we'll be able to take these conversations to court and have a very serious conversation on people who have broken these financial outcomes. Because the truth is, as long as our elections remain monetized, as long as forms still cost as much as 100 million, as much as 50 million, people are going to fight to protect that 50 million. People are going to fight to protect money that has been given to party members and delegates during primaries. People are going to fight to protect all that. And people are going to fight to have access to state coffers. So as long as that happens, there will always be a monetization of our democracy. And as long as there's a monetization of our democracy, we will never produce the kind of leaders that Nigeria is supposed to have.
So, Mr. Nze, a quick follow-up. Beyond what civil society is reportedly doing, as we've heard through Mr. Lawal, beyond the collation of amounts spent in total as against what the Electoral Act makes provision for, how can the punitive portions of the Electoral Act be invoked to ensure compliance with, what the dictates of the law say concerning participation in electoral acts? Because it appears as if the laws are there and they're not effective. What are your thoughts on this?
You know, one problem we have in Nigeria is that law is what law says is law. And when some people in authority go contrary to the rules of the game, law, we made no doubt. Whereas it's supposed not to be so. I think that the penalty that Electoral Act stipulated as against going beyond the amount of money that should be spent in a particular election, I think that that penalty should be invoked on any candidate, irrespective of his political divide, irrespective of his political affiliation, irrespective of who he knows and who knows him. Because this, look, the truth remains that this country belongs to every one of us. This country is not for the politicians alone. It is not for the ruling class alone. It is for every Nigerian. So if a normal Nigerian should commit a certain crime and he is apprehended for it and made to go through whatever requirement the law has stipulated, I believe that even when the highly placed commit the same offense, that penalty should be invoked against such a person. So if at the end of the day, INEC, maybe I listened to the man from Electoral College, you know, saying that none of them were actually given power to invoke that that law. Not police, not INEC, maybe but court. And you see how polarized our judicial system has become since 2023. Actually, the judicial system have been shaking. But from 2023 till now, in fact, I believe that the Temple of Justice have been desecrated by those who are allowed to minister on that temple. Because should anybody be taken to court now, and he has one or two persons who can speak for him, you'll see the court turning around, changing language, hinging on technicality. So I believe that if the police cannot invoke this law, and INEC cannot, then maybe we look out for the courts, if at the end of the day they can do anything in line with that.
I'm going to come to you, Mr. Lawal, in just a moment, but just tell our viewers and the audience that, look, a lot is playing out. There's the last hours, they call it the quiet before the storm, when it comes to election monitoring and election reporting. Because from here, the polling unit will go to the collation centers and then onward to the local government, and then, of course, to the state collation center where all the results would have been collated by the returning officer in this election, where that final result will be announced from one local government to the other. 30 of them, 30 local governments, 65% of those results have been observed, have been uploaded. And I keep just refreshing to see which one has and has not been uploaded. So, Bukola, I'm still checking to see whether that jubilation in Adeleke's compound has been reported on IREV. I can tell you right now, as I'm looking at it, not yet. I'm sure it's going to come at some point. So we're going to refer to those moments yet again in just a moment. But let's come to you, Mr. Lawal, as we begin to speak about what is playing out. One of the things that was really of a major concern was security. But it looks like it was brought under control in this election.
Yes, the situation of security in Nigeria has always been a problem during an election. I must clearly add that INEC over time has reduced, like I would give an example with Lagos. Lagos in the 2023 elections, Lagos has about 10,300 and something polling units. In 2023, the issues, and it usually has problems with over 1,000 polling units. But in 2023, it had issues with only 300 polling units. And we're looking at Osun. Osun's last, I think, take was about, from top of my head, I think about 100 and something polling units, issues in 100 and something polling units. If this is brought down to 50, it will mean that INEC has really taken a stand with security. But, you know, the data is still scanty for now. A lot of things are still not, you know, as crystal clear, like you said. We haven't seen what transpired at the government house in Osun State. Until, you know, that we get all those data put together, we cannot exactly extrapolate the situation. So the way we're looking at it generally for now, assessment security-wise, I think it has been fair. I won't say, so I could score INEC about 62, 63% on security as of now. But, you know, we never know. We'll still receive reports in the end. And, well, I think that at the end, we'll have a conversation on how exactly secure the elections were.
You're watching images of vote counting ongoing in another part of Osun State. We'll confirm this particular area to you in a short while. And it's also, yes, this is the incumbent's compound in Ede, yes, in Ede North, I believe, local government area of the state, opposite his compound to be precise. So we'll bring you actualities of this one as they're immediately available. But following up on the matter of security, remember what brought us here. Again, I keep referring to you know, the different incidents of violence, but as against what we have seen play out in the actual exercise of today. Mr. Nze, this one is for you. Is it, Mr. Nze, okay, I believe is not available at this particular point. So, Mr. Lawal, you'll be doing the heavy lifting, so you'll have to pardon us as we continue. So compare that with what we have seen play out in today's eventual exercise. Would you say that, you know, some of those concerns didn't come through, or is this an effective management of the security concerns as far as the performance of the police is concerned?
Well, we must score the police very highly, because I would say preceding this, I dreaded today. I was thinking today was going to be a black day in Osun. It was going to, probably even the military would have been drafted there. But to now see that today was peaceful and everything went quite as well as we are hearing from reports presently, I would like to say that generally we must accord the police full regards on this one, because I don't think in a while Nigeria has seen the kind of pre-election violence we saw in Osun State. But that is not to let the police go after giving them the commendation. Most critically points that the pre-election violence in Osun is one of the highest Nigeria has seen in recent times. I think even dating back to about before, I think 2011. I think since 2011, the pre-election violence in Osun State is higher than any off-cycle election since 2011. And that is a cause of concern. And because whether you like it or not, those factors tend to limit the kind of people that are coming out, the number of people that are going to vote vote eventually. Like, I think that even with the voting and even with the way things transpired, this is going to be the lowest numbers ever recorded in Osun to produce a governor. And that for me would be the fear of what happened or what transpired preceding elections. So now we'll just say we'll keep watching. But I must commend the police for ensuring that today went well.
Absolutely, Mr. Lawal. We will continue to assess them. But do you think sometimes this thing, because they've been, you know, trading blames, if you will, Accord Party, APC trading blames that on one accord is saying they are trying to, you know, cause insecurity so that the federal government will come gun blazing literally and stomp the town just like it has been done so that they can do whatever it is they are doing. But the APC said, look, we are not the aggressors. In fact, if you look at the death toll, sadly and shamefully, they are saying the death toll, they are on the higher casualty spectrum. How do we get out of juvenile? Because I see killings for elections as juvenile politics. If we never had civilized democracy, maybe we wouldn't have had references. But we have enough civilized democracy to see how democracy is practiced. How do we get out of this?
First and foremost, like I said earlier in the conversation, The only time people go out of their ways as regards elections are probably 2 or 3 points. First being the monetization of our democracy. I'm sure that if you've invested 200 million in running for office, you wouldn't want to fail. And you're ready to do anything to make sure that happens. Secondly, it will be the fact that we have the laws to protect citizens and protect people, that's Nigerians generally. We have laws to protect parties, protect everything. But those laws remain just scribbles on a paper. Our judiciary has not taken some cases to the level they're supposed to be taken. They've in some cases in which some people were actually convicted, they were touched with kid gloves. When you know there's no repercussion for things that you are doing, then it is clear that this is what's going to occur. Thirdly, I would mention it, and maybe because I'm in that field, the political literacy of Nigerians is so bad that's Nigerians generally, that even the politicians are not aware of a lot of things that exist. So what happens in Nigeria is that we practice a culture, and culture, of course, is defined as a way of life. We practice a culture of politics, not what our laws say. Like, I'll give an example. You have a limit on finance for, let's say, local government chairman in Osun State, just an example. And that's the state where you find them selling, the limit is 50 million. You find them selling a form 35 million. So if a form is sold 35 million, what they've already exceeded the campaign, because they're going to talk to their party members to get them in. They're going to spend money during campaigns. You see, and we all break these laws constantly, financially, within the election. We break laws to protect people. We even go as far, and this is I think it's section 92(1), I think, in the Electoral Act, which clearly states that no state apparatus or media can be used in an election. No state apparatus or media. I'm paraphrasing, it's not exactly that, but it means that. Now, here's the conversation. You see state apparatus being used at will during elections. This is not even state apparatus alone for Osun State. State apparatus of competing governors from the same WhatsApp group. I didn't say party, so I can't be held. So the same WhatsApp group, they all appear, and they're using state apparatus to influence an election. That is totally against the laws of the Federal Republic of Nigeria. But these things continue, and we take them as normal. They've even become so normal, they're becoming tradition. As long as we keep maintaining these traditions, which I've aforementioned and this I mentioned, you cannot have a civilized democracy in Nigeria. It will not happen. Because people and everybody, the politicians are oblivious of what we have as our laws. The people are more distant. I can tell you, 1 in maybe 1,000 Nigerians have opened the Electoral Act, and in most cases, one of them, that one is a lawyer.
Very profound thoughts there to reflect on our choices as well. From Ejigbo, Ede to be precise, not Ejigbo now, from Ede to where we are now in Ilesha, we've seen the people jubilating over the outcome of the exercise, depending on who their candidate of choice is. But there are significant points that we've also been trailing on from this particular point about how educated they are, about the levels of responsibility that the electorate still must have in the protection of the vote, which is ensuring, that what is declared at the polling unit is what is reflected on the IRF portal. What are your thoughts on that level of investedness in the process is, and who should be taking responsibility of this very critical part of voter education?
Well, first and foremost, it is clear that voter education is vested in INEC, also vested in the National Orientation Agency. I can't say I don't want to play down anybody's work, but it's critical to note at this time that we have 82% of Nigerians politically illiterate. And at that point, if 82% are politically illiterate, it will involve a lot of NOA workers and INEC workers and not citizens. And it puts us in a very dire corner, because the fact that we do not understand the processes, the fact that we do not understand what needs to be done, the fact that we do not clearly get what we are supposed to be doing generally as a country and how we are going to do it. If you do not understand the way the system works, if people are not taught how the system works, then what is the essence of a democracy? A democracy in any civilized nation, and I'm not going to use America, somewhere like Sweden or somewhere else, I would say in every it depends on the democratic climate depends exactly on the knowledge of the citizens. You can't tempt a democracy if people do not understand how a democracy works. So if you don't understand the processes, the people governing don't understand the process, the people who are electing do not understand the process, what more do you expect? You see candidates in an election generally having conversations on things outside, like right. I watched the conversation there, and you see people talking outside the conversation, outside the jurisdiction of their political offices.
All right, Mr. Lawal, thank you so much. You're coming through even at short notice. Mr. Kunle Lawal is the Executive Director of Electoral College, joining us to give his remarks and comments on these issues as far as the election of today is concerned. Thank you, sir. We appreciate it.
Thank you so much.
A fine place to anchor.
Don't forget.
But before we go, what's the percentage of results upload on the IREF portal?
I'm looking at IREF. We have 69.92% so far uploaded. Good progress, if you ask me. This is barely less than 5 hours or so.
Post election conclusion.
So if we have about 69.9, maybe before Olivia is going to be 70, we should be able to confidently say if it progresses like this.
Yeah.
There's sometime maybe around 9 o'clock or maybe before midnight, the latest, we should have all of the results uploaded on IREF portal. So we should be expecting the announcement of the result either tonight or early hours of tomorrow, because it's very clear right here. But don't forget, Channels Television is on. We will just wrap up our segment because at 7 o'clock, 7 p.m. Nigerian time, our political editor, Sean Okibale, and the guys on ground in the field will be taking charge to take you all the way to somewhere around 9 to almost 10 o'clock when our news at 10 will come live. So we are on ground as Channels TV to cover every bit and nook and cranny of this election. By the way, I did say that I was reporting to the people that the governor's polling unit result had not been uploaded. It has now been uploaded. But I'm not going to tell you the result.
So you go check the IREF portal yourself.
I have the result. So the other contenders were also going to look at them, I said, because the idea was to say, don't just get excited and run away. Make sure the results are uploaded. Bukola, you have any story for us as we wrap up?
We have concluded by now. More stories will come your way shortly. Perhaps, in the wrap-up before our political editor begins the conversations. But don't forget, from polling unit, it then goes to the ward collation level, then the local government, and then the state collation center.
We also witnessed in our polling unit, Arema Ward, different center. What we witnessed in that polling unit is even extremely different from other polling units. Voters came in early, but instead of the voters to go and queue for accreditation and voting, what they did was to stay beside at the corner, waiting for party agents of a court party and party agent of APC to induce them before they queue. As at 10 o'clock, we had scanty number of voters on queue. But in less than 2 hours as at midday, we have had nothing less than 30 voters queuing after they have been paid for the election. Suspension of voting in Oriade local government Ward 3, polling unit 13. Our observer reports that voting was halted at approximately 11:30 a.m. at Ward 3, polling unit 13 in Oriade local government, as a result of shortage of voting ink pad. A stoppage of this kind over a consumable that should have been provisioned well before polling day is a failure of basic logistical preparation. And every minute that voting remains suspended risks disenfranchising voters who cannot afford to wait indefinitely for accredited materials to arrive. Our position as truth guards and as ballot eyes, and alongside his partner, Orokio, Legislative 360, GNN Media, and Osun State Civil Society Coalition, we acknowledge the fact that efforts have been made by INEC, security agency, and other stakeholders to deliver peaceful Osun Governorship Election. And we welcome the encouraging sign of the earlier deployment that has been made. As we speak now, election results are being collated at, and there are living polling units going to ward level. We are employing INEC and security agency to build their searchlights at ward level. Because from statistics, from report and experience of observing elections, we know that manipulation always happens at the ward level collation before it's transferred to the local government area. We are also employing INEC, as we have reported cases in Ayedade, Ilesha East, Ilesha West, that voting is still going on as we speak, to bring their searchlight on that as well and assure that no credible voter that has been accredited is disenfranchised and not allowed to vote. We also noticed in the sample polling unit that 98% of the sample polling units are party agents from only APC and Accord Party. And by 9:30 a.m., INEC has deployed officials to 100% polling units. We also want INEC to publicly clarify without delay the accreditation credential required at today's election, whether the permanent voters card alone or the PVC alongside alternative documents, such as the national identity number, ensure that the same standard is uniformly enforced across every polling unit. We commend the security agency, like I said, we are calling on political parties and their agents to withdraw from inducement of voters and to respect the right of every citizen to a free, fair, and informed choices. We also commend the youth in Ejibo for the Truth Guard Situation Room has had to check a lot of misinformation, disinformation, malinformation, gender disinformation in the last 24 hours. From the claim that a party can withdrew support for Governor Ademola Adeleke and endorsed the APC candidates, which are valid talks as leading, to the APC chieftain, Dr. Akio Gibuyi, declaring support for Governor Ademola Adeleke, which are found to be false, and the claim that their co-party lawmaker, Honorable Abiola Ibrahim, imported 146 voters into Ikiri and confessed following his arrest. For our party for that, it is partially verified because we contacted the Osun State Police Command, which truly confirmed the arrest of Honorable Abiola Ibrahim alongside others in conjunction with the allegation related to voter mobilization. However, the police command could not independently verify the specific claim that 146 individual has been suppressed. Before I wrap up my own speech and pass the mic to Mustafa, who will run us through the fact check that we have done today, to look more, who will give us an inkling of the election violence incident report, and we're getting a little bit of feedback to from the chairman of the Osun State Coalition of Civil Society Organizations. I want to walk us through the civic tech platform that we have, which is the civic tech platform powered by the civil system that gives us visualization of data we have gotten from the field. As of now, we have moved our report into monitoring commencement of election, into sorting and collation, to the total number of polling units and results that have been uploaded into INEC portal. As I speak at this moment, we are about 71.3% of results uploaded into INEC server. The polling unit with INEC data is 2,681, where as at today, as at this moment, we are about 655,119 votes counted. Please go down. For now, the registered voters the total number of registered voters in Osun, like we mentioned, is 2,359,263, and we have more than 1.9 billion collected there. Out of these, results from Osun, which from 35% of the total of 2,339,263, we have had 819,817 accredited numbers of polling units. As you would have seen from election as well, we have had over 100 polling units appearing in 169 polling units. And we have over accreditation happening at 108 polling units. Of course, the guess is as good as mine. We all know that 18 polling units, and the number of polling units that we have cleaned from our database is 2,095. So that please. This is one of the results of the political party that has been collated so far. Political party A has had 51.9% of the result as now.
Sonia tomato mix, stand up. Is it to open? Is it to squeeze? Is it to scoop and is it to stir? Dishes come alive with so much taste.
Sonia tomato mix in a new standard pouch.
Special thanks to our panel is 360. It feeds on database continuously. Even before I started speaking, in for 2, 3, 4 hours, we might have much more percentage. We have what we want to 64 of particular interest in the fact that our election result has been scrutinized for the last 2, 3 hours. We hope, of course, officials of INEC and other political stakeholders in our continue to build satellites and ensure that adequate results, election results of INEC is uploaded on the portal. For Olorunda as well, almost 70% has been cleared. So the next 4, 5 hours as well, we should have something much more reasonable and close. Oriade and Atom is having 63.4%, and my own the other government as well. Local government has had 67.6% of voting victory. Oshogbo is also doing excellently well, which is the capital, and where you do this institutional room live press conference is happening with 76.2% of the total vote. If we could see, Oshogbo is clearly being merged together by the 2 major political parties. So it's not something that any political analyst could give what is going to happen in Oshogbo as we speak now. Because we could see Party A having 23,893 and Party B is having 21,401. Whereas as well, within the same capital as well, we have around that as well, with 69.4% of the of the election results loaded. We have Real Party A is having 14,000 there. I think the gap here is very close by Party APC as well, which is also 16,193. So to those who are watching us at home as well, you can keep saying good while you invite my colleague as well to give us a run through. Because as you said, Truth Guard by Project Africa, Project Misinformation and Disinformation, where he is going to be telling us about some of the fake news that we're able to fact check today. Thank you, Mr.
Thank you so much, Mr. Abidin. So since morning, we've effectively been trying to verify claims, which we started early last week and even last month as well. We've tried to analyze the landscape, information landscape across to verify claims around existence of violence, arrests that the police have made. Huge kudos to the police public relations officer, Mr. Odelani Sunday, who has responded to our calls times over the days to verify and clarify information for us as we get across the day. Currently, we ask every citizen of Osun to be wary of results. INEC is still the only body that is authoritative to give election results and final results. Why there might be speculation online, we should be very skeptical about election results that are not directly from IRF order or declared by INEC. On our head as Fact Guard and as Fact Check Africa, we continue to monitor the situation and also publish fact check reports analyzing the information landscape as we go. Now I'll be passing the mic over to my colleague, who is going to be taking us through the violence hotspot across the state and monitor.
Thank you so much. Over the last 3 months, we have been able to research and follow through the incidents of the river violence in the state as we build up to the election. So our team was able to conduct our research and document that we had about 70 total incidents of violence as regards to the gubernatorial election.
election for this is very important before we come to the day. For now, walk us through what the data is saying. For now, walk us through what the data is saying. Osun is a state with 30 local government area with 3,763 polling units and 332 registration area. Also in Osun, we've got 15 political parties. Same for the Court of Appeal judgment that was delivered yesterday, mandating INEC as well to include members of the candidates of the People's Democratic Party. We've had 5,120 beavers deployed for this election, and we've had the number of backup of 1,228. How Osun election is going to be decided? The fact that the majority of the voting and decision was in Central. We show that we are currently at the Osun Central Senatorial District with 783,450 polling number of registered voters and 1,362 polling units as well. This is the central part of the state. In the western part of the state as well, we have 756,122, representing 1,145 polling units. And the eastern part of the state as well, we've had 799,698 polling units, totally registered voters, totaling 1,286 polling units. For gender distribution, the total number of accredited voters who are female are 52.8. And that is telling us something that majority of people in Osun are much more politically inclined than the male counterparts, because that's what the data is saying. We have for the male, we have 47.2%. And of course, the age distribution here as well tells us that our grandpa, our father, at 70% with 70 plus with 95%. Younger voter population, which contributes to the majority, we are 66.9%. We have the age matter of 15 to 69 with 9.9%, and 33.1% with 35 to 49. What we sincerely thank every audience and listeners and watchers across different part of the world as well for joining us at this Truth Guard Situation Room in collaboration with Brain Builders Development Initiative, Project Africa, Legis 360. Olasupo Abidin Okoyemi is my name, and I'm the convener and founder of Project Africa. Thank you.
All right, it does look like the early hours of the day. Okay, this is what it's looking like, isn't it? That's the moment where the governor of Osun State, Ademola Adeleke, arrived in his polling unit in Ede, where he cast his ballot. Mark, where it was a day that a lot of people have thought that, yes, they will see the candidates come out. And it's some sort of excitement also when the report came in that Ademola Adeleke was the very first out of the candidates who came out. He came out pretty early, before 9 a.m. He was already calling at the polling booth.
Which is a good thing to see, Shimon, because INEC did say that voting needed to start at 8:30. INEC officials fortunately, I'm here in Osun State as an observer. I've been observing alongside faculty members of the Kim Park Development Initiative, KDI, and we have had the privilege of going round. So I had the privilege of going all the way to Ife Central, and then monitoring also what happened around Ede, and then coming back to Oshogbo to see some polling units. One of the things we noticed on our way to Ife was that a lot of the polling units had opened, which was a very pleasant surprise. At the time we were leaving, a lot of the INEC officials were there before 8 a.m. The question was, were the people going to come out? So it was a good thing to see him come out because it immediately signaled to the people, it was a sort of message, if you ask me, that people should come out and vote. And so by the time we were on our way back through Ede South, his own local constituency, you should have seen the people at the polling units. They were in their numbers. Polling units that had about maybe 900, 1,000 to the expected number of voter turnout, were recording figures close to that. We did not count, but from what we could see, you know, the question was whether INEC was going to be able to cope because the beavers initially in the morning had given some problems. So it was a good thing he came out. It would seem that that sent a signal, not just to his supporters, but at least to all the other people that, look, we need to take this seriously. If this election is highly contested or is going to be, is going to be competitive like we could see that it was going to be, then, you know, people needed to turn out and on time as well. But clearly, INEC, this was possible because INEC deployed on time. The INEC officials were there when they said they were going to be, and fortunately for him, he was able to vote just before 9 o'clock.
Interesting scenario playing, and if you look at some of the pictures right on the screen, people getting out early in the day. Yes. It looked like it was going to rain. For some reason, it didn't rain here in Oshogbo. I don't know if you're on your way to Ife, if you saw, if it poured, but it didn't. It never did here in Oshogbo.
It's the August break, Sean. And today is August 15, right smack in the middle of August.
Absolutely.
August break proved true. Yes, we saw the clouds and were wondering.
But the weatherman said that about 11 a.m. today it was going to pour.
Yeah, and it didn't.
Whatever happened, it didn't.
Maybe the rainmakers were at it.
Yeah. if you talk
but they have been at it all over the state.
It's possible. I mean, if you talk about rainmakers, this is the home of some of those rainmakers. They could make magic happen. But if you look at it, this, I guess, was some of the scenarios and some of the scenes in Oshogbo, and some, I think this is in Alekuwodo, where voters called early in the morning. It's not only the voters that we saw, we also saw security operatives who called in at the polling unit, who are also mounting roadblocks. Voters are also expressing their views about the election, whether or not they are excited or not, because at some point in Ekiti, we saw quite a number of elderly who were not being able to be accredited by the beavers because for some reason, maybe because of the wrinkles in their face or aging or something, things happen and the age were not allowed to go through the process the way they would have wanted, easily and conveniently. But this was the same. If you have not seen any of the pictures, you are able to catch up. This is what it looked like early in the day, and I'm talking about 6, 7, 8 hours ago when the vote opened, or the polling unit opened at 8:30 a.m. So let's show you what happened with security. We did cut up with the DIG who was sent to supervise the elections, and he had a few things to say to us when we had to ask him. Allegations were flying left, right, and center. Some of the candidates were alleging that there are people in the state who are here or sent to subvert the process. But this was the response of the DIG in charge of the elections.
We have 2 seasoned police officers in Ede. Gabriel Eliagu is in Ede, and the other person, Raymond Egbefre. In short, Raymond is the CP INEC in Abuja. He's the CP INEC in Abuja. That is why we sent him to Ede, because Ede is one of the volatile areas. So Raymond, who is the CP INEC, does not all the ethos of INEC. That's why we sent him there. So you can imagine, can that kind of person working with INEC compromise? Can he? And you know what we are doing? Everywhere is calm. Yes, you know, Nigeria, normal election, there will be, you know, big bat here and there. But the most important thing is that at the end of the day, it's going to be a free and fair, transparent and credible election that I can promise Nigeria.
How many people are in your custody right now?
We have about 100.
They're in your custody?
Yes, I can get 100 because, you know, we have to, IG sent me here to come and pacify and stabilize the states. So for the past 1 month, we've been going around picking them. Some people came from Ekiti, Ondo, you can name all sorts of ways, just to come and disrupt this election. So we have them, some of them in custody. That I can guarantee Nigerians.
Give us an understanding about the issue of vote buying. And we are hearing, we're seeing this happening. Can you give, what are you doing to ensure?
Have you recorded anyone?
Yes, and we have captured here, somewhere in Ejibo.
The polling booth?
Yes. And money was seen.
I will confirm from the CP Ejibo. Confirm who is the CP Ejibo for me.
That DIG Erale there telling us they had 100 people in custody already, and the allegations of those who have been sent here unofficially, because Governor Adeleke was making those allegations and we are able to ask him. Let's go through the candidates. It's quite an interesting one. Yeah. We've got the top contenders in the race. And we started by showing you what it looked like when Governor Adeleke showed up at his polling unit in Ede. When he showed up, he cast his ballot. And when he did, of course, thumb printing and then going afterwards to put the ballot paper into the box. The sitting governor, a contender in the race, is pitching for the people of the state to retain him. Whether or not they will, the night will tell. Maybe early in the morning tomorrow we might know who will be accredited to be the next governor.
Who will be returned
by the people of Osun State. But let me allow you to listen to Governor Demola Adeleke, the Accord Party candidate in the Osun Governorship Election 2026.
Authority information that there is one police officer that they brought to come and do an active job, the APC Osun, from Port Harcourt. They call his nickname London. He's here in Ede hiding. His own job is to come and destroy Ede and then avoid so that he can scare people, shooting, so that they will not vote. So I'm calling the Inspector General of Police to take note. I'm calling all the security agencies to take note. They should redeploy him. We don't want him in Osun. We don't want violence in Osun. All we want is free and fair election so that people can perform their civic duty. That's one. And two, the pattern of voting should be from units to wards and to local government. Not that they will take local government collation straight to state capital. That is not acceptable. That's a form of rigging. And I heard it on the authority that the APC have, tried to rig and have some fake ballot papers. I want also people to watch out for that too. And then we don't accept. Well, I will not accept that in Osun. Right now, as I'm voting right now, I just received a call in Modakeke and Obagu that police is aiding them to tear gas them so that people can run away. And people are resolute. They just want to perform their civic duty. Let the security agency please be neutral and watch it. But I can assure you, at the end of the day, I have God on my side and I have my people on my side. I'm going to win this election. So far, so good. It's been peaceful. In my area here, I hope it's like that cut across. But it's not peaceful in Modakeke and, of course, in Obaogo. The police are aiding the APC to tear gas people so that, they would not vote. The thugs took the ballot board and ran away. So we have already reported this to the security agencies. I hope they do something so that they will not turn Osun State into war zone. The governor of Osun State there and the candidate of the Accord Party.
Well, he was not the only one. Clearly, he was in the signal. Information available to him, intelligence perhaps that came to him the night before about what could have happened or what was happening in certain parts of the state. I'm sure that in the course of this program we'll get to speak with security agencies and also perhaps observers as to feelers on the ground with some of the allegations that he made at the beginning of the polls, because don't forget he was at the polls really, really early this morning. But he wasn't the only one who was able to cast his vote early. We understand that the candidate of the All Progressives Congress, Adebola Oyebamiji, was also able to cast his vote successfully in Ikire of Osun State.
I've just protested and I can see that people troop out en masse here, and every process is going peacefully. The INEC are here, the voters are here, and the police are here, the security operatives are here, and so far, my assessment is that everything is going peacefully here in Irewole, especially this unit.
Okay, from the information we received so far, all the polling units in the area of what is the report?
Well, so far everything is going on well. The election is going peacefully. The INEC are doing their job. At the same time, the security people are attending to where the report so far is that there are one or two places where they want to cause trouble. The police are in charge. I think.
Indeed, the candidate of the APC, Bola Oyebamiji, is popularly known in the campaign as Ambo. He also did cast his ballot, not only as candidate but also as a rightful, eligible citizen and electorate in the race. So not only him, we also were able to catch the candidate of the ADC, that's Najim Salam, Dr. Najim Salam, who cast his ballot in Ejigbo, is also in Osun West, Central District of Osun State. And this was what it looked like when he got out amongst his supporters and those who are in this polling unit who came out with him to experience him cast his vote. But afterwards, he's got a few things to say about the process.
So far, so good. The report of my agent being recognized in most of the wards across the state is worrisome and disturbing. Despite the fact that we uploaded all the names of our party agents, especially in Nijibu here, all the agents in Ward 5 for ADC, they were not given tag. And it happened in 10 local governments across the state like this. So this process, I've reported to the authority and they are looking into it, because when they are counting the votes, it will be necessary for my agent to be recognized at the polling unit. So outside that, in the Jibu local government, we are doing it. No crisis for now. I want to believe it goes like this till the end of the whole exercise. As it is, we don't have, except that the party agent, which is a lot to me. If you do not have party agent, you can know, you understand what it means. And all the names have been uploaded onto the platform of INEC. I don't know why we are going denying us of having the party agent now. We canvass for the people, we let them know our programs, and that is exactly what we do. vote buying is out of it.
Yes, of this state. Raul Faregbeshola is a stalwart of the ADC in the state, and of course they have stakes to prove ahead of the 2027 general election. So you could hear him there about his complaints, the fact that some of his own agents were unable to be accredited before the start of the polls, and he fears that that could affect their presence in the collation centers when the results are being collated. Well, he wasn't the only one who was able to vote. We also have a former governor of the state, immediate past governor of the state, who is the current minister for marine and blue economy, who was also able to cast his vote in his hometown of Iragbiji. I'm speaking about Mr. Boyega Oyetola, who also cast his vote there.
Well, let me first of all commend the security agencies for doing a wonderful job. I commend INEC too for ensuring that materials are here early enough. And I want to thank our people for coming out en masse to vote. The turnout has been very impressive, and I believe it's going to be like that all over the state. Our state is known for peace, so the tag of violence should not be our own. That's the state of the virtue, so I expect a good result.
All right, that's the former governor and the Minister of Marine and Blue Economy who cast his ballot earlier today. But it's not the only one. We got on the other side also the Deputy Governor, Mr. Adewusi, who says the poll was largely peaceful and raised concern over the beavers' malfunction. Take a listen to the Deputy Governor, Mr. Adewusi.
The exercise started on a very good note this morning here. The INEC people reported on time. The security operative, they reported on time, and everything was going on smoothly without any issues. Not until we started experiencing malfunctioning of the beavers machine. Thank God we called the attention of the INEC to it, and they acted promptly, which makes the exercise very smooth. The APC deputy governorship candidate came in, probably to know what is happening, but on getting here, one of his staff, I don't know, the guy saw that complexion like this, started pointing to some people that they should arrest them. And he started slapping some people. And people who rose up to the occasion and said, look, in what capacity are you ordering the arrest of people? And in what capacity are you beating people? So it became a little bit rough. Though he was apprehended at the end of the day, I think he is still being remanded in Osogbo now for questioning so that they are profiling him there. Well, that will have led to the disruption of voting in this unit in the early hour of the process in the morning. But thank God, everything subsided and the voting continued. Up to this moment, you can see they are doing the sorting out now, and they will count it, then the result will be announced. So that was exactly what happened. But there are issues of vote buying in some areas within Ife, which actually some of them were apprehended in More Ward. So they apprehended them. I think they have picked the person to again to the office of either the DSS or the SID for questioning. So I don't know what has happened right now.
Yes. Deputy Governor Adewusi there when he apparently this was in Ile-Ife. Is one of the big weeks. Some of the heavyweights coming from Ife. You know, there are 4 local governments of Ife. So the 4 Ifes are very strong, and you've got to appeal to the Ifes if you want to win. this election. You've got to appeal to the Olorundas, to the Oshogbo local government, the Borikways local government. You've got to appeal to the Ijesha people. In the Ijesha land, and you've got to also let the people of Ede know that you're on their side. You've got to be able to get all of these votes. You know, it's not only winning and winning in the getting the highest number of votes. The Constitution has stipulated 2 factors that will give you the emergence or make you emerge as a winner. The spread, the 2/3 majority across all of the local government areas in the state, and you must have the highest number of votes cast in an election. But so all of these local governments are important. Over 100 1,000 votes in almost 10 local government, call them the KKK local government areas of Osun State. You've got to be able to appeal to the voters there to be able to coast home. But in what we've seen so far, the issue of vote buying has become a phenomenon, a disastrous one that is concerning. And it was in Ejibo that our cameras were able to catch that scenario playing out, where we obviously saw some of the voters who are on the other side of the divide, who are alleging that a certain political party is aiding voters, and you can see what they show as evidence. What they did is to give a tally. So you get a tally to collect your money. So the tally, call it the early age of exchange of value before the currency, the money came. This is a form of where I voted, you show the vote, you collect the tally, and you go collect the money. And this erupted into some kind of argument, and you can see the agitated voters there.
Well, it does appear that there's a whole economy around elections we'll find very difficult for what we're seeing right now. Also that the electorate are now beginning to get complacent. Because in some instances, I think that's why instead of using terms like vote buying, you now have vote trading. Because people cannot buy what it is that you are not selling. So
it's a two-way.
It's a two-way street. Interestingly, the legal term for it, you understand, is voter inducement. Now, I think that we can always speak to lawyers as to the nitty-gritty of this term. But it would seem that in my own ordinary interpretation of inducement, it means that somebody is trying to lure the other person. But in some other instances, people still have the right. The question is whether they choose to exercise it and how freely can they do so. Because we do know that the way these things work is that if you do not cooperate or if you are refusing to take certain things and there is no protection, nobody wants to be risking his or her life, especially if you're in a place where it's not safe. If you looked at somebody who is refusing to cooperate with people who are doing things like this. But the strategy we also know is evolving from what we also saw on the ground. You understand that people were cooperating with locals who were selling things around that area. So you might find somebody who is frying bones or frying that very early in the morning, and that is the agent through whom these things are passed. So we'll wait and see. It's a good thing that this one was uncovered and citizens themselves were the ones able to do so. The question is, How widespread was this? And what impact did it have on the results that we're going to be seeing tonight? Will this continue to be the case in our elections? What new strategies will continue to be discovered? We do know that 15,000 plus policemen were deployed, and this is not counting NSCDC officials, counting EFCC officials, counting NDLEA officials. You know, what role do they have in making sure that things like this do not happen in our polls, especially as we go on to the big one in 2027? These are questions, legitimate questions to ask. But they're talking about the things that happen, things that we do not like to see that eventually happen in this polls. Violence was also one of them, Shewan. I believe that you have a number of places where...
in the same Ejigbo.
Oh, dear.
And my colleague Kumbi Aboluwade did a fantastic job being able to allow herself and her camera to see beyond the surface and go deeper. You know, as a journalist, your instinct will tell you where the story lies. And we were able to capture the violence which erupted in Ejigbo following an outbreak of violence at the polling unit area during the governorship election. The incident was reportedly a case which began after a youth discovered materials alleged to be linked to vote buying belonging to the APC, according to them, allegedly. According to the youth, he and others seized the materials because they could not stand by and watch what described as an illegal activity take place without taking action. The situation reportedly escalated when individuals said to be associated with the materials arrived at the scene and allegedly attempted to whisk the youth away. That was what our reporter is able to bring out of that situation in Ejigbo. And of course,
again, raising question as to the role of security agencies, because clearly this was left in the hands of ordinary citizens who took matters into their own hands, who were vigilant enough to say, there's something fishy is going on here, and they flagged it and handled it their own way. The question was, where were security agencies when such a thing was being flagged? We just saw one or two policemen in these visuals here. So clearly they were there, but it looked like they were just looking at what was going on there.
The guy was whipping the other guy.
Yes.
And I'm what?
Like, I'm arresting you. I'm taking matters into my own hands. We don't want you here.
You know, there's such thing as citizen arrest.
Arrest,
you know,
but
right?
that's not how to arrest someone.
Whipping him,
you don't
like
whip
whip a horse. so interesting. But Kumbi also reported and gave us some clues as to some of the details of what she found out in our journey, or should I call it foray, in covering this election today. My colleague Kumbi Aboluwade.
It's been such an eventful day here in Osun State as the governorship election takes place across all 30 local government areas of the state. Now, one of the local governments, Ejigbo, is where I and my cameraman, Quadri, kept vigil for the better part of the day. There are quite a number of notable things that happened in the local government area during the electioneering process. We witnessed violence erupt in polling unit 13 Ward 4, which led to the abrupt stop of the voting process. Also noteworthy is the fact that polling unit is the polling unit of the AVC governorship candidate for this election. Also in some other polling units, voters lamented the slow pace of the electioneering process and attributed it to hitches by beavers, as well as just having one beavers in a polling unit that has about 981 voters. I can tell you that aside from 1-2 violent situations witnessed, the process was largely peaceful, and most importantly, voters expressed optimism and exercising this civic responsibility of theirs. I mean, we saw some even bring their breakfast box to the polling booth as early as 7 a.m. But that's the situation we witnessed in Ejigbo local government area. From the Osun State capital, Kumbi Aboluwade, Channels Television News.
All right, Kumbi. Looks like she's really getting her game together, and I'm excited about the manner in which she approaches her job these days. Very exciting, isn't it?
That's commendation from the boss.
And then a lot of people are waiting to see the E-Rad in action, waiting to see what the result is looking like. There's a huge number of results. We're hitting almost 2,000 polling units in the IREV. The ERAD is putting those figures and those results into the map, and the colors of the different political parties are giving us a pattern. We are looking at who is in the lead right now. I'm going to go in a moment to the screen, but that is going to be after the break. Mark, it's good to see you on this side.
It's good to be here on this side, Seun. This is the side I'm always on. This is my regular side. I think the side that was on Rico, I was being on the field, it was a good feeling.
Absolutely. Especially coming into Osun State. And it meant that, maritally, that means something, isn't it? All right. I'm not going to let the cat out of the bag because she only can tell you what that means to her, Osun State. But we'll take a break, everyone. When we return, we go to the screen and ERAD will be unveiled tonight. What is the result? What are you expecting? What is your vote looking like? What are the patterns? Who is in the lead? We'll let the cat out of the bag after this break, everyone. Stay with us.
Wires and cables. World-class quality built to last.
In a world moving faster than ever, Nigeria doesn't just need graduates. Nigeria needs builders.
At ATM, you're learning from people who've actually done it. Founders who've built companies, CEOs running major organizations, innovators solving real problems across Africa. And here's the thing, you're not just sitting in class taking notes. You're building. You're working on actual solutions. You're leading from day one. It's not about waiting for the right opportunity to come. It's about creating it yourself. This is where you become the kind of person Africa needs right now. A builder, a problem solver, someone ready to lead.
Our website, channelstv.com, has more information on our top stories and others. Subscribe and watch Channels Television's live stream on YouTube and other social media platforms using your mobile device browser. Or download the Channels TV app for Android and iOS devices from their respective stores. You can also watch us via your smart TV platforms on Apple TV, Android TV, Fire TV, and Roku. Channels Television, ubiquitous.
The Petroleum and Natural Gas Senior Staff Association of Nigeria, Pengasin, warmly welcomes invited guests and members to the 5th edition of the Pengasin Energy and Labor Summit 2026. Theme, strengthening regulatory frameworks as a catalyst for stability and growth in Nigeria's oil and gas industry. Date, Wednesday the 19th to Friday the 21st of August 2026. Venue, Congress Hall, Transcorp Hilton, Abuja. Time, 10 a.m. daily. Special guests of honor, Secretary
I said it earlier in the week that Osun will set a record
in vote buying.
And I stand to be corrected. Before our eyes, you will see it. Because people can't snatch ballot boxes anymore. It's pointless. You can't. If you do that, you've merely wasted your time.
That's right.
Thanks so much, everyone, for staying with us. This is Channels Television continued coverage of the Osun Governorship Election 2026. It's a big election night, and this is our special telling you about the trend, the result, the exercise, the patterns of figures in the exercise, and our partnership with Yaga Africa in ensuring that your vote count, monitoring the exercise, not only what was done, but also the outcome of it. I'm being joined on this side of the set by the Executive Director of Yaga Africa, an election and democracy expert and advocate, Mr. Samson Itodo, who is equally a lawyer. Thank you so much, Samson.
Thanks for having me. Always a delight.
Thank you, and congratulations once again for ERA 2.0, which we will be unveiling in a moment.
The second iteration.
We are able, and a lot of you will may be asking, what is ERA? It's a dashboard that helps you to break down the election result. It's an analysis dashboard, and when we do that, it makes sense of the result. We are monitoring and tracking what INEC and the officials are putting into the IREF, which is the viewing portal where results are being dumped. So when that happens, we have a way of verifying the result on the back end. We aggregate those results and we put them into map, into patterns for you to understand basically and have an understanding while waiting for INEC to announce the result officially. We are able to show you what exactly is going on. But beyond all of that, before we get into it, because I'm seeing the color codes of the political parties, who is in the lead, what local government, and it's clearly showing who is winning the local government areas in the yellow, in the red. Red now for APC, which I'm going to be showing you later. Yellow for the Accord Party. So once you see it, you are able to know who is winning what and what local government is in the bag for which of the political parties. But first and foremost, let's give you a sense of what happened today. An appreciation or appraiser of what INEC did and what INEC did not do. What the security operatives also were up to.
You know what, Sean, before we take a deep dive into this data set, perhaps when we go to the ERAD portal, it's important for those at home to know that everything we do is based on INEC's data. So it's based on the official data that's already on the IREF, and we don't declare results because INEC is the institution that is responsible for declaring results. All we are simply doing with the ERAD is taking the results from the IREF and bringing them to your screens so you can follow the results through. It's our own accountability mechanism, and as you will see from the dashboard, we already spotted, some issues with some of the results uploaded on the portal, and we hope that INEC will ensure that it corrects whatever anomalies exist within the entire results management process. But as you know, the results move from the polling unit to the ward, from the ward to the local government, and the local government to the state. There are two conditions that must be met before a winner emerges. First, you need majority of the votes, and second, you need 25% of votes in 20 of the 30 local governments. It's important to emphasize this before we take a deep dive into the data set.
So legally speaking, yes, if you win, if you have the highest number of votes, but you do not make the 2/3,
yes, 25% in 20 local governments.
That 2/3 is 20 local government. What happens?
Then a winner will not emerge.
So what happens if INEC is not able to declare a winner?
Then INEC will have to conduct a runoff.
A second ballot.
And there's also a condition that the criteria for determining who makes it to a runoff, because it's not all the candidates.
first is the candidate with the highest number of votes, but then is the second candidate with the highest number of votes in the highest number of local governments. So it's not really cast in stone who will be on the ballot when it comes to a runoff. But you know what? We are not there yet. We have to wait.
And that scenario may not happen.
And that scenario
may not happen. It may not happen.
But it's our.
But what I can tell you, the secret I can tell you, all this, believe me when I tell you some of these things, is that it is a keenly contested race.
It is.
Remember what happened in a year where 482 votes determined the winner of this election.
That's right.
Are we going to see that kind of scenario? I'm not going to give you the details. Just hold your breath, right? And you will be able to uncover it. But something, let's get into what really happened today. From Yaga Africa's PRVT process, you are able to detect how early, how sluggish, how fast INEC is able to deploy, and the presence of security. But this is the timing and the presence of polling unit agents and the activation of the polling unit. What did you discover?
I think first, in Ekiti, we did a thumbs up for INEC. I think that they also deserve some commendation, because when you look at the arrival of materials and personnel at the polling units, by 8:30 a.m., in 78% of polling units, accreditation had commenced. What that tells you is that despite the challenge with the delay of the reprinted ballot papers, INEC was still able to open most of the polling units early. And by 9:30 a.m., in 97% of polling units, accreditation and voting had commenced. So when you think about the opening, it was quite a commendable exercise.
All right. The message is, Professor Amupito, if you are watching right now, and you and your colleagues, what this signal is that this is a test case for the 2027 election. And if there is anything one can take away from here, is that INEC has incredibly improved on
when it comes to logistics.
Yes. Don't forget, 2011, 2015, 2023, logistics has always been INEC's problem. We've cancelled the general elections on the election day.
We can actually compare. Let's compare 2026 and 2022 based on the sampled polling units where Yaga Africa deployed. In Osun, that's 2026, you can see by 8:30 a.m. accreditation had commenced, and then by 10:30 a.m. it moved to 99%. But in 2022, it was 41%, and then 96% by 10:30 a.m. So when you look at this data, compare 2022 and 2026, with respect to commencement, this was a marked improvement.
Absolutely, which is a good sign.
Yes.
Because if you've got a problem, which INEC has always, and I keep saying it, INEC's major problem is logistics.
Yes.
And on election day, we've seen it happen. INEC had to say elections has been postponed because they could not get the ballot in. But now we get to print ballot papers right here in Nigeria, which lessen
the local production of ballot papers and result sheet is a welcome development. Nigeria has everything it takes, to produce its own materials, and we're glad to see that this is really happening. So when you look at, in terms of presence of security agencies, they were in 98% of the polling units. In one of the polling units I visited today, there were only 3 officials, and guess the number of police officers that were there? 14. 14 police officers were deployed to one particular polling unit. They had only 3 officials. Exactly, and there were only 265 registered voters. So there's this massive sort of deployment of security agents. But there are some issues, and I'm sure when we go into the data, we clearly see how some of them perform.
There may be a sense of over-militarization of our electoral process. But I do say that if you are taught in secondary school or in university, and your students are notorious for cheating in class, you will deploy invigilators.
More invigilators.
Invigilators to put a microscope when you know that this guy. So when we do not have a process that in itself is full proof of this kind of discrepancy that we see, and we've had a history of violence in the last weeks leading to this election that is concerning. One cannot take away the fact that you cannot say the authorities should open their eyes or leave all of these things and allow people being killed on election day or the process being disrupted. They will be heavily criticized. What I'm concerned with was the process free of violence to a large extent. With the deployment, I think if they are able to achieve that goal, the security agencies should give themselves kudos.
Yeah, when you look at the presence of party agents, there were 3 dominant parties in this race, and they deployed in this manner. In 99% of the sampled polling units where we deployed, Accord Party had party agents, same with the APC. So you see that these are the 2 contending forces in this particular race, and this may not necessarily be a third force, but at least we'd never know what the results would say. But they deployed to 67% of polling units. Now, Sharon, let's look at the beavers. This was a topical issue in this election. From over 726 polling units where the Election Observation Hub deployed observers, there were 58 incidents where beavers malfunctioned. And of this, 41 cases were resolved and polling continued. I think one thing that this really says, there are several issues that this has thrown up. First, we need to resolve this challenge with respect to validation of voters, especially facial recognition. I felt so bad for several elderly people who couldn't pass through this.
You know what, just like your WhatsApp that has a 2-way authentication, and that is what, just for them before you take it away, that is what the beavers has always done, because there's the biometrics and the fingerprint, which says before you get through the accreditation, your card, your PVC must match and be able to go through the verification with the beavers. The details on your card must match the details has been imputed on the beaver. So the sensitivity, because in Ekiti, the same thing happened where we saw the elderly are not being accredited. Because, and sometimes when you your thumb is going to be used for verification, they ask you to go wash it off. So, a lot of things happen. And the sensitivity of the device needs to be looked into.
I think
maybe an update on the software.
And I think Nigerians need to know why the revalidation process of our voter register was very important. Yes, it was a good choice not to continue with the revalidation because we're close to an election. You don't do a revalidation exercise close to election. You wait after the general election. But INEC needs to prioritize the revalidation exercise immediately after the 2027 elections as we build towards 2031. And some of these issues are largely attributed to the fact that the revalidation was not conducted, coupled with the fact that there are some, technological updates that need to be made to the systems that we use for voter accreditation. Now, let's go to the dark side of today's elections. We've talked about the good side and where INEC got it right. These are some of the issues. Now, if you look at the Kuka Center's Election Security Information Hub, which is part of the Election Observation Hub, there were 323, electoral offenses and irregularities as of 12 p.m. this afternoon. And this was contained in the statement that was released. But shall we just look at the screen? Which of these has the highest number of offenses? Vote trading. Over 103 cases of buying and selling of votes really happened in today's elections. And it's really unfortunate that you are recording that. You look at multiple voting, there were 12 cases. There were inducement of polling and security officials. This was allegedly reported. There were 38 incidents of campaigns at polling units, voter impersonation, 14 incidents, misconduct by election officials, 7, obstruction of voters. Now, this was very troubling because there were reports where, whether they were thugs that were intimidating voters who were standing on the queue. And this happened even though isolatedly, but the fact that you have 31 cases of obstruction really could lead to voter suppression. And then 85 cases of exposure of ballot paper. Some of the polling units I went to today, it was just disappointing to see voters expose how they actually cast their ballots. And there is a connection between, this act and that. And
Mark said it earlier. The right word to use is vote trading.
Yes.
Which as a legal implication, inducement. So, of course, it can induce the voters or the security operatives. But I mean, most largely, the offense is inducement. Vote trading is a generic term to be used for either the buyer or the seller. Everyone is a sinner in that sense, and is a criminal.
And a lawbreaker, by the way, because it's against the law to do that. So far, so good. This is just a snapshot, you know, of what has really transpired. As at noon.
The full day report hasn't come in.
And that's why it's really there, that as at noon, reports from 726 polling units.
Guess what? If you asked me last night to predict what could be infractions that would come out of this election, I would say maybe triple this figure because of what the incident
the build up to the elections. That's right.
I thought that the presence of security that we saw, and you cannot take it away from the people of Osun State, they are resilient. They are politically sound.
No, can we commend the people of Osun?
They stood their ground in their own turf.
And they protected their vote.
Yes.
And that's really interesting.
And it happened in any of the strongholds.
Yes.
So if you were strong here, they stood their ground. All the other political parties, you will see them standing their ground. And in fact, I see multiplicity of, and perhaps the result will give us an understanding of how widespread the results are looking. But generally, something, if you look at the IREV to the ERAD, what we have, the total number of polling unit results we are expecting is 3,763, and so far, what has come into the ERAD is 1,325.
But
the results that are pending is 2,438. We still have a long way.
We still have a long way. Yeah.
On the IREV, that's what we're monitoring. We're looking at how these results are coming in. Well, take a look at this, for example.
I think just to mention that, yes, when you look at the IREV, you have over 2,900. I'm sure it probably gets up to 3,000 now. But the ERAD business process, it's not just taken directly from the IREV. There has to be some verification. So I guess within the next hour, this might change. And it's important to say that this is an ongoing process. But people can also visit the portal, erad.ng, erad.ng, to follow the live updates on this. But when you look at this show, and you were going to say something, we're clearly, based on the results that are already on IREF, there are some issues regarding whether it's overvoting or reconciliation errors or mismatch and incomplete sheets. And you can see that there are some gaps because those results are currently on the portal, and from the result, there are about some cases where you have reconciliation errors. And this is the beauty of the ERAD.
Absolutely.
Because it's able to detect some anomalies on the results sheets by just, this
analyzing
it. And
during the business process of cleaning it up and finding out.
And what that tells you is that these errors would need to be rectified during collation. And so whatever you're seeing on the IRF, please note that at collation, the collation officers are required, to look at these errors and try to resolve them.
So if you look at it, what excites me again in the process is that there were times that the quality of what you see on the IRF is horrible.
Yes.
Some people just snap things and just dump it on the IREF. But we
there were days when there were a plate of rice and
slippers and shoes and I mean people
but we don't see that
now,
these days.
Legible result sheet rate is 99.6%. It gives us an idea of how much we are able to process faster and, when we are able to clean up the result. But take a look at it. I know a lot of people are willing to find out. So based on the local government areas, this is what we know now. The number of results per local government that has come, and you will soon see what this means. If East seems to have the most at the moment, followed by Iraq, if enough, you can see more of the results coming in that order. So so far, about 1,325 results have come into the Iraq platform, and we're processing it for you, and you will be able to make sense of the entire process and its outcome. For Samson, give us an idea of the PRVT and IRAD and the IREF. What is the correlation?
So there are several correlations. So first, the IREF is based on the results declared at the polling unit, the EC8As. The IRAD takes those EC8As, analyzes them, and visualizes them. What the PRVT does, which is a process result for verification and transparency, we deploy observers to a random sample of polling units. So we use statistical principles. And because we do that and we deploy to those polling units, we collect information on the process and the results. And because of the methodology, we are able to do three things. The first one is we can attest to the accuracy of the results, announced by INEC, and we can show if there has been any manipulation across different levels. And the third one is that the PRVT serves as a check on the IRAD and the IREF, because the results from the PRVT are based on the results declared at the polling unit before they were transmitted online on the IREF.
So if there is a major problem, if there is a discrepancy, there will be...
I can tell you in the next 3 to 4 hours, when the data from PRVT has been cleaned and our confidence level are high, you would see them on the IRAD platform. And you see the triangulation. We look at INEC's results, you look at the IRAD, and then you look at PRVT. And it can show you the margins of error. If you go to Ekiti on the portal, you clearly see an illustration of this.
Well, maybe I should go to the election result, but not just yet.
Not just yet.
But thank you so much, Samson, for speaking with us on these. In a moment, we'll take a break, but when we come back, I will go to the election result, show you the pattern, who is winning, who is in the lead. I know you want to know. Stick around with us, everyone. We'll be right back.
The day begins with news gathering and research.
We need to confirm the story. Directors.
As well as policymakers.
From the business district to the corporate, the policies, actions, and even inactions of both the fiscal and the monetary authorities make impact.
90% of Nigeria's economy is in the informal sector, just like this market. And take, for example, they're impacted by government policies like inflation rates. Prices keep going up.
Well, trading is fast and mostly virtual. Get the top stories that set your investing agenda.
Beyond Africa, we got you covered. It's a full menu for you every weekday. Business Morning and Business Incorporated, only on Channels Television.
Our wildlife is world famous. It drives our growing tourism industry, but it's increasingly under threat.
Welcome to Wild Africa,
a new TV series taking you behind the scenes, bringing you up to speed, meeting wildlife champions, fighting to protect our heritage and our future. Wild Africa, showing on Channels Television.
Hello and welcome to One to One. Our guest today is quite the remarkable individual.
I know I'm putting you in an incredibly difficult position.
Our tourism was so alien. People thought we were crazy.
The world has always recognized the creative genius of Nigerians. But what has it meant to you personally?
Game-changing discussions on the big ideas that shape our thinking.
We've been very focused on trying to accomplish something that is typically not done.
You have to be deliberate. That's the point I'm making.
But it appears that things have gotten worse. So what happened? How did we get here?
Let people think. Let people be bold. And the country can change.
This is One to One.
Out and they are doing the necessary things concerning the election. And we really, as the thing is going on now, we really appreciate that because it's going on smoothly. No violence, no problem, nothing at all.
Presently, with what I saw here about 2 hours ago since I arrived here, INEC is conducting free and fair election. INEC is a beacon of hope to the true democracy we are seeing in Nigeria. With what I saw in the last 2 hours in this polling unit, that the booklet is not complete is not visible to me. However, I won't say the person who said so is telling lie. If the booklet is yet to be complete, it might be a kind of delay in terms of logistics or delay in terms of transport. You know, vehicle would convey such a thing there, and vehicle is technology. Vehicle is unpredictable. Vehicle might break down unexpectedly. So I can't blame anyone for that. But my advice is that if logistics or vehicle broken down is delaying the conveying of books, the person in charge, the INEC official in charge, should look for better alternative so that the booklet will be here, so that we can have a transparency election.
To do the right thing by trying to organize the place. You can see for yourself, women on one side, men on one side. So I think that's how it's supposed to be.
Do you have updates for us? See?
Commissioner is doing. Anytime you are ready. The update is that the election is not
Hello, Ned. To step down, so that is why I did not join. Suppose give it a little life.
So if they ask how you consider
Are you okay now? Are you
good?
Sorry.
He's been doing that.
Cube, unwrap joy, unleash taste.
David, they say owó kí ló dé ní.
Owó wọgbó 30,000 owó wọgbó.
This is a protest. What's they happen there, David. Then there's another one too. The same
People are jubilating for Imole's winning everywhere. This is Osun. People were jubilating for Imole all the way. Ayero àdìkẹ́tì ìràjẹ́. Àwọn èrò tó jubiléètì fún akọ́ọ̀dù lélẹ́yìí o fún ìmọ́lẹ̀. Ìmọ́lẹ̀ lélẹ́yìí o, àwọn èèyàn mọ́lẹ̀ lélẹ́yìí o, jubilation for ìmọ́lẹ̀. Can you see jubilation for ìmọ́lẹ̀? Jubilation for ìmọ́lẹ̀ everywhere. Jubilation for ìmọ́lẹ̀.
And then earlier we see say an APC also and they also win some polling units then we see the polling results.
60, 61, 62, 70.
Aye. Like what I asked you.
All right, so we see the way the result they go. It can't be like say the election can't be mostly between Adeleke and then Oyebamiji. Prince Francis Chilaka, before you jump in on the conversation, I know I get person for the line, but make it in the hold on a bit. But before then, let me take a breakdown of, Prof, you had asked me of the local governments that results have come out.
No, I just asked for 3 local governments. Because they are the major.
Make I just run down the local governments quickly.
Okay.
Okay, and the percentage of results they don't upload for each of those local governments.
Okay.
So we get Ife North local government, right? And out of 111 polling units, they don't upload 97. We get Irepodun local government. Out of 133, they don't upload 120. So that means you just have about 13 more to go. And then you get Ife East local government. Out of 200 polling units, 181 don't be uploaded. Odooti local government, 121 polling units, 103 don't be uploaded. And then Irewole local government, out of 138 polling units, they don't upload 104 so far. And then I think Egbedore local government, out of 90 polling units, 70 don't be uploaded. Ifedayo out of 63, 60 don't be uploaded. That's almost complete. And Ilesha West, 121 polling units, 109 don't be uploaded. Ayedire out of 67 polling units, 51 don't be uploaded. 51, that is 51 out of 61, 67 rather. And then Ife Central local government, out of 215 polling units, 194 don't uploaded. For each local government area, out of 133 polling units, 89 don't uploaded. This Ife, this Ejimukonde, like the one way we say never get plenty upload.
Yes.
Because if you look, imagine out of 133 polling units, only 89. Why some others almost they close to almost being fully loaded. So and so this Ejibode very important. All right. Then we go to other local government areas. We go to Eden North, where out of 139 polling units, 116 don't be uploaded. We go to Ayedade local government. Out of 150, 121 don't be uploaded. Ede South, out of 101, 87 don't be uploaded. Ola Oluwa, out of 62 polling units, 41 don't be uploaded. Ela local government, out of 124 polling units, 117 don't be uploaded. And Borikpe local government, out of 112 polling units, 90 don't be uploaded. Oshobo local government, out of 282 polling units, 258 don't be uploaded. And then Atakumosa West local government, out of 76, 54 don't be uploaded. Out of 170, 151 don't uploaded. Takumosa East, out of 77, 62 don't be uploaded. And Oluwaduro local government, out of 74 polling units, 63 don't be uploaded. And Isoka, you get 95 polling units, 673 don't be uploaded. Oriade, out of 123, 84 don't be uploaded. And Olorunda, out of 193 polling units, 167 underuploaded. I think Orolu, out of 85 polling units, 66 underuploaded. Obokun local government, out of 194, just 6 remain to finish up. Ilesha East, 132 polling units, 115 underuploaded. And Ife South, out of 131 polling units and 108 underuploaded. This one said plenty. And then Ifelodun, out of 145, we get 126 where they don't upload so far. So far, IREF don't upload 84.80% of the results. Just to make a let you know. So Prince Francis Chilakasa, please, before I take your call, let me quickly speak to the person on the phone that I've had on hold. Good evening, sir, and welcome to the show.
Precious. My name is Samuel, calling in from the UK.
You're welcome, sir. Go ahead, sir.
Thank you so very much for the good work you are doing in the studio there.
Thank you, sir.
As always, I want to appreciate our quintessential prof in the studio there for an unbiased analysis. Thank you so very kindly. I want to tell you that I'm having one of the jolly weekend that I've been for in recent times with what is happening in Osun State. I'm so happy. One thing that gives me joy in what is happening in Osun State election right now is the demonstration of the resilience of Nigerians. It's beginning to be. And it's a good sign towards challenging the sardonic attitude of our politicians in power moving towards 2027. It's a glimmer of hope. I'm telling you that with what is happening, it is very certain that when people have become so conscientious, aware of their right, the politicians in power will know that there's going to be a bigger resistance beyond the weaponization of poverty that we have seen in Nigeria in recent times. And I'm happy that this is happening. It's turning a lot from what we are seeing in Osun State. And I want to tell you that what is happening in Osun State is going to be a litmus test. People will pick up their zeal, their temerity, their gut, the gut of the suffering Nigerians that have been united as a result of what the politicians are doing. It's going to happen in such a way that very soon, it's the people's institutions will begin to work. And the powerful people that we have in Nigeria that have turned themselves into the institution of power people will be weakened by the resolve of the people. And this is making me very happy.
Yeah.
So I'm so happy with what is happening. And thank you very much, Precious, again, for what you are doing.
All right,
thank you so very kindly.
Thank you so much. I appreciate you. Thank you, sir. All right, Prince Francis Chilakasa, let me let you respond holistically on everything that's got to do with your state election, sir.
Well, which of them do you want me to respond to? The fact that
holistically, in total.
The fact that they are sharing money.
Hey.
The fact that Nigeria has become partially a failed state. The fact that our electoral process has been thrown to the dogs. The fact that some governors will abandon their state and come to another state claiming they want to come and win an election. The fact that your president will say, go and come out and vote. Let there be free and fair election. Yet the police and the army are all over the place. We have militarized everything that has to do with our political system. And people are rejoicing. People are happy. See, I've said this thing to show people. If you like, collect that 20,000, collect the 30,000. Don't forget that you will pay back. It's an investment. It is not free money because there is nothing free. Even in Freetown, there is no free lunch. So if you collect the money and you decide to vote non-entity into power, it is all of you in Osun State that will eat the breakfast. Just as everybody in Nigeria today is eating the breakfast. So for me, I feel so bad that Nigeria has been brought down to a level where you have people with questionable character, people that have killed our educational system. You have the worst of us leading the best of us. And we don't see anything wrong with it.
That's it.
And our professors are in the forefront of helping to bring in non-entities to power with their selfishness and their greed. And INEC, with all the money they have, they are finding it difficult to do the right thing. So for me, when people say, oh, Osun State to be a litmus test, I just laugh. Because what you see playing out in Osun State is more like state capture. It's not an election. There's so many videos I've seen today that are so annoying. I saw people who came in from Edo State parading themselves as, people who have come to smoke out. That's the language they use. They have come to smoke out the governor, a sitting governor. That is so shameful. That is so shameful. And we say we are running a democratic system. And we all claim that we have a master strategist, a man who understands politics better than everybody in power.
Prince Francis Chilaka, let me quickly butt in there, please, very quickly. There's been a breaking announcement by the Adeleke Campaign Council as they don't raise alarm, say they won't declare the election inconclusive. And they talk say people resist.
Well,
say they
Precious, you remember what didn't I tell you that yesterday night?
Yes, you said that.
Was it not what I told you yesterday night?
Yes, you see a rerun.
Yes. Because it is when you declare it inconclusive that the real rigging will take place.
Yes.
That is it.
That's 20.
And then when the real rigging takes place, the umpire will now tell you, go to court.
They want to play back 2018.
So we have a system. We have a system where those we elect into office to come and serve us have turned around to enslave us. Mm-hmm. And you call it leadership. You call it democracy. It's a shame. It's a real shame.
What is the implication, Prince? What's the implication should this election go to that rerun?
Sorry, go to what?
If they declare this election inconclusive, what's the implication on our political landscape?
If they declare it inconclusive, the thing is when you declare it inconclusive, it means that somebody somewhere wants to rig the election. We must allow the wishes of the people. We must uphold the wishes of the people. We cannot continue to have inconclusive elections. Considering the amount of resources that has been spent, the energy that has been put into it, why are you declaring it inconclusive? You declare something inconclusive when your candidate is not winning.
Yes. Or when there's a major flaw.
That's it.
Prince, in light of...
So if they have looked into the crystal ball and they see that, this our APC candidate is not winning, they'll say, Organic, please, let there be glitches.
Go ahead, David. Okay, in light of the EU SDGN and of course other observers recording hundreds of electoral offences in this particular election, from vote buying to vote trading to ballot exposure, campaigning near PUs, inducement of officials, how credible is the overall integrity of this process? Prince.
Which election in Nigeria has integrity? And when have we started as a nation to listen to election observers? Do you listen to them? Or are you not aware now that if you remember in the last 2023 election, the national election, EU had about 100 and something election monitors in the country.
Right.
I'm sure you're aware they told you that they're going to send between 2 and 4 people for the 2027 election. That shows you that even they themselves, they don't trust your process. They have no belief, they have no regard for the Nigerian electoral process. So that is where we are. If you like, go and be an election observer and capture people who are both buying vote and selling vote, the government of the day will close their eyes to it. Just like they close their eyes to every other thing. Have you forgotten that your National Assembly said vote buying is not a crime? It's not a crime. They did it on purpose. They amended the 2026 Electoral Act having one person in mind. Having one man in mind. That is why they amended that Electoral Act the way it is.
They had in mind when they did that?
See, Precious, they asked me
now,
question.
because you're the one alleging that.
Grab it, snatch it, and run. I mean, they ask. Don't ask me that. You want me to grab you and snatch you and run?
Okay, take them easy now. No vexer.
No, but
no,
see, no, we
he's
must
telling
say
you that the election is not sad la cat. That's what he's telling you.
Oh, so for us to move this country forward, sir. Precious. One thing that we're not sitting down to ask questions. If tomorrow, let me tell you this, go and write it down. If tomorrow there's a law saying that everybody elected from president down, their salaries will be within the range of civil service. I am telling you, people will not want to contest election.
No, let them even say that all legislative positions are part-time. You see how many people that will run. And they will only receive sitting allowances. You see how many people that will run.
Are you saying that our democracy is that expensive?
Very bloated.
What are you talking about? Can you contest election? Can you contest? Do you know how much they sell the form? You will go and borrow money to buy form. You will borrow money for campaign.
No, are you aware?
And you tell
me that to raise a billboard in Abuja, you pay 750 million to just raise billboard.
To raise in some states, the list is 150 million now.
So what are we talking about? Million. Okay, do you have that kind of money to raise billboard, or you are not bought formal?
So the whole thing is that we are not ready. When the Nigerian people are ready, I am telling you, people who come to office will think twice before they make themselves available.
All right, thank you so much, CJ Oji. She says, please, let's acknowledge the organizational involvement of the Davido's family here. How does it translate to the national election strategy? Now, Prof, you had said something about the Adeleke family and how ready to match Tinubu might for might. What do you think about your respond to this question, having that, your thought in mind, sir?
Mm-hmm. So, which question now?
The question is not forgetting the organizational involvement of the Davido son, that is a Adeleke family, and how that will translate to the national election strategy.
No, how it translate is that once they are able to ensure that they win this election, then it will be clear to Nigerians that going forward, the same, let me use the language of APC, they can use the same template in Osun for the central, for the general election, that you must make your vote count, and you should be ready to deploy whatever it takes to fight for those votes. See, one of the things that makes Osun beautiful today is that the citizens, even with intimidation, refuse to be intimidated. They refuse to be intimidated. They stay at the polling booth. Look at the one we just saw, that they recorded 12 instead of 212. And the people resisted it and insisted I must be corrected, and it was corrected there and then. You see, let me repeat myself. If they make any mistake of declaring this result inconclusive, there will be challenges. So, they did that in 2018, and that was how they won in 2018. In 2018, PDP was coasting clear. There was a call from Abuja to the returning officer, and he said it without knowing that he has a call from Abuja to stop this election, and at the end of the day, they now told us there'll be a rerun. And in the rerun, there was a movement. That was why, why I asked that question, whether the results of Ife Ede, and what's the other one now? The capital, Oshobo, has been declared. Because these were the areas where they have chunk vote. So they will leave those areas to use it to settle score. That was what they did in 2018. They now use it, and when they did the rerun, all the votes went to APC. I think PDP only got 5 votes.
Exactly.
And they said they have won that election. And it was, we saw it in good authority what Omechere did in that election. Moved over to APC, did not just move over to APC. There were people were imported to Osun. Vehicles trooped into Osun to vote. So in 2022, they wanted to try that, but it didn't succeed because their delegates were wiser. You recall that in 2018, it was still a delegate. He almost won that election, he lost. Then in 2022, they now upped their game and said, no, we're going to have it again. Now it is trying to play back. And it's only
so the same rerun drama in 2018.
Yes, but it's not going to happen this time around.
Why do you think it can't happen?
You are going to see it. You are going to see that it will not happen.
But they don't raise their alarm. Make I quickly raise the. Make I even read it in the even right. So the campaign organization of the Accord Party governorship candidate in Osun State will be Oga Ademola Adeleke. Don't raise alarm over what they say now. Alleged plan to declare the ongoing governorship election inconclusive. And it don't one thing what I don't notice for them. Smart thing Adeleke don't shout. Smart thing he don't shout. Then carrying people in shout. They want to do something, you go shout. They want to do so thing, in the shout.
You see, that is what is 7 days. He raised it because if you understand it,
you're supposed to keep quiet. A sealed mouth is a sealed destiny.
If you know how this APC operates, you know why he's doing what he's doing. Because what they do is they first of all come to test the waters. Once they push a policy in, do you know how many policies I saw this administration have had? It's unprecedented in the annals of Nigeria. So what they do is that they push a policy. When people shout, they withdraw it. Then when you feel relaxed, they from the back door sneak it in. That's the way they have been operating. So people understand their system. That's why he's shouting. And when he's shouting, he's standing on it until that issue is resolved. So that's why I'm telling you, it will be near impossible for them to declare this election inconclusive. Because the question will be, give us reasons why you are declaring it inconclusive. Because we didn't have any major flaws. Some of the flaws we had were in the early hours of the day, and they were resolved. So you don't have any reason to declare this election inconclusive, except you are looking for trouble.
Okay, sir. David, you want to go ahead? Please just go ahead.
Okay, so looking at this conversation about influence. Now, Davido and their delegate family, let me not use the word Davido now, but instrumentally, Davido has been very visible. Can that influence, should Ademola Adeleke become again the incumbent governor, should he become the next governor now, can influence be transferred to every other influential Nigerian to a candidate?
No. You see, let me tell you something. You know that their delegates made what I would call a high risk calculation that has failed them. And that is when they decided that they want to support the president. That was their undoing. Because they had believed that by pledging loyalty to the president, irrespective of not joining APC, now they will have a free sale. No! Whether you like it or not, see, let us tell ourselves the truth. The way Nigeria is today, if you have a free and fair election today, President Bola Ahmed Tinubu will not win. He will not win. Forget all the people that are making noise. Because most people that are making noise, deep down inside of them, they are not happy.
But with the macroeconomy getting better according to the presidency, would that not be something good enough?
Which macro? Which macro?
See, Oga, the macro economy is getting better. What of the micro? That's where the people are concerned. You are talking of the macro, you are talking of them up there. You are not talking of the micro economy that's affecting the people, the masses. Do you know the gap between the rich now and the poor in Nigeria? It's so wide.
We have only two. We only have only two now. You're either rich or you're poor.
That's it. You know the gap? The gap, the margin is so
and don't forget,
wide.
Don't forget, 140 million Nigerians are in multi-dimensional poverty.
Not the poverty.
So even you and Precious, you're going to need to tell us which level you enter. So that is where we are. That's the truth. There is hunger in the land. There is poverty staring people in their faces.
Can you imagine? So 70% of the people that are employed are underemployed. That's the truth.
All right. So this inconclusive, Prince Francis Chilaka, I would like to take your thought on this alleged accusation. Say the election will they likely declared inconclusive, especially as we see jubilation across different videos of jubilation in favor of Adeleke. We'll never see different videos of jubilation like that in favor of the APC. What do you think is happening? And if they end up declaring the election inconclusive.
No, if it is declared inconclusive, you know that a bug has eaten into the computer or the server of INEC as usual. They have a glitch.
Prince, remember,
and you know that anytime you have a glitch, anytime you have a glitch in Nigeria, anytime you have a glitch in Nigeria, nobody explains it to you. Nigeria is a country where you employ people, you employ staff, because government officials are your staff, they are the staff of the people. But when you issue them a query to respond, they don't respond. That time they will now begin to tell you that you were employed and you don't get right, you don't get authority to give them that query. See, until sovereignty returns back to the people, forget them. Nothing will work.
That's it.
Prince, let me
nothing.
Prince, let me put this question.
I'll tell you. Okay. You know that. Wait, hold on. Okay. Have you ever asked yourself why was the South African government, why were they docile over the fact that other African nationals were being chased away from South Africa? Why was the government keeping quiet? You think the government does not have the military, the police to quell the situation? They do. Just because the current president wants to come back. So for him, closing his eyes will get him votes. So when things happen in Nigeria too, you ask yourself, who is the beneficiary?
All right.
Go ahead.
Now, we turn out provisionally around 42 to 43% of accredited voters. How does this compare to the 2022 Osun State election? And of course, now have 2027, because you would recall that most recently now we started a decline in voters coming to cast their votes. What would you say is the reason for that? Plus, a different thing.
The reason is not far-fetched. People have lost interest in the credibility of the umpire. That is it. See, we say continuous voters registration exercise, is it not?
Yeah.
It says continuous. It means that there should not be a break. But what happens? After the election, INEC goes to sleep. Few days to another election, or 1 month to the next election, they start harassing everybody. Oh, yeah, come and collect your voters card. Come and do this. They forget that on a daily basis, hundreds of Nigerians turn 18. And by that word, continuous, means that on a daily basis, those who turn 18 should be registered. Those who have lost their cards should be issued a new one. Those whose cards have been defaced should be issued a new one. But it doesn't work that way. It simply shows you that people have lost trust in the system. And that is why you see nonchalant attitude. A lot of people say, even if I vote, my vote will not count. But I tell people one thing, your vote counts. That is why they want to buy. Only 20 people will come out to vote. Have you ever asked yourself what happens to the remaining 480 voters? Something happens to it along the line. And that is where the glitch comes in.
All right, so moving on very quickly, according to a breakdown of the trying being put the figures together, because if you look at a breakdown of the result from the INEC IREF portal so far, it shows say Adeleke is still the lead slightly with I think about 50,000 votes so far. And now it's in Adeleke because I think he scored about 380 something votes so far. If you look at the things where IREF don't publish so far, and then Oyeba Miji about 330 something thousand so far. So the gap they really close. And considering say so far, IREF, the INEC don't only upload about 87.22% of the results so far. They don't, in fact, 87.22% they don't upload. Now we don't hear the rumor of inconclusive. Do we expect any magic to happen? Because 50,000, we know the things that happen for Nasarawa State for the 2023 election, for instance. So, Prof, let me take you back on it. What do you envisage happening with with the way the results is going so fast?
But we have a situation where everything is a complete sweep. So it's a major change. Mr. Ogunade, Ejigo. Ejigo is the home of the ADC candidate. Did you see that coming?
Well, no, I didn't see it. Well, in a sense, maybe, because some analysts have said that at the end of the day, ADC may just take some votes from the A party, take some votes from APC, and they may not really, be there. That is what, we've seen. But one interesting thing I've seen in terms of the analysis of Ijesha land is the fact that Ilesha West, where is Ilesha West? So you have, Ilesha East.
Ilesha East.
It's
Ilesha West
yellow,
going
red. Ilesha West. And so if you look at it in terms of, block delivery of votes, you have like an entire Ife going the way of, the A party, but not the entire Ijesha land. Those little margins could end up, making,
imagine that the DG of the APC is from this area.
It's from that Oriade local government. Do we have Oriade there already?
Oriade is
turning so again, yellow. That reinforces the point that Prof was making about the fact that sometimes there are local dynamics that affect the way elections go, because the DG was not always in the APC. He had always been in PDP, and perhaps this is telling us about the fact that in that area the people feel dissatisfied with the fact that he has just come and then suddenly he has become a leader, whereas you have others. So one thing we're going to see at the end of this election is not just about the popularity of the political parties and the candidates, but all these local dynamics. Perhaps you had people who probably were carrying their placards, so use the word of Ezekiel of those days, in their hearts without saying it out. And sometimes in this area we talk about Urinumi or Rojumi or something like that. That kind of thing. So it's going to be something that Prof and other political science
is your young man that
going to do.
Or you're not room or your show.
Make sure the program is
your young man is standing, but in his mind is
well, I don't know about that.
That's a very old adage. But I mean, it goes with what you're saying, that politically speaking, people might show you different colors. And even in the let us also let our viewers know that this is an emerging trend.
Yeah, it's a projection.
This is a pattern that is emerging based on the results so far that are being accessed and being able to be processed. So if you look at it, for example, Prof, you will see the number of voters, the PVC, based on the results that have hit the ERAD just yet. And so you can see the margin right here, 52% for the 4.9% APC, ABC 1.7% share of the votes that are coming. It's a huge gap. This is the vote between two. You know what happened in the general election? When they give you Kano, you expect Lagos. When they give you Oyo, you expect Port Harcourt. They give you Katsina, you give them. So it's happening that we might just be hoping because local government like Ayedade, Ayedire, Olaoluwa, they've not just come in yet. And some of the results in all of the local government are still dropping. Maybe any of these that are turned yellow may turn red at some point, or the red may in fact turn yellow. But look, one thing that is very important, look at it, the margin, 44 to 52. Yet, you see the widespread of yellow all around. It tells you 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 local government compared to how widespread the yellow is on this
map. And we're talking of 30 local government areas in the state. And a much bigger electoral map. If we compare with the Ekiti governorship election, for example, where we were looking at about less than 18 local governments, and so this is like close to double that, and it will be very, very interesting. The map would have been radically different at this point in time had the ADC candidate, for example, hold on to Ejibo. That could then be something, and then the other areas, become, quite areas of a big, struggle. But it's really an interesting map that we're seeing emerging as far as this election is concerned.
Yeah, but significant local governments are still outstanding.
Exactly, you're right. And so we need to emphasize that.
And when you go back to the number of of total votes that have come in, you find that we actually have been
about waiting results upload.
Absolutely.
647,300.
This looks like 60% of the results. So there's still a lot coming.
So we really have to be very, very sensitive in our analysis and in our projections, because we may then have some local governments that would then become maybe swing local governments.
Yes, so far 28%. If you have the votes that are yet to be uploaded, 660,865. So it tells you something that this is a significant, and that's why I said, take a look at this number, take a picture of it. For now, things might change, because so far the result we have on the portal being processed onto the ERAD platform is what is giving us this pattern. But it's going to be an imagined one in the evening, and more hours to come.
Yes, more hours to come. Maybe
it also suggests that we don't have the result for 100% of each of the local governments.
Absolutely.
Yeah, some results are still coming in, and they might be significant in terms of changing these colors. And we continue to analyze them as we see them appear.
Absolutely. So I tell you something, Mr. Ogunade, since you are the one who touched on this, I'm going to get it back to you. You're talking about the Kano of Oshogbo. It is the Kano of because he holds the largest voting block in the state, followed by the likes of Olorunda, the Ede, the Ife, and the rest. So if you look at it, if history is repeating itself, Adeleke is making himself the king of Oshogbo, politically speaking. Because if you won the last time around and you are also emerging as a winner in Oshogbo, it tells you something that Adeleke might be as popular in Oshogbo and creating a political dynasty as he is doing in Ede. Because that's what he's looking at. If you have repeated
you see,
a pattern of win in the 30 local
there were some suggestions that he might possibly not, win Oshogbo, and people were talking about Oshogbo. But what we are seeing now is holding on to Oshogbo really means something very significantly. If this trend then continues, what it would then tell us is that for future elections, Oshogbo would then be you know, the parameter or the measure of the political gauge of the state. That okay, if you take Osogbo, then it maybe because it's the state capital, and remember it's a commercial nerve center of the state. Almost all the ethnic nationalities or nationality groups are well represented in Osogbo. Maybe there's a way it's telling us about the way people in the states, you know, perceive the political landscape, about what they think. But I think one other thing we could talk about looking at this map is the fact that we're really seeing some level of what we could call high political consciousness in the state. The fact, and we saw this when we went out in the morning, how, you know, voters came and people seem to have been convinced that this is the way, you know, we would go, irrespective, you know, of what happens. So for me, it's quite interesting dynamics.
And I think it's very important to weigh the performance of a government by looking at the state capital. Because that's the seat of government. The presence of government must be very manifest for you to score that kind of result. But again, it's also said that when you look at the in terms of public servants, the way they feel the government, the workers, and some also calculate that they have their legs in different parts of the states as well. So it's so important to win the state capital. I remember when we're looking at the 2023 election, the debate around the Federal Capital Territory. So it would be a slap on the governor if he does not win Osogbo. In fact, it will tell a lot about what is likely to happen in these more distant areas from the state capital, where we are still awaiting results.
But again, one of the things that you need to look at politically and the popularity of the candidate, you look like at Bola Oyebamiji. There are those who will say, in the little time that he emerged into limelight, politically speaking, and what is emerging to have become, compared to an Adeleke who is being a senator, a governor who is seeking, it tells you that it's actually a keenly contested race. And for the fact that the sitting government is the one that is battling the opportunity to be able to prove yourself. For example, there are those who say, why will Adeleke not have some inroads in Ife? Because just a few days ago, he commissioned a bridge, which they say is historical in that area. So whether or not it appeals to the mind of those who have not made up their mind, or those who are undecided, it goes a long way. So it tells you about Bola Oyebamiji, Ambo, the man called Ambo. As you are driving into Osun State from Ibadan, his community hits you.
Yes, of course,
and you see his billboard all over the place.
Exactly. But then, but it's also been around too. Well, in terms of the governorship, you might say it's a new entrant into the politics here. But don't forget, he was part of a previous government. He held a very strong, portfolio that has to do with finance, and you could see that background even in the course of the campaigns, the debates, and the rest of them. And like you rightly said, it's a very, strong, showing. Otherwise, by now, we would have been saying, oh, it's a done deal.
But on top of that, he also has the backing of many stalwarts in the APC. From the president, who is also associated with this state, then the former governor, who has also put his weight behind him. Then, of course, two governors actually. So
two former governors.
Two former governors. Yeah.
Two former governors.
Mm-hmm. So it's really
two former governors. In fact, I'm not sure.
Be looking at,
three former governors, one former deputy governor. So Bisi Akonde, and Oyetola, the chief Bisi Akonde. Then Iyola Omishore, who is also a member
of the party. You're right, former national secretary.
And you have the national secretary of the party.
That's what I'm saying. That the outcome of this.
That's
what I'm saying. That the outcome of this election might really be another case study on political developments in Nigeria, because depending on the way it goes. Because if it goes the way of Oyebamiji, then we would say, oh, it's because you had these, big, stalwarts.
Gentlemen.
And then if it goes the other way too, it will be like, oh, the heavyweights. It becomes like a boxing tournament where you are talking of heavyweight light heavyweight.
Very tight race.
Obviously, it's going to be a tight race.
Gentlemen, give me
because
a
that
moment.
is the tradition.
Give me a moment, gentlemen, because we need to go on a break. But when we return, gentlemen, there's so much more to talk about. The patterns are imagined. The outcome is also imagined. And we're looking at a race that is not determined just yet. Hold your breath, everyone, as we are doing right here, because as the results are popping in, we're going to be popping it on your screen, and you're going to get a sense of what these will become. We'll be right back, everyone.
The election has been peaceful this morning, and unfortunately, I've not been able to vote.
Why?
Well, the beavers couldn't recognize my face nor my hand, and I don't know the reason. Though my registration dated by 2011, so maybe over time, maybe the face has changed a little bit.
So what's the electoral officials? What are they saying?
Well, they tried all their possible best, and since the beavers can't recognize my hand or face, I was denied my precious right to vote.
So how do you feel about it?
Nothing special. It do happen, but at least the election has been peaceful all through. So I think they are rounding up, and they are trying to wait till the appointed time to start the country. The security agencies have performed their duty. They will have heavy presence of them, and their officers also do roving around, checking what is happening, and they have done well. I will give at least a pass mark. INEC, they have done well too. At least there's no issue. At least for this unit, for the percentage of beavers denying people is very low. I think about less than 20 of us have not been able to vote.
Our website, channelstv.com, has more information on our top stories and others. Subscribe and watch Channels Television's live stream on YouTube and other social media platforms using your mobile device browser, or download the Channels TV app for Android and iOS devices from their respective stores. You can also watch us via your smart TV platforms on Apple TV, Android TV, Fire TV, and Roku. Channels Television, ubiquitous.
Early risers set the tone at Unit 7 Okioja in Osogbo, turning out as early as 7:20 a.m., while INEC officials set off their polling gear. Long lines stretch across the center with a priority lane dedicated to seniors, while voters double-check their names on the registry. By 8:30 a.m. sharp, voting officially kicks off at Salvation Army Middle Primary School in Alekuwodo, Osogbo, where the elderly lead the charge, casting their ballots first.
Everything's peaceful because we have been expecting it. This election, it's for our own good.
It's peaceful, there's no problem. Everybody's going where is supposed to go and vote. I'm here to vote now. And I've seen my name on the list listed. And I want to go and do my social responsibility by voting.
Election monitors on the ground describe the atmosphere as calm, voicing hope that the peaceful order holds throughout the day.
It's about seeing the power of the tomb and how it determines who will govern the state for another 4 years. And that's a festival for me. You can see that voting has started and people are on the queue, and it's just, for now, going on very seamless.
You check your name and then you come with your card, PVC, and when you come with your card...
On these things, so David,
well, I'm happy with the last tweet, because it is time for people to become reasonable. Yes, because it is time for people to become reasonable. This idea of supporting, you see, let me tell you, let me just end my conversation in this way. If you bring somebody like Osun State today out as a presidential candidate, and you bring somebody like Oshibajo, do you know what the Igbos will do? The Igbos will not vote Osun State because he's an Igbo man. They would rather vote Oshibajo.
Because they know.
Because the Igbos believe in prudence, they believe in capacity to deliver, they believe in accountability. So I hope the Osun people, I hope their delegates, they will hear and learn before they learn the hard way.
Thank you so much, Prince Francis Chilaka. All right, Prof, sir. Prof, before me too, I let you go. I let you. There are more tweets by Davido, your guy. I like to react to very quickly. Let's take a listen to a couple of those tweets we be saying just put out. Make I take your thought on the things in Wayne Don't Talk for inside this tweet. Let's see what he said here. So you can see this. First of all, he said,
the matter.
Before the election, you know that they arrested some people who were in police uniform that were not police themselves. And so, but we are asking the DIG election and the CIA and the CP election, all of them to check Modakoke immediately, because if that thing is real, then it's going to, we don't know what is happening. But the commitment we got from the police, is that they are going to do the best that they can, to make sure that they are upright for Nigeria and for the election.
With more than 2 million voters registered, Osun State stands at a critical juncture as citizens decide who earns the keys to the government house.
Centers across Osun State. This will expose innocent voters, INEC officials, and paging APC thugs. The IGP, DG, DSS should not allow desperate politicians to truncate Osun election. Mr. President at official PBAT should intervene now. So he's calling on the president on that as well.
Okay, so Prof, you see what's in the Adeleke family they do? They come bumper to bumper, they react bumper to bumper.
That's what I told you earlier. And this election is not a normal election. So let them not think that the way they had it easy, they are going to have it easy in Osun. It's not going to be that easy. And you are aware that the whole world is watching this election. Are you aware?
Of course.
So he's making that tweet to exonerate himself when the I don't want to use the words that are coming to my mind. But when they comes to become, okay, I think that's better. When they comes to become, he's making those tweets to exonerate himself that he wants and the government failed to do something. Well, how are you not wondering how are they getting this information? How are they getting this information? That he mentioned it point blank that the Senate president himself called and said, and they have evidences for these things they are saying. They are not just saying it for saying sake.
I'm telling you, in fact, the video has just tweeted again. He said, Honorable, he called that Faleke. He said, Honorable
Faleke, yes.
Stop putting pressure on INEC to change Osun election results. Respect the wishes of Osun people. We don't want to.
So you see, they are calling them out one after the other. So that when the problem starts, you know who to hold responsible. That's all they are doing, That's what people don't know. They are telling you now, people to hold accountable and to hold responsible. And you know this man is the right-hand person of the president. You're
Supramalt, multivitamin junior, being mommy, simplified.
At the end of the day, he wanted a particular position. He was pacified and said, don't worry, we'll give you this other position. And he cooled down. See, it was the same person that won election in Lagos and almost became a governor in Kogi. I know you have not forgotten. So at the end of the day, some of these characters, they will have themselves to blame if they don't restrain from what they are doing now.
All right, Prof, let me release you while I open the phone lines for Nigerians to join in on the conversation. Make I let you go sleep. I know say your mouth could only pay you. Since morning, now you did for talk. You know, days. Thank you so much. I beg.
Thank you very much.
More grease to your elbow, more sweat, more water to your sweat.
Thank you.
Thank you so much for being part of the conversation. I appreciate you. And while we wish Osun State the best and hope say the best, the right thing would they done for inside Osun State.
Yes, so yes. So whether they like it or yes, not whether they like it or not, whether they like it or yes.
Yes, the right thing must be done.
All right.
Thank you
nice
so much.
Evening.
I appreciate you big time. Please enjoy the rest of your evening.
Thank you very much. Same here.
Thank you. So, David, you and I are still here. While we're still here, Nigerian's phone lines are open. Now you can join the link. So, click on the link on the pin post and it will bring you straight into the studio to join the conversation. And while you're still here, let's visit some of the things so ABC happen for the polling units there. Look at just the
How
system.
would you describe the electioneering process?
So far, so.
How would you describe the electioneering process?
So far, so good. The report of my agent being recognized in most of the wards across the state is worrisome and disturbing. Despite the fact that we uploaded all the names of our party agents, especially in Nijibu here, all the agents in Ward 5 for ADC, they were not given tag. And it happened in 10 local governments across the state like this. So this process, I reported to the authority and they are looking into it because when they are counting the votes, it will be necessary for my agent to be recognized at the polling unit. So outside that, in the Djibouti local government, we have been doing it. No crisis for now. I want to believe it go like this till the end of the whole exercise. As it is, we don't have, except that the party agent, which is a lot to me. If you do not have party agent, you can know, you understand what it means. And all the names have been uploaded onto the platform of INEC. I don't know why we are going denying us of having the party agent now. So maybe towards the end of the election process, I will still address the press and let the people know how far we go with it.
Okay, so let's how would you compare the INEC preparation, especially compared with previous?
Yes, what I'm saying is part of the preparation of the act in the state of the INEC. When you requested for party agents, you requested for the party to upload their party agents, and we did. I don't understand how and why the party agent will not be given tag. So it is one part of the process. So if at the end of the day we do not have this, then the process is very questionable. And for now, I will be silent on it till when we come to the end of the whole exercise.
However, sir, are you confident that you win this election?
It used to be a free and fair election with no rigging, manipulation, a level playing ground. I trust my God that I'm going to win the election.
Thank you very much.
Sir, finally, sir, some of question that at your own polling units, they had to arrest people buying votes.
Here, you are just coming. Definitely, it cannot be my party. We are not into that. We canvass for the people, we let them know our programs, And that is exactly what we do. Vote buying
All right,
is out of it.
let me quickly take this clip.
I've never in my life.
These videos. Good evening and welcome, ma. What's your name? Where are you calling from? Please go straight.
Good evening. I'm calling from London. This is my London number.
You're welcome, ma. You're welcome.
I used to call you from London.
Hey, go ahead, ma.
Yeah. I'm from Osun. I'm from Osun.
Why did you not come to vote now? Okay, so I hope you told your people to vote their conscience. So.
They are not playing.
You people are doing Imole. Why people not doing Ambo now?
But we are.
But Ambo, your Ambo is for the president now. You say you like your governor to dance.
Let him be dance, and he will dance all the way to stay permanently. Can you imagine, Precious? Can you imagine? In my local government, like 7 people died.
Are you serious?
In my own local
so this whole killing thing is not a joke. It's actually true.
It is not a joke. It is not a joke. But you see, you know, if there are people, they call them they are very stubborn. In one local government, very near my town, they are the one that was singing. When they finished counting, they were singing. That means there is light, darkness has gone, and that 50,000 because they were giving people as much as 50,000.
That's so much money.
Precious. I am telling you. As of like 8 p.m. last night, they were calling heads of houses, but you know all those places with the youth, they have warned their parents. We are not. If we like,
hey, are you saying that the youths in Oyo State are even warning their parents against?
Yes, that's the. Did you see one person on that they were doing vote buying that they carried it? They were doing citizens arrest. There was one place again where one of the and they were saying I want ballet. That's what they are using. You know, that's how they vote. They tell you the symbol. I want ballet. One rago.
What does that mean?
Them a token.
What does that mean?
They kill it with the broom. They are buying votes. They are paying.
Hey.
They now told even security. By the time they told the police, the police people didn't go. The youth now mobilized and went to call.
The accredited voters. Sorry, that's why the outing is very poor. Because it's less than 50%. But then, so we don't have this, and we're still looking at about how many votes now? Like 5,000, 4,000 that would come in. That men may change this, picture really.
Between them, now it's about 3,000 votes.
Yes, about 3,000 votes.
So if you are expecting out of 43,000 votes, of course, we see ADC taking 552. That means if you put 19,000 and 21,000 together, you are nearing just about a few hundred. This may almost be done.
Yeah, sure. We also need to make this point, and that's the fact that to win a governorship election, you have to win majority of the votes, which you can call the popular vote.
That's right.
And then spread across 2/3 of the local government. It would seem that for this election, you are likely to have these two parties fulfilling that requirement, and then what would then determine the winner would be who then has the popular vote.
Absolutely. And remember, in 2022, the difference was just 24,000.
24,000. And
I can almost tell you that APC may have taken Olorunda, because if there are total vote counts of 43,000, between both of them is about 41,000.
Yeah, absolutely.
It tells you a big story, and the story is that give and take, less about 1,000 votes are in contention or not yet determined, or we don't know where those votes are. But in the immediate, what we can tell you is that Olorunda, Osogbo, the number of votes that will eventually determine those are almost taken for granted that Accord Party may have taken Osogbo.
political prince. In any case, it's Adele.
When you win once, you're a prince. When you win twice, when you win once, you're a prince. When you win twice, you consolidate.
You become princes.
Of principality. So in that area, he has shown, and don't forget, this was a local government that APC had a sitting senator, the national secretary.
Yeah, that's right.
What has changed over the years? What really happened to the APC's fortune in Oshogbo? But one thing is certain, APC is holding sway in some of his strongholds, and is not giving away some of where he has elsewhere. Gentlemen, let me allow you to go this evening, because I need to bring another round of Iran analysts. But Professor Ayede, thank you so much.
Oh,
it's good to have you. And Larry Aruguna,
thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
We're going to break everyone, but when we come back, I'll bring you fresh faces, and we'll continue to look at the patterns and how the results are emerging. Stay with us. We'll be right back.
It's election day in Osun State, and we are at the CSC Grammar School, Araromi, here in Oshogbo town, where electoral materials are being distributed to polling officers. And from here, they're expected to proceed to their various polling units located within Oshogbo town. As you can see behind me, the ad hoc staff, who are majorly core members, have taken possession of their items. And from here, they will move to their various polling units. Now, I understand that each team is made up of a polling officer, a polling assistant officer, and, it's a team, and they're expected to discharge their responsibilities. They have boxes that are meant to serve as ballot boxes. They have bags with them. They also have reflective jackets. These are equipment or items that are necessary for them to operate effectively. You can also see just here, there are security personnel that have been detailed already. They are to proceed alongside with the polling officers to provide enough security for the election, exercise. And from here now, they will be going. They are ready to deliver the election for today. So we will be monitoring, and we will bring you everything you need to know. From here, of course, the exercise continues at the polling units. I am Emperor Simon, Channels Television News.
Television.
Yeah, they are not. I think the thing was from Patutomi, Peter side. They have this one is not only be looking. It will go to the whole world. People will be seeing it at real time. Because even with this election, there was a 16 minutes. Somebody said it. There was a 16 minutes delay.
Yes. My guest stated that.
Yeah, there was a 16 minutes delay. So really, this election, let those G100. It's okay. We are very okay. We will be very okay.
Thank you. I like your excitement. Thank you so much. And not just excitement, your optimism really about.
So we have once Osun is done deal, forget nothing at all.
That's what you believe?
That is what I know.
Oh, wow.
Do you know today's date? Are you Catholic?
No, I'm not. But go ahead. It doesn't matter.
No wonder. Today is Assumption.
Hey.
The 5th of Our Lady of Assumption. Anybody that's Catholic, ask them. It's a very special day in the Catholic Church. And most Oshuans, most of them are Catholics. Like in my, I don't know about anywhere else, but I know in my village, that is, yeah. So congratulations, be greeting us. So if I don't get you on my other line, I will be getting you.
No problem. Thank you so much, Madam B. My second Madam B, I appreciate you. Thank you. Thank you so much. All right, and all the best. Thank you. Bye. All right, David. I know we have you in the house, but before I bring you on, hello, very quickly, I just like to let Nigerians know that the collation center in Osun State is ready, and so it's going to get down very soon. Although we'll never see the people they will collate the result already, but the collation center they ready and they gear up to start to announce results. But very quickly, the video don't make more tweets. You say, yo, INEC Nigeria, he tag INEC. He say, delay only means one thing, buying time for manipulation. While our tech team have the 470 polling units covered, the ones where remain. And so he say, we expect you to do the right thing and have those sheets up in less than 30 minutes. Make I go check whether IREF don't upload again from that 87% we say that they don't get. Whether they respond to the tweets, I've been out there shit to them because they really don't care. Now they don't care because it's still 87.48%. So the video tweets no move any crowd for years so far. And I wanted to bring you guys some videos of things where they go, but let me quickly jump on this call. Hello, good evening and welcome.
Please, pressure, send me. I don't know why if I try to use it's not going.
It's the one in this thing now. Is the
and that's why I said maybe I will put a private chat to you so that because this thing I've been having, I want to be joining the business every day, but I'm finding it difficult.
Oh, sorry.
Sometimes when I join, I will not be able to. That's why I received the message I sent to you.
I did not see. I did not see, but I'll check.
When I check the message, you see I sent you a message.
No problem, I'll check. All right.
When I have to now send me to the link. When I join the link, it will give me the e one. Maybe I will give you a price. Just give me the number.
No problem.
Or you can send me a number.
No. But you're already calling me with the number now. All right.
Huh?
You're already calling me with a WhatsApp number.
Maybe after this program, this WhatsApp number is not always going. That's it.
Sorry, sir. Sorry, sir. Thank you. You will get the link and you can join me.
So that I will join the.
No problem. No problem. Thank you, sir. All right. So, David, let's quickly look at some things going on. So we hear that a lady was caught with some ballot boxes. Some some ballot sheets already printed, and that one don't cause a lot of chaos. They held her down, and then we also did hear that some people in Osun State in fact they mount for the collation centers. They no green move body at all. They did there. They no green move body. But let's look at the incident of the lady first. I saw that report as well. So she was seen with already printed ballot sheets, heading to where? So people held her and they refused to let her go. And here, now what's they happen for some of the collation centers? All right. I thought to let us. The phone lines are open now. Please click on the link on the pin post and it will bring you straight to the studio to join the conversation. Or you call the WhatsApp number and that is also on the pin post. Good evening, Mr. Hello. Welcome. Hello, are you there?
Hello, Precious. Hello,
Yes,
Precious. Good evening.
sir. Go ahead, please.
Yeah, good evening. And good evening to your guest as well.
He's not my guest. He's actually my colleague. And you'll be seeing more of him. As a matter of fact, he's starting a show on African Conversation.
Okay.
Politics very soon. So you guys be nice to him. Don't do him the kind of wicked things people used to do to me. Especially you, Hello.
If he step out of line now, we'll tell him the truth now.
Hello, see the
we'll
one
tell it as if he step out of line, we'll tell him as
I'm using one eye to tell you, please, Hello, please. Don't be mean to him. He's fragile.
No.
He's fragile, please.
No.
Me, I
you know how he is now. So if he step out of line, we'll say it as it is, and we'll give it to him the way we feel he's supposed to be. So nobody is attacking anybody. Nobody will go against anybody, but we'll say it.
If you bring wrong figures, it is his duty to correct the figures, my brother.
But we know, have I ever bring any wrong figures
if you also make
your show?
Statements, it is his duty to also correct you.
It's all right. We'll get along. I believe he has a lovely smile. We'll get along very well as well.
Now by smiling, the judge, I have to go and manufacture it. I have to create a new smile. Go ahead.
We'll get along.
Hello.
Yeah. You know, let me say, you see what happened in Osun now, what is happening in Osun now. I believe they are proving what we've been saying. You could see that if the people come together, if the people unite, these people are just few. They can't do those rubbish. They can't do those nonsense they've been doing in the past. Once the people agree and come together, these people will look for a place and hide themselves, hide their heads in shame. So you see so far so good. With the videos that I've seen so far coming from that Osun, you see the thugs and everything they've sent, or the people they've sent to go buy vote, or the people they've sent to go do one or two things and all that. You see how the people resisted them, how they put them to stand still and disgrace them. So, and the truth of the matter is, all eyes is on that state as well. So definitely they won't be able to do no shit or something. Okay, you look, if you watch Davido now, you see what Davido is doing now. Waiting your brother they do for where you can't do for Edo State, that time they make noise. Now Davido they do now, they give updates. Precious, you know what they talk about now, your brother. Your brother they make noise, the way they shout up and down. So now in the video they do now. So we just need to, because that's what we'll be saying, that Nigerians need to wake up. They need to start speaking out. You guys have been keeping quiet, and these people have been taking the piece. As in coming to hurt people where people are, taking their rights away from them. But you can see that when they start speaking out, these people will look for a place to hide themselves. So I'm happy. I will say, let me start congratulating them in advance. They've done well. They've done well. At least by standing tall. By standing tall, they've done well, and I really appreciate them. Because I continue to say this, that Edo State was a case study for the other states. They needed to sit down, study what happened in Edo State very well to make sure that do not happen again. They never allowed it to happen again. Look at the same shameless people now who call themselves leaders from the House of Assembly or wherever. You guys in the very first place, let's be honest with ourselves. What are those governors doing in Osun State? Are they supposed to be there? Are they resident in Osun? They are not resident in Osun. What are they doing?
It's just
if it's a society that works, these people are not supposed to be there. Those people are not supposed to be there. They should ask questions. They're supposed to be answering questions. What are you guys doing in Osun? Osun is not your state. That is not where you are meant to govern. You are meant to stay in your state because you are not resident in Osun. It's only the people that are resident in that state that are meant to go cast your vote peacefully and go back to your houses. But situation have changed. So they went there to vote. The people, yes, protect your vote, escort the votes to the coalition center, make sure what you guys have voted, and that is what will be announced. And the video you played just now, I think they've all gathered in the coalition center, which I really appreciate them for that. They should stay there and they make sure that what they voted, that is what will be announced, and nothing will be changed. Nothing will be changed. So the noise that they're making, they should continue making that noise. And I believe that will be that this process now will lead to 2027. That is why I said earlier on that if their delegate was smart enough, they should have come out to say we endorse. I don't want to call name. They should have made that mistake to say we endorse these corrupt leaders that we have now. They should have made that mistake, because you join other opposition who want a better Nigeria. You coming out letting this tribalism and everything play into the game and everything. But you see now that even as that, they almost dead with him now. So I hope they succeed. I'm just praying for them, praying that they succeed. That these Osun people are able to stand their ground. That's what they voted, and that vote is announced. Huh? I'm happy because with so far so good what I've been seeing and everything. So let's see. And my greatest joy now is that those people they've disgraced, they caught, they disgraced. I'm really happy for those people. As in, at least this is a lesson for those people who call themselves thugs. You want to be, you want to allow yourself to be used by politicians or to destroy the will of the people. So if there is law that govern the country, those people should be really face the wrath of the law. They should allow those people to face the full wrath of the law.
Thank you so
that
much.
They should serve as an example to others who might want to do the same.
All right, thank you so much. Okay, so we have a couple of people joining us. Is that Madam B? Is that you?
It is me, yo.
Hey, Madam B. So that go call another Madam B and your own Madam B.
It is me,
yo. Sister, I love you too. You know, I have a B in my life.
You precious. See, this your yellow blouse today, I'm beginning to get suspicious. So I've been now you be woman leader of Accord.
No, Accord. You be. The APC want to make me woman leader. They never even do anything.
No, because this not their color you they wear. So you be woman leader.
Honestly, it's such a coincidence. I don't even know.
Oh my God. Good evening, my sister. God bless you. Well done. Welcome. Good evening to. I didn't hear what you said. That young man to meet you, to have you here. We are a big family here.
Thank you.
You're welcome on board. You know, say hello. I agree to. I did throw salute.
But the big,
God bless you, Mr. Samuel. Good evening.
Yeah, Madam B, welcome. This is my first time hearing your voice, so welcome.
Thank you.
Nah. Yeah, this is your first time of hearing Madam B's voice. No.
I'm telling you the truth. Well, for quite some time, I'm not mistaken now. Let her. She can even confirm what I'm saying. Maybe for the past 2-3 weeks, have you joined this?
Yes. I've been away without official leave. Yes, but I've been talking at the back.
So precious, now you can't persecute me.
I will persecute you for not being a member long enough. Because you say you don't know.
In short, I will put the charges on you because you refuse to. In short, put me on.
No vex.
Because anything when you do, I beg. For the past,
anything when you do, no call MC Olomo for me, I beg. No vex.
No, I didn't call it.
No vex.
Please, for me not to, you know what? I've been following this Osun election since morning, since early. I started, in short, since morning. I didn't go to work today.